events, screenings, excursions. We're hoping to be able to host researchers and different host curators. So it's supposed to become very active in the years coming, at least while I'm working on it. It's hoped that it will become very active during that period.
The Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove in Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria, is one of the last remnants of primary high forest in southern Nigeria. The site, a natural habitat that has been preserved for over 400 years, has served as both a pilgrim point as well as a tourist center for millions of people who visit the site annually to worship and celebrate the Osun goddess that is believed to inhabit the river that runs through the grove, giving the water the ability to heal and grant wishes of its believers.
Osun Grove happened to be a site that we all refer to as a living site. It is a living site just because activities that have been carried out over the years are still performed the way it used to be then. And secondly, it is a site where the worshippers do come to perform every 5th of the day, which means 5 days. They do come. For example, in churches, we go to churches during the week, but on Sunday, we christen it to be, we go to church on Sunday. Likewise, the Muslim goes to mosque on Friday. So, despite the fact that the devotees do come interval, but they have a 5-day, which they call Ojose. Aside this, the uniqueness of this site is the name Osogbo was derived from this site. The appellation of the king was derived from this site.
From the entrance, one could feel the tranquility that comes with the well-preserved forest. A little further down comes another feeling of an elevated being's dwellings. This is the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, one of the last sacred forests in Nigeria, along the banks of the Osun River, just outside the city of Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria. In this forest of 75 hectares of undisturbed areas of land, no residential building is allowed, no killing of any kind of animal, no fishing, no hunting or felling of trees.
Apart the fact that it is 75 hectares of the core zone and 47 hectares of the buffer zone, is one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa and the second UNESCO World Heritage Site in Nigeria. The kind of people or crowd that comes around, one will be marveled why this. But it is a festival and a river that people believes in. Because of the sacredness, you can't cut a tree, you can't fish, And if you are not a devotee, there are certain activities you don't do so that you don't blame yourself.
The one path that cuts right through the grove is lined on either sides with sanctuaries, illustrations of traditional Yoruba deities, and primary high forest. Adekunle Olatunji is the curator and site manager of the grove that has existed for over 4 centuries. On a tour of the sacred forest, Olatunji describes how the name Oshogbo came about and what the grove stands for.
At Ikpoleumu, some kilometers from here is in Ibokun. There's an altar. It's not just an altar that going to the bush to kill rattle. It's a big altar that hunts for elephants, bigger animals. In one of his sojourn, then from Ikpoleumu looking for where they can get water, they now got to this site. On getting to this site, he was astounded. We were looking for almost a 40 kilometers from here, looking for water, see large water here. So he decided to go back to inform the king. My brother, we are hunting, I got to his place and I saw this river. So the hunter then was Oguntimeyin, while the king then at Ikpoleumu is Laroye. So the two of them came down to the site, seeing what they wanted. So they decided to settle down at the bank of the river. So in one of their trying to rent the tent, a tree now fell into the river. And a voice came out of the river saying, Enyoma Daniwolo, you have broken my time, but 84 kokwa. So the two of them were so shocked. Who is this person? Simultaneously, the spirit now answered, Oshogbo Pele, Oshogbo Rora, Oshogbo Pele, Oshogbo. That was when they knew they are in Oshogbo. Literally meaning Oshogbo. So now, they now felt, what is the next thing to do? In Yoruba then, something strange happened. You do divination. During their divination, they wanted to know what's happening. So the Babalawo now said, Osun dwell here. You cannot stay with Osun. So they moved from the bank of the river, moved up. They now built a hut. That hut today is what we call the first palace. And there's these promises between them that if we say we should leave this place, as a powerful person, they felt, how will somebody in the river be telling us to leave? So if we are to leave, what will you do for us? And I said, okay, if you are to leave, I will make you prosper. There is no war that will conquer you. Do my bidding, and every year there must be somebody from your lineage to come and bring object of appeasement to me every year.
But the grove wasn't always this beautiful and serene. In fact, there was a time it was completely infested with termites until an Austrian artist, Susan Wenger, and her husband Uli Bayer arrived to save the sacred monument. Wenger devoted some 50 years of her life to preserving the forest, and with the help of local craftsmen in the city, she transformed the sacred grove into a sculptural garden with compelling artworks and objects of habitation. Because of them, this 200 acres is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
When Mama started with the Osun Groves, she started at the area we called Ayedakun. Ayedakun is also part of the groves. Our first 2 sculptures are still there, where we have Obatala and Yemo. And she did that, not in one place, at the main shrine, Ebu Yamako, and inside the forest there are the sculptures there that she made. And Mama would do the heart with meditating, like communication with the deity before doing any form of art. And Mama got her inspiration, you know, from there because she stayed there for a while.
She was invited to come and see or assist us in treating this termite attack. In doing that, she now fell in love with the culture. So she is so powerful and mystic that if she sleeps, revelations of what she is expected to do for this place will come to her. Then she now felt for somebody of her status, there's a need for her to have people to work with. Then she now got in touch with the Oba. Then there and then some interested indigene that were into art then were introduced to her. So that was why they formed what we call a new sacred art movement. With this new sacred art movement, from instruction from her, that's why we have all these structures.
Shaded by a canopy of trees with a flight of stone leading downwards, the inner grove lies within a natural depression, marking the exact spot where the first palace of the founder of Osogbo was located. The ancient palace with its ornate pillars and elegant designs has remained in its original state for decades, and its sacredness upheld for as long as it stands. A short walk away from the palace will take you to the Osun River, which on a normal day looks just like any other river except for the utter stillness that pervades the atmosphere around it and the occasional calving in the midst of its waters. Otherwise called the Herbs of Osun, because according to its devotees, this calm flowing river transcends ordinary water. Everything about the Osun Grove revolves around this river. It's like the life of this place. You take it away, the entire place becomes lifeless. This is where the history of the grove actually started from. And every year, thousands of devotees of the Osun goddess converge by the bank of this river, where they pray, believing that all of their problems will be solved by the goddess.
If it is just a mere river, why the crowd? If it is just a mere river, why are people taking this water? I'm using this water in context because here we don't have river, we don't have water. Please, we don't have water. Once you are here, you want agbo, apps. People that needed one thing or the other comes here to seek for assistance from Osun goddess. Believing, that's what I said, it's your faith. Believing he or she will do it for them. Whatever is being taken here is apps, is agbo. If you take it with your faith, be you me, you will be healed. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt.
While the grove is the site of Osun's most sacred shrine, many Yoruba deities are also depicted here with sculptures that are centuries old and shrines where their devotees worship. Despite the sanctity attached to it, managing the grove is not without its own challenges.
There's no lumber that will come into this site that will not pray will sleep off 72 hours. So that before we wake up, we would have cut down all the trees. We do have poachers, and despite the native laws that we do use to operate, because here you are not supposed to hunt. If you are caught, you'll be taken to the enforcement agency through the authority of Osogbo. And because of developmental pressure, as the town grows, you are bound to see people wanting to build closer to the site, thereby giving you problem. You have the challenge, but God is helping us through that native law. That native law, don't cut, don't fish. And aside that, the native law, I will tell you authoritatively, because if all of us goes home, we have night security if they are here. If you eventually decide that you want to catch any fish, you will cook it from now till that kingdom come, it will not done. So you will definitely put yourself into trouble.
Once sparkling and clear and home to a variety of fish, Today, the sacred river is murky and brown. It is now under constant threat from pollution from waste disposal and other human activities. Another fascinating thing about the grove is the standalone suspended bridge right at the heart of the forest and just above the Osun River, built some 87 years ago. The bridge has no pillar holding it because they say the Osun goddess forbids it. One of the unique things to see at the grove is this suspension bridge. We understand it was built in 1935, commissioned in 1936, and the reason why the bridge was constructed was to enable people around here move goods now, especially palm products, from one end of the bridge to the other. And up till this day, the bridge is standing. It's one bridge a lot of tourists who come to this area love to see. Despite the gradual fading away of celebrated African culture and tradition, the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove is one cultural phenomenon that has not only stood the test of time, but also become a reference point for people from this part of the world. The grove remains more or less pristine, leaving visitors with this sense of peace and a connection to the dwellings of an elevated being and the ancient Yoruba tradition.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said there's no media stream.
One vote woman and
the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal. How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Yes.
I was expecting the noise.
Noise.
The siren and everything.
Can't I have a break even for a few hours from this sirens as well?
Now I see why you want to come back here now.
Yes. You can see this place is more friendly, isn't it, Abuja?
Wow. So how much do you miss it when you're not here?
Well, very much so. That's why when I come, I keep my eyes very wide open, as if it was the first time I'm coming. This fruits bearing trees are growing very fast. Yes.
So you're counting the days now?
I am counting the days, not even the months.
What amazes me is that if you know him now, to me, is the same Buhari I knew, 1953. He's a good listener. He will accommodate you, listen to you, and he will never fight back.
If you are not hardworking, if you are not honest, if you are not dedicated to your duty, don't come near Mr. President Buhari. He has a very long face, but you have to catch up. He looks after the welfare of his staff, especially his close aides. He makes sure everything is well or is fine at home front, because he asks questions. That's how is everything going on? And whenever there's anything, he takes your problem as his own problem.
The ordinary people are his friends. And then Kaduna, you come and see them in his sitting room. They are not only in the sitting room, but they are on his dining table, eating with him.
There wasn't any day you go to Sultan Road #1 that you will not see people queuing, and that he will not attend to you.
When he goes to his farm, the only thing you will know that he is not with them is because of his white dress and height. He mingled with them. When we're going to the mosque, we enter the normal place where other people are and join the queue from where we find it. We don't overstay our queue. And normally, during Christmas or Salah, the father buys a dress for his children. And from 1996, when I started working with him, up to this year, he will buy me Salah dress. Every Salah. So along with his children. So I'll have my own children, my own Salah dress.
When my mom passed away, we were going to hold a commendation service for my mother in Lagos, and I just sent out some cards. I sent one to his house in Kaduna. Lo and behold, on the day an SUV just drove into the premises of the hall, and I went to welcome whoever was in it. When they opened the door and I saw him, I was shocked. So you could make it? He laughed. And he stayed with us throughout that service, a Christian service. A man they used to call a Muslim bigot. He stayed throughout that Christian service. It was one of the things that convinced me that the man was not who people were saying he was.
I first met him in 2007 because they were trying to meet pastors who could also, and not only pray along with them, but who could identify with him to remove the toga of Islamic fundamentalism, which he has been labeled with for too long a time. I saw him as a forthright person, an incorruptible leader, and one that was ready to bring about discipline to our society.
The very self-effacing person, also very witty and humorous when he's comfortable in the environment he is. He can be surprisingly shy when he's not comfortable He's amongst people who is not accustomed to being around, and he can live in his own skin and say very little. But when he's comfortable, he can be a pot of good humor.
I got to know him from about 1976 when he was the Minister for Petroleum. And I was working in the presidency. You know, he has this expectation of people to take their responsibility seriously. He gives you an assignment, he expects you to carry it out.
Mr. President.
President Buhari, you walk into his office, see him reading, let's say, a memo. You not even notice you are there. He puts in his 100% on that memo until after he reaches the end of what he's reading. He does not even know somebody is there standing.
We first met January 1953. Buhari, as a child, was quiet, humble, and reserved.
There's one thing I also learned, that you lost your father very early. How was that going on?
Yes, well, it was a difficult time. I didn't know my father, so I was an orphan, which means I didn't enjoy the protection of a father. I didn't know my father. And I went into a boarding school for 9 years. 3 of the primary school and 6 secondary school. Yes, I miss my parents, but I was lucky. We were a generation of lucky people.
His father passed away when he was 4 years old. His father had 3 wives. Muhammad was the youngest of 23. He had sort of surrogate fathers throughout his career, including within the military and including within the school system.
He was brought up by his senior brother, who was a teacher. He is one of our teachers. So he had a good home training under the care of his senior brother.
President Buhari is my uncle. I'm his nephew. My name is Amandaura. His mother, Hajia Zulehat Musa, is my grandmother. Her first child was my father. Her last child was Muhammad Buhari. My father was his guardian, but it was tough for him, but tough for us also. Life was very tough in those days. You went to school in the morning, you came back and you go to the bush, collect firewood for the night reading. We had no lamps in those days. We used firewood to light, and we had slates, which we wrote chapters of the Quran and read. And so you have one chapter, you read it during the session, and then tomorrow morning you wash it, and another chapter or a piece thereof is written, and you learn it by heart.
So when I was away from home, I think I was constrained to behave myself because there was nobody to rescue me. So I was behaving myself. As I said, I became a class monitor, I became a junior prefect, I became senior prefect, I became a head boy.
You know, boys will be boys. You will transgress on occasions. You'll be late for school. Refuse to attend lessons sometime. Go out to play, and that will be severely punished. Whoever did that will be punished. And the teachers were, I wouldn't say harsh, but they were disciplined. They taught us discipline. If you transgress, they lash you.
There was discipline in schools then. There's corporal punishment. And I think to a certain extent, it molded the minds of the children and so on and so forth.
Our generation was very lucky. Our teachers were absolutely committed and dedicated. And they treated us like their own children. If you do well, you are praised. You are brought before the classroom, your work was shown and you are praised. If you don't perform, you are again brought before the classroom, stripped and flogged on the buttocks. And there is no way I can forget school, because what we call the teacher I see there, called Malam Abdul, is a very strict person. And he doesn't spare the rod. We call it Bulala. Really. We don't like the rainy season approaching because we have to go to school farm. You wouldn't be late there, just like a classroom. And if you are late from 6 to 2, Bulalas on your buttocks. And you have to remove your shorts so that you get to the message proper. Among the teachers, I could only again remember our Arabic teacher. No matter how hot it is, he comes in with a turban. And every week we are given to recite part of the Quran. Every week. And the only thing we can do to avoid it is to report sick if we haven't recited the part given that week. So we report sick. But even if you report sick, then you are stopped from going to a breakfast break until you recite the bath you are given in the class.
I'm sure you didn't get too much Bilala because you are always like a leader in class.
You will be very surprised. I got a lot because I try to avoid going to the school farm. And if you miss it, you are not allowed to go on breakfast break. So you will have no break until the school is closed. But what I do between the first whistle and the last one, I go over the wall of the school, rush to home, and sometimes I'm eating up to the time I'm going to the classroom. And no one could forget those days. Trying to be clever by half.
How did a boy from Daura end up in Liverpool, straight out of secondary school?
I was picked from here, and then the whole of the north, again, I was the only person picked to go to UK, recommended to go to UK, Elder Dempster. Elder Dempster line. Were given some slots for children from each region, from the north, from the west, from the east then, and from Lagos. 4 of us were taken. And that's how I managed. You can see the system then. Here in Katsina province, we are the junior part. In Daura here, but I was picked, from the whole of the north to go to UK for holidays. That was my first visit to the UK. And what struck me when we arrived at Liverpool, we went to the center of the Liverpool. Some of the cities in London, then there was a central roundabout in the town. From there, you can go to other places. And when we went down about break time, I saw people coming out. Everybody well dressed up, you know, just the way you are, but almost three-piece, handsome, healthy. And then I reflected a street back here in Katsina on my school days. When I'm going to the mosque on Fridays, blind men, cripples, leopards, people in rags begging for what to eat. So I say, God, how can we understand? That impression is still there in me. You look at people coming out as if they made it up themselves. Very well dressed, handsome. Underdevelopment is terrible. That's the only thing I can say.
He was interested in science at the time. He was thinking of becoming a doctor. You know, he was born in 1942, you know, sort of the end of colonial era in Nigeria. They didn't really have a medical school yet at ABU. It turned out not to be a career path for him, although it was an interest. When he was finishing up secondary school, the Emir of Katsina, who was the neighboring Emir to Daura, was encouraging young, men from the north with leadership potential to go into the officers' training.
The Emir of Katsina then, he sent Hassan. It was no longer a profession for the poor. My height was a disadvantage to me. Then there were cadets only in government colleges. Zaria, Kepi in the north, I don't know how many in the south. The provincial secondary school, which was my school, they were not given army cadets. But the Emir of Katsina wanted to make a case to late Sardona that he wanted a cadet school, a cadet in his secondary school in the state. So the Sardona told the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister told the Minister of Defense. And then Katsina had a cadet, and then a retired ex-World War II veteran from Katsina was made to be in charge of the training. Just because of my height or something, I was picked to be the sergeant. So from there, I was impressed by the military discipline and so on. So when I left, I just went straight to the army.
And he was very attracted with the idea of uniform, discipline, and extracurricular activities like night exercise and drills that attracted him very much. And he was eventually, plus he had a few friends like Sheikh Eradua, may God have mercy on him, and Jega, Emir of Gondu, and Magoro. They were his classmates, and they all started, so that the hard instinct also had an influence in his decision to join the army. And he has never regretted it since.
It must have been something for him. I mean, he went into the army to be a soldier. Then there was a political crisis, the coup and the counter-coup, then the civil war.
This is where the value of fighting for country comes in, because at every point of his military training, he was taught, you fight for your country, you die for your country, and you do it with honor. And so the idea of splitting the country it just sent shockwaves through these people. Even though they knew some of these counterpart officers on the other side, they never saw it as Buhari never saw it as an Igbo thing, as an ethnic thing. He always saw it as the rebels. and the attempt to split the country.
His battalion, the 2nd Battalion Nigerian Army, he was number 2 in the battalion. They were the first to fire shots. A battle in which they were advancing and the opponents, the rebels, shot at them, and the fellow on his right was killed, the fellow on his left was killed. But he was unscathed. It was dreadful, dreadful. I was so afraid reading the dispatches to see the casualties, and I always pored over the casualties to see if his name was involved.
The Biafran Civil War was one where you didn't know you were going to survive. They were hacking their way through the rainforest, which was very different than the dry savanna in the north. And his men had to be sure to take health precautions, change their socks, not get fungus in their feet and things. So he was always concerned with the welfare of his men. I think even his critics would say this, that this was a young officer who took his leadership seriously.
And if I tell you that I walked across Nigeria from Benue State virtually up to the sea when we were fighting the Civil War, the 30 months of the Civil War, I was always in the front within the small arms range for the 30 months. I was never relieved. But when I was sent to India and the United States subsequently to do my training, people were saying, why always Buhari? But when I was being sentenced to the front, nobody asked, why didn't they bring me back to their headquarters where they have time to drink and dance? This is Nigeria.
There was a bloodless coup today in Nigeria, which is Black Africa's biggest and richest nation and the world's 8th largest oil producer. The overthrow of strongman Major General Yakubu Gowon.
Fellow Nigerians, events of the past few years have indicated that despite our great human and material resources.
So I heard you met the then Colin Buhari when he was governor of the Northeast.
Way back in the early 70s or mid 70s, I was a young student, aged about 18, 19, and he was then governor of the Northeast. He was military governor of the Northeast, and I was a young student activist as the Secretary General of the Students' Union in the then Northeast College of Arts and Sciences. And when Murtala was killed, I led the delegation of students to protest the killing of Murtala, demanding that the coup plotters be brought to book and be tried. Well, he was quite a very serious-looking military officer, and my impression of him was that he was somebody that was destined for the future to become an effective leader in this country.
General Shehu Yaradua, may God bless him, may Allah have mercy on him, told me how Buhari was made Minister of Petroleum in Obasanjo's government. They set the group who were naming ministers and governors and so on, and they said, who is the most honest and the most serious among the officers of the Nigerian army? The one with the most integrity, and they honed in on Buhari. So they appointed him Minister of Petroleum, and they all thought he will not get his hands dirty with oil money.
indiscipline, corruption, squandermania, misuse and abuse of public office for self or group aggrandizement, which had assumed debilitating proportions in the last few years, will be dealt with ruthlessly, no matter whoever may be involved.
It wasn't easy in the sense that I noticed a lot of things were going wrong, personally. People were looking for office just to be materially endowed or empowered. I thought it was wrong. I think leadership is a sacrifice.
It was clear to the senior officers, including Buhari, that the junior officers were going to do something if they didn't. And the junior officers were taking their cue from next door in Ghana, where Jerry Rawlings had just taken over, a young flight lieutenant in the Air Force, and lined up and shot the previous senior military people who had been ruling the country. So the senior military people in Nigeria thought, we'd better stabilize the situation. We don't want another, Jerry Rawlings situation here.
Buhari was not terribly keen. He wasn't terribly keen about it, but there was nobody to lead the change of government, nobody with the credibility and the integrity to, to convince the country that a change was necessary. It wasn't his choice.
We need to emphasize self-discipline and leadership by good example. Begin by drawing public attention to little but important everyday manifestations of indiscipline, such as
try to impose discipline on the country. So it was a kind of a culture clash between military culture and the Nigerian grassroots culture, if I may say.
The night of the coup, you were with him, right?
I was in Lagos and we had dinner and then we talked until about 11 p.m. Then I went back to my digs. We had no idea, no inkling whatever, something was afoot. In the morning, one staff came and told me, look, there has been a change of government. Your uncle has been deposed. The coups in Nigeria have a history of being very violent and very bloody. So I pray to God that they don't kill him or injure him or something of that nature.
The people who know him well said he was aware, but the only way he could have prevented it was to execute, 6 or 8 of the senior officers, and he wasn't willing to do this. I think he prevented a more serious situation, because when you start killing officers, who knows where it's going to lead. Now he's down in Benin. He's under house arrest. He's living in a cottage with guards. He figured that if Babangida wanted to kill him, he would be dead by now. So it was really a question of just marking time and using it to realize, well, this is the end of his military career, and it was possible for people to visit him, but only with the permission of General Babangida, who is now in charge.
He was detained for 3.5 years. I went to see him regularly every month in Akure and in Benin. Very restrictive, and it's very boring, and he didn't know what eventually the government would do with him, and he was only released on the death of his mother. But throughout, I think his spirit never for a moment broke, because So many people gave me messages to tell him to say, please write to Babangida and tell him, since he has taken over, let him go. He said, no, I will never write to him. I'll never talk to him. His spirit never broke throughout the 3.5 years.
Even though Jonathan Abacha was part of the military elite that toppled his government, out of patriotism, to save the government, he accepted to serve as the chairman against the advice of many of his close associations. He said, no, it is not about Abacha, it is not about toppling of the government, it is about the country. We need to save this country. We need the infrastructure has decayed. So he accepted the chairman, and quickly he assembled some professionals, largely young men, and we went into work.
If you go down even to our hospitals to check, we see, if you see linens that are curtains, shielding the beds, besides the few procurements, you will see PTF inscribed. If you see the roads today and you go through from north to south, there hasn't been any corner you will go through without seeing the project of the PTF. If you see hospitals with equipments, basically even in the theaters today, you will see that you will have the little, inscription of the PTF.
Nearly every week, some delegation from different parts of Nigeria were coming to see us in Kaduna, saying, look, you have to come and take care of have to come and lead this government. We're drifting. We're going back to the 1983 period. And he resisted this for a long time, until both political parties sent emissaries to tell him that if he wanted, they will give him the ticket to run for the presidency. He succumbed to the pressure.
On Thursday, 26th of April, 2002, we went to Daura, where he registered as a card-carrying member of the then APP, which is the second largest party after PDP at that time. I think it was 1,145,359. Yeah, that was his number in the APP.
I received a phone call, and they said I should help them look for a vice presidential candidate. That's Christians from the South. We couldn't make any headway, and we decided to lay down. Until January 15 at 12 noon, I received a phone call from the general. He said, I prayed my own way, and I want you to pray. I would like you to be my running mate. My first response was, thanks, but no thanks, sir, because I'm heading a group, and I've given them my word that I will neither join partisan politics or seek an elective office. But even within the group, they said, you have been positioning us for this. We are now saying you must take this. Long story short, by the time I called, Pastor Adeboye called everyone, contacted this and that, the rest is history. I had to team up with him to become his running mate. And it was such an experience that I cannot forget.
Character, credibility, competence, integrity, those are the issues. And by the grace of God, 2011, We will have a new president.
All the three elections were rigged, massively rigged. Let me give you an example. 2007, after our lawyer made his submission to the Supreme Court, I went to his office and I asked for the results of just one of the states. He gave me results of Imo State. I went over carefully over the results. And then they just say, PDP, that's Umar Yar'Adua, 25,000. Buhari, 5,000. Round figures throughout, round figures. The winner of the election, Umar Yar'Adua, himself said the elections were faulty, if you recall. After you know you won in 2003, rigged. You know you won in 2007, rigged. You know you won in 2011, changed, rigged. What will you do?
This is the third and last one for me. Since after it, I will not present myself again for election into the office of the president.
So he didn't break down in tears. He just broke down in pity for the system, for the country, and he said, I'll never do it again, never do it again.
So when this thing happened in 2011, it was worse than what had happened in 2007. It was worse than what had happened in 2003. So it is this thing, it is not the bitterness that he lost that worried him. And then he said, well, it will appear now nothing is going to change this thing. It's like, well, it's a country of over 150 million. I have tried my best. I have made my own contribution. My contribution is not recognized. And surely it's better to keep off from this.
This is his eldest daughter, Magajia. She suffered all her life with sickle cell disease, and then a confluence of events. A few days with the announcement, she also died. So that shook him very much. But I would say that the death of his daughter shook him more than the loss of the election.
That is what they call sickle cell anemia. There are people who are SA, there are people who are SS. So I think when the developed countries found about this sickle cell disease, they tried to stop marriage between AS or SS so that they don't have this sickle cell anemia. My first wife, my late first wife, unfortunately, I think she is SA or AS and I'm AS. So my two children, my first daughter and my first son, happened to be SS and they died of it. It was hard, but when I gave to my second wife, I asked who introduced her to me that she must be AA, so that if my child picked the S from me, he could only pick S from A from her.
So AS is not normally susceptible to the anemia.
So in 2013-2014, you decided to team up with the other opposition parties. How did that come about?
The PDP. We are so confident that nobody could remove them. And I think they just ignored even being careful. So we persuaded the other parties. The CPC, Congress for Progressive Change, which I was leading, the ACN from Southwest mostly, ABGA from Southeast geopolitical zones. I said, until we came together, there was no way we could remove PDP. I persuaded them, they agreed. Aswaju, Tinubu, from the north, from CPC, this was myself, and then from the southeast, Abga, Rocha Okorocha. So we got people from various parties to come together.
Now you had a strong opposition party, but you almost got killed before the election.
I think Kwankwaso was very generous. He gave me an armored vehicle, a Land Rover. He said I should be using it because he believes that the competition I am going on, I think there are people who really wouldn't like to compete with me. They would like to eliminate me. I said, okay. So I had to go to Kano, and I was using that Jeep. And a vehicle near the secretariat, federal secretariat in Kaduna, wanted to overtake us. My escort stopped them. But before we go on that overhead bridge, which was parallel to our filling station on the right as you are leaving Kaduna for Zaria, they just below the thing. And when I looked, I saw the pieces of human beings. People who are being blasted by the bomb. The chap who we were traveling with in the car on my left was thrown on my left because the bag, the crash bag, which the vehicle have, some of them, the one on my side was blown. The one on his side, I think, was not blown, so he was thrown on my left. And when I looked, I saw blood on my trousers and on my gown. But none of us, the two people in the vehicle and two of us behind, four of us, none of us were injured. But somehow I saw blood because of the number of people killed outside and by the blast of the bomb. And I came out. I was concerned with the dead people, but some people stopped our vehicle, pushed me inside and drove me home. And that was the end of it. That's how efficient the Nigerian security agents are up to today.
It is now my pleasure to hand over the certificate of return as prepared by the National Convention Planning Committee to the winner of the All Progressives Congress presidential primary, General Muhammadu Buhari, retired.
throughout the campaigns, and we went around in buses a lot, you know. We traveled from state to state, you know, and I recall in particular, we were at I think it was in Zamfara, where we saw these young people, and this always happened, of course, pressing themselves against the window of the bus that were driving, you know, shouting, say Baba, you know, Baba or yo-yo and all of that. And he said, look at the faces of these young people. He says, the expectations are high, very, very high. He says, and they expect us to do magic the moment we get into office, you know. Look at all of them.
Here in Kaduna, we voted for General Muhammadu Buhari, not because he's a northerner or a Muslim, but because we believe he's going to bring change. He's going to stop the insecurity, the corruption, and the callousness and the impunity.
That Muhammadu Buhari of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
I, Muhammad Buhari, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve...
Well, don't forget that I tried 3 times. 2003, I think 2007, and 2011. And I ended up in Supreme Court 3 times. The first time, I went to address the pressmen and some Nigerians that were very curious. I was expecting sympathy, but the group laughed at me. So I said, okay, God day. And God sent technology. With permanent voters card, PVC, it's very difficult, you know, to do what politicians used to do in Nigeria.
Well, some of us will claim credit to the fact that we are popular, but key is the character of our candidate. First, his character was essential to salvage the country. The country was in so much crisis, financially, security-wise, in every ramification.
This is the victory that is completely due to the support of the people. The normal elites, those who normally decide things, were all against this movement, and it came to victory. And I knew the country needed Buhari, and it has got it now. It is one of the best moments in my life. I didn't know I was going to be part of the government, but the fact that Buhari has won was just enough for me as a cause for happiness for this nation.
I remember that very, very day when the announcement was made. He from his office in Lobby to upstairs, he came down to my office, and I look at him, you know, in the he was looking in the ceiling in very pensive mood. After some 1 or 2 minutes, I said, "Sir, I would not like to congratulate you. I would rather pity you." He said, "Thank you. Thank you." So we went out, back to his office.
He is a man of inflexible integrity. He is also a very simple man, a very religious man, and also dedicated to Nigeria. If he has political views, is that Nigeria together is the best for all the peoples.
He's a man of his words. He's a man of honor. He's a man of courage. He's a man of uprightness. He's a no-nonsense man. He has never, for once that I know him, done anything that will advance his selfish interest, either for himself as a person for friends, for family.
He believes in the ultimate goodness of each and every Nigerian, including those of us who work with him. Yes, he will discuss challenges with you, but ultimately he always believes that you will do the right thing.
Muhammad Buhari, he listens a lot. He is not too much in a hurry to take decisions, and he is also very considerate. So Nigeria is a very complex place. You need to take measured decisions because every decision you take will impact on the lives of people. So, but he is a very, very thorough leader. There are so many adjectives you can use to describe Buhari, but truly, he is a leader whose time has come, and he has led this country very, very well.
Under normal circumstances, the leader will probably be sending his people or be asking you to do this for him. Buhari has never sent anybody to me in the last 7 years to do anything for him or for the person.
I've had the privilege of serving 7 Nigerian presidents in my public career. The styles of leadership are different, the circumstances are different, but as a boss, he gives you the resources to do your work. You can say anything about him or his policies, but nobody doubts his integrity and his commitment to ensure that public resources are very well managed and that he cares about all parts of the country, including those that may not have voted for him, conspicuously not voted for him in several elections that he has undergone in this country.
His driver took me from his house to go to Governor El-Rufai's house. And when we got to El-Rufai's house in Kaduna, his driver said, "Daddy," he was referring to me, "I'd like you to pray with me." I said, "I beg your pardon." He said, "I call you Daddy." I said, "I do not pray the Muslim prayer. I can only pray for you as a Christian." He said, "I'm a Christian. I'm a member of Ekwa Church and I'm born again. I've been driving him for 10 years. This is the 3rd or so electoral process that I've driven him." I said, "You are a Christian?" He said, "Yes." I prayed with him. That was very shocking to me. Second thing that I received as a shocker, a serious shock, we did the first flag off in Kaduna. It was such a mammoth crowd. And if anyone will push that day, there'll be a serious stampede. And then after the flag off, we go to his home and he's staggered. And he said, "Jesus Christ of Nazareth." I said, "Excuse me, sir?" Because I would have said, "Is that a swear word?" And he looked at me and said, "Pastor, you don't have monopoly of Jesus Christ." I said, "Okay." I calmed down, I left it. Then we were in Abuja. And early morning I was going to his hotel apartment, Presidential Suite at Transcorp Hilton, and I met his bodyguards at the door. And one of them said, "Good morning, sir." "Good morning, Daddy." I said, "Why do you call me Daddy?" He said, "You are our grandfather, actually, because our pastor is your son in the faith. We go to Lighthouse." And I say, what kind of a man is this? Never at once try to hinder my faith or to try to be irritated by me. And all around him, a cook and this and that were Christians.
So how do you cope with Abuja if Daura is noisy sometimes?
No, Abuja, I'm effectively protected by security and COVID-19. You see, security wouldn't allow people to be seeing me. They said because of COVID. So I am thanking the security and COVID.
Where do you find the energy? You'll be 80 in December.
Yes.
You walked from the mosque today. You've walked almost an hour now. So where do you find this energy? I mean, I'm younger and I'm tired.
Yes. If you were a village man like me, I think you would have been stronger.
There's a crazy one that was going around at one time that you are not Buhari. Did you hear about that one?
Yes, people said I'm somebody from Sudan. They even still mention the name. I didn't bother. Nigerians, when they don't understand things, they create their own mysterious way of explaining themselves.
Does it help that you have your sense of humor to find those things funny?
No, it's not funny because those who are advocating or who are making those statements, they just want to be cheeky. They want to distract attention from the main issue. Our main issue is do the infrastructure, make people aware that they need to work hard to live well. They just can't, enjoy life without earning the respect of their communities and so on.
After you leave the presidency,
yes,
what are you going to miss the most about the presidency?
I wonder if I'm going to miss much. I think I'm being harassed. I believe myself that I'm trying my best, but still my best is not good enough because there are people around that think that they can intimidate authorities to get what they want instead of going through established systems, and earn whatever they want to earn. There are still people who behave, who are clever by half, let me put it that way. When I left secondary school, I came back here. This is my base. Coup, counter-coup, civil war, coup, counter-coup, detention. I have gone through it all. I have tried hard enough. I think I have tried hard enough. The results are obvious, and I'm praying very hard that I will end up well.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said there's no media school, one vote and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies. The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
Hello and welcome to News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I am Mary Kanu. One more victim doctors who kidnapped 32 passengers during an attack on the Ekehen train station in Igweben, Edo State. The state government announced the development in a statement on Monday. The rescued victims were identified as a 65-year-old man, a nurse in murder with her baby, a 6-year-old girl and 2 siblings aged 2 and 5 respectively. It was learned that the gunmen attacked the victims while they were waiting to board a train to Warri in Delta State. Our correspondent Folashade Ogurinde has more details in this next report.
Bound train from Abuja, but this recent attack on Ekehen train station in Igweben, Edo State bears chilling similarities. Panic ensued on Saturday when unknown gunmen attacked the station and abducted no fewer than 32 train passengers. During a press briefing on Sunday, the Edo State Commissioner of Communication and Orientation, Chris Nekihede, assured that security personnel are currently tracking the abductors.
The kidnappers, most of them, came by vehicle, and as they kidnapped 31 people, some went by footpath into the bushes and scattered themselves around that area. This morning, the state deputy governor visited the scene of the crime to have an on-the-spot assessment of what had happened, and we are pleased to say that while we were waiting to begin this press conference, we got a report that the suspect has been arrested. One of the suspects was arrested.
The Deputy Governor of Edo State, Philip Shoaibu, who visited the scene of the attack for on-the-spot assessment, disclosed that the state has been experiencing pockets of attacks from persons suspected to be armed herdsmen.
It is normal with situations that we find ourselves. Why Edo, as it will not be a base, you cannot say the same with other states, neighboring states. So for us, it's like guerrilla warfare. They have been disseminated. They don't have a base, so they just come and go. So all of us, not just Edo, all the states around, Kogi especially, and other states around, have to also do the same.
Shoaibu also showed that all security apparatus have swung into action to ensure that all victims are successfully rescued from the abductors.
We will not want any stain in what we've done, and I can bet that there won't be stain. What we are concerned about now is to get these people out in safe and healthy. That's what we're interested in. And you know, whatever we have to do, the lives of these abductors are critical for us. So it's not something that we have to just rush. They are putting all their professionalism in place. Thank God some of them are out, but everybody has to be out.
Despite the attack, the managing director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation, NRC, has assured that the incident has not disrupted operations at the station, contrary to reports making the rounds. Folashade Ogurinde, TV360 News.
All away from security now to politics, President Muhammadu Buhari has assured that the All Progressives Congress APC is committed to the development of the citizens and the country as a whole. President Buhari made this known in Adamawa State as he joined the campaign train for the party's presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu. While thanking Adamawa State APC members for their unflinching support to him since 2015, President Buhari urged them to retain victory for the party and support its candidates at all levels during the February and March 2023 polls. On his part, the party's presidential candidate Bola Tinubu promised to continue to lead the party with integrity and set new standards in development projects.
I advise you to please be focused. APC came into the political field to make sure that Nigerians are recognized as the owners of the country. They are nobody's slaves, they are nobody's boys, they are fellow Nigerians. I would like you to make sure hard in the field, produce the food we need, pay your taxes, and make sure that our children go to school, that our unhealthy relatives get medical care. That's all we need from government. Security, education, health care.
We will defeat hunger. We will banish hunger. We will restore farming. Food storage will be there. Our women, my partner, had worked so hard for all of you, for all of us. Nigeria is blessed. We have integrity in Buhari. Whatever they like to say, in the Poverty Development Party, PDP, Poverty Development Party.
With barely 48 days to the 2023 general elections, Nigerian youths have been assured of playing vital roles in the All Progressives Congress administration if the party emerges victorious in the polls. The APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu, who gave the assurance during the Tinubu-Shatima National Youth Town Hall meeting in Abuja, described the youths as a source of inspiration. Tinubu further promised that he would make Nigerian youths job creators rather than job seekers through infrastructural development that would create opportunities for them to explore all the sectors of the economy.
To all of you who have given this support, pull yourself together. As member of the City Boys Club, as members of Nigerian youth, as ever-ready Nigerian youth, you've inspired me. You have told me you've chosen the sea today, but you've inspired tomorrow. You promise today so that we have to work hard for the inheritance of tomorrow.
We have come here to publicly declare our unalloyed commitment to go into our state, our local government, our ward, and our street, and our polling unit as Jagaban's army to declare and work for the victory of Asiwaju on February 25th, 2023.
Don't trouble yourself, sir. The Nigerian youths have asked me to tell you that you have won. This election, we are going to win it landslide.
And President Muhammadu Buhari says the election of Senator Aisha Dahiru Ahmed Binani as the next governor of Adamawa State will open opportunities for women in the country and send a signal to the world on Nigeria's leadership maturity. Speaking at the Lamido of Adamawa's Palace in Yola, the president, in a statement by presidential spokesman Femi Adesina, said he was in support of the gubernatorial candidate and will continue to provide moral support for her success in the forthcoming polls. In his remark, the governor of Adamawa State, Amadu Fintiri, thanked the president for various interventions in the state.
We are going to make sure that we speak to Nigeria State to make sure that Adamawa is picking the first lady candidate to be the governor in the state. We are here to give that our moral support because the ladies have been fighting us from a safe distance. Let them come close enough and taste what the men have been tasting.
The entire people of Adamawa are also indebted to the Buhari presidency for converting the former Modibo Adama University of Technology into a conventional institution with the mandate to offer all academic programs. This development has propelled massive empowerment and employment opportunities in the state, for which we remain eternally indebted.
We will not get tired for receiving you anytime. We are still waiting to receive you more moments before you end your tenure on the 29th of May, inshallah. We'll continue to pray for you, we'll love you, and we'll admire you as you spear the shield of leadership in this country. You have done well. You have surpassed what is expected of a leader. And it's our prayer that we have a very fair and transparent election.
Still in electoral matters, elections play a vital role in a society, and the secure and resilient electoral process remains a vital national interest of utmost priority. This is according to the Director General of the Electoral Institute, Saad Idris, in Abuja on Monday. Speaking on the sidelines of a two-day validation workshop of election security training resources, Idris said the outcome of the workshop will lead to an improvement in securing the electoral environment as the nation looks toward a free, fair, credible and inclusive election.
Before we train security agents for election, they already have a very good idea of their roles and responsibilities on election day. In that way, we believe that during their courses, during promotion courses and promotion activities that usually they go to their training institute and schools to do, they will already be introduced to election security, election process and procedures, so that by the time we are doing the 3-day security training for elections, they are already familiar with all the processes, with all the responsibilities, with what they are supposed to do, with expectations of their role and responsibilities of election day, which is by and large protecting our own INEC staff, protecting the election materials, protecting the voters themselves, and perhaps maybe protecting even our polling units and collation centers.
A coalition of interest groups in Nigeria says it has shelved its initial plan to drag the name of the country's central bank governor, Godwin Emefiele, through the mud in the wake of money laundering allegations against him. The group, composed of the Northern Leaders Coalition, the League of Professionals for Good Governance and Accountability, and Transparency Africa, had planned to halt activities at the Apex Bank and the foreign missions by declaring the CBN governor a persona non grata. The group was also desirous of inciting the Northern leaders to go against the governor and call for his immediate arrest based on allegations levied against him by the Department of State Services, DSS. However, speaking at a press conference on Monday in Abuja, the spokesperson for the coalition, Benga Gonzalo, tendered an unreserved apology to Emefiele, saying that the allegations are trumped-up charges aimed to sacrifice him for some section of political class, and pledged to work in concert with the central bank governor to ensure that the monetary policies get to grassroots and also for the betterment of all Nigerians.
Having weighed the detail of what was made available to us against the CBN governor, we have come to a realization that we are acting on wrong information, and we hereby tender our unreserved apology to the CBN governor for getting involved wrongfully and joining forces to call for his arrest. authorities. This action we sincerely regret and apologize. We by this officially call off and cease all planned actions against the CBN governor and urge other anti-CBN groups to join hands in supporting the creative and dynamic governor of CBN and its policies. This should also serve as notice to places we have written to disregard our request and provide necessary protection for him if the need arises, as we discovered the allegations and trumped-up charges aimed to sacrifice him for some section of political class. All political class is hereby warned to desist from fake news and blackmail as a way to ensure free, fair, and credible election come 2023.
As part of efforts aimed at giving back to the community, the All Progressives Congress candidate for the Koshofe Federal Constituency at the House of Representatives, Kafilat Ogbara, has organized a medical outreach for residents in Lagos. The outreach, which was organized in collaboration with the Lagos State Government, was held at the Oworoshoki area of the state. About 2,000 adults and children benefited from the activity that featured free consultations, blood pressure check, blood sugar screening, eye test, among others. Our correspondent Simisola Digu tells us more in this next report.
A healthy nation, they say, is key to a wealthy nation. It is therefore on this backdrop that this medical outreach, organized by the APC candidate for the Koshofe Federal Constituency, Kafilat Ogbara, in collaboration with the Lagos State Government, is organized. The organizers provided medical checks and drugs for such ailments as high blood pressure, malaria, diabetes, and eye problems, amongst others, for residents of Oworoshoki. Giving her keynote address, Kafilat Ogbara said the move is hinged on the promises of the APC to provide citizens with adequate health care towards sustainable development.
A lot of people have done the test this morning. They have seen the doctors, they have treated them, they have collected their drugs, and some are coming, they are leaving. We invited only people there to see the doctors. We did not invite politicians here. If not, this place would have been totally filled up. So we want the people that really need the healthcare services to benefit from it.
By 7:30, we had about 500 people already that have been given card to check, for registration. We had 500 people by 7:30. You can see by yourself that the crowd was so, we did about 2,000 cards. Almost 1,500 patients were here today. And these were not politicians. These are the people who really need the health service.
Beneficiaries at the event commended the Lagos State Government for taking interest in their well-being. They say initiatives such as this will go a long way in ensuring a clean bill of health for the less privileged.
I complain about having some issues with my health, so they do a general checkup for me. So the doctor gave me some medicine. So we really appreciate our incoming MHR, Alaja Kafilat Ogbara, who bring this kind of good health facility to this environment, Oworoshoki.
I came for eye complaint because I needed just a reading glasses, which I know that if I go outside to go and collect it, I know the amount of money I'm going to use it to collect it. So immediately I came, I didn't spend a lot of time, and they gave me my glasses.
While commending the residents for taking advantage of the free medical care, the Lagos State Commissioner for Health, Akin Abayomi, who represented Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, advised them to further prioritize their health by enrolling with the state-owned Ilera Eko scheme for overall health coverage.
If you imagine that you go to a hospital, by the time you come out of that hospital, your bill can be in the thousands, hundreds, thousand naira, if not more. But with Ilera Eko, for simple 8,500 naira a year, you can access most of the medical treatments that you require.
The event came to a close with the unveiling of the Kafilat Ogbara Foundation, an initiative set up to bring healthcare services closer to their delivery in Lagos State. Simisola Adigun, TV360, Lagos.
We'll take a break now and return with more stories. Just stay with us.
The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has fixed Monday, 12th December 2022 to Sunday, 22nd January 2023 as the dates for the collection of PVCs nationwide from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, including Saturdays and Sundays. All registrants who are yet to collect their PVCs or requested for transfer of registration, as well as those who applied for replacement of lost or damaged PVCs, can now visit INEC local government offices where they intend to vote to collect their PVCs. Collection of PVCs will be further extended to ward level for those who are unable to collect theirs at local government offices from Friday 6th to Sunday 15 January 2023. Thereafter, the exercise will be reverted to the local government offices of the INEC until Sunday 22nd January 2023. Remember, only those with PVC can vote on election day. Collect your PVC now to vote. It is your duty. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), making your votes count, consolidating our democracy.
Glad to have you back. In case you missed any of the news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. And now to COVID-19 stories and updates. The National Primary Healthcare Development Agency has called on eligible Nigerians to receive boosted doses of the COVID-19 vaccine. Executive Director of the agency, Faisal Shuaib, said this on Monday at a media briefing organized by the Ministry of Health on the update of COVID response and developments in the country's health sector. Shuaib said more than 50% of eligible Nigerians have been fully vaccinated against COVID-19, adding that the agency's target was to have vaccinated 70% of Nigeria's eligible population by December 2022. Also speaking at the briefing, the Director General of the Nigeria Center for Disease Control (NCDC), Ife Dayo Adetifa, said the agency is closely monitoring the Omicron subvariant XBB.1.5. And South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa is scheduled to convene a meeting of the National Coronavirus Command Council to discuss a new variant detected in the country this week. On Tuesday, the new COVID subvariant known as XBB.1.5 has also been recorded in the US and UK. It is an offshoot of the globally dominant Omicron COVID variant and is highly transmissible. President Ramaphosa confirmed Tuesday's meeting to local journalists and urged South Africans not to panic. South Africa recorded over 3 million COVID-19 infections at the height of the pandemic, the highest number of confirmed cases by any African country. We'll take another break and be back with business, international and sports stories. Don't go away. In business, the federal government says Nigeria may stop the of the first quarter of 2024. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Temipre Silva, said this on Monday at the government series titled PMB Administration Scorecard 2015 to 2023. Speaking of the series, Silva said by the first quarter of 2023, the 60,000 barrels per day Port Harcourt refinery would be partly rehabilitated and ready for production. The minister said in addition to several modular refinery projects in the country, the 650,000 barrels per day Dangote refinery is also expected to be operational by the end of 2023, adding that with the combined production of the Port Harcourt refinery, Dangote refinery and the modular refineries, Nigeria would end the importation of petroleum products. And Airtel Africa says its Nigerian subsidiary, Airtel Nigeria, has acquired 4th generation 4G and 5th generation 5G spectrums from the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, for a cumulative price of $316.7 million. Airtel Africa's Secretary, Simon O'Hara, made this known on Monday in a corporate filing on the Nigerian Exchange Limited. Speaking on the acquisition, Chief Executive Officer Airtel Africa, Segun Ogunsanya, said Nigeria is a market with enormous potential for future growth in mobile services. He said investment in new technologies and local infrastructure to enable growth is a strategic priority for the group, and the company will ensure they are able to provide reliable and affordable services to local communities across the country. And oil prices edged lower on Tuesday on expectations that further interest rate hikes in the United States, the world's biggest oil user, will slow economic growth and limit fuel demand. Brent crude futures for March fell 33 cents to $79 a barrel, a 0.4% drop, while West Texas Intermediate crude dipped 29 cents to $74 per barrel. Both benchmarks climbed 1% on Monday after China, the world's biggest oil importer and second largest consumer, opened its borders over the weekend for the first time in 3 years. On the global scene, tens of thousands of people in Brazil have held pro-democracy rallies in an angry response to the storming of Congress by ex-President Jair Bolsonaro's supporters. In the country's largest city of Sao Paulo, crowds chanted that Bolsonaro must go to prison. About 1,500 people have been held over Sunday's riots in the capital, Brasilia. This comes a week after President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva was sworn in after October's election that divided Brazil. On Monday evening, the 77-year-old new leader, widely known as Lula, visited the damaged buildings of Congress, the Presidential Palace and Supreme Court, together with the country's governors, condemning the terrorist acts and vowed to punish the perpetrators. And now in sports, Gareth Bale has announced his retirement from club and international football at the age of 33, bringing to an end one of the most decorated careers in British football history. Bale, who made a record 111 appearances for Wales, led his country from the international football wilderness to 2 European Championships, reaching the semi-finals of Euro 2016 and the first World Cup since 1958. The Los Angeles FC forward, who previously played for Southampton, Tottenham and Real Madrid, made his final competitive appearance during Wales World Cup group stage fixture with England on November 29, 2022. Well, that's our package this morning. Thank you for staying with us. I am Mary Kanu. Bye for now. Glad to have you join us on the program. I am Folashade Ogurinde. For the fourth year in a row, Nigeria has followed through with its January to December budget cycle. But that's the only consistent path, as the yearly budget has seen a significant increase year after year. For the 2023 fiscal year, President Muhammadu Buhari signed into law the appropriation bill with a total aggregate expenditure of 21.83 trillion naira. Buhari explained that the bill has an increase of 1.32 trillion naira over the initial executive proposal for a total expenditure of 20.51 trillion naira. So what does this 2023 Appropriation Act mean for the Nigerian economy? Paul Alaje, economic expert, joins me now for more insight. Well, as always, thank you very much for joining us. Now, the President has finally given his assent to the 2023 Appropriation Bill with a total aggregate expenditure of 21.83 trillion naira. Now, recall that this is, of course, an increase of 1.32 trillion naira over the initial executive proposal for a total expenditure of 20.51 trillion naira. So what do you make of this?
So I've seen that the President Buhari and his administration have passed the last budget, which is going to be under his supervision. It's a bit less than $50 billion, over 21 trillion naira. Government have said it wants to spend above 70% of this budget on recurrent expenditure. Is expecting significant part of this budget to to be on recurrent, both debt service and also non-debt recurrent. And government is expecting that significant part of the spending will come from borrowings, 6.655 for loans. For debt service, significant proportion is coming on loans. So I've seen what the president wrote. Significant amount is also coming from revenue. Government is hoping to generate more from crude oil and to generate the rest from non-oil sector. At best, with what the president has passed yesterday, I strongly believe that budget is not achievable. I believe that the budget is not realistic, and I also believe that the budget, in terms of revenue target, is what I said is not achievable. There are some good things about the budget. Because the issues government had with ASU that made ASU to stay at home for nearly 7 months or more should be laid to rest. Because ASU interests are being carefully taken care of in the 2023 budget. Eventually, the president have signed it. I've seen some infrastructure that government have done. For instance, Lagos-Ibadan, which I could say that Apple used the road about 4 or 5 times, that road is near completion. Just a few portions that is not done. And I've also seen on television the second Niger bridge that has been constructed by the administration. I would say kudos to them. I've also been to some northern part of Nigeria and I've seen what government have done in terms of infrastructure. I would say kudos to them. So for me, I've seen the positives of this budget, and I've also seen the negatives. I tell you another negatives I've seen in the budget. For the first time in recent history, we are going to spend more on debt service than capital expenditure. What does that mean? Less than 6 trillion naira is what is going on capital according to the budget. 6.55. That's more than 6 trillion naira. We go on debt service, not to pay back debt. So these are issues that we need to that has been observed in the 2023 budget just presented. I've just signed, I beg your pardon, by President Buhari.
In the 2023 budget, federal government has estimated revenue of 10.49 trillion naira. Looking at some of the current economic realities and the current deficit, how realistic is this?
The truth is that the 2023 budget is not realistic in terms of revenue target, and is a budget that may repress the people. And I tell you, government is looking at generating nearly less than 11 trillion naira of over 21 trillion. Approximately 50% of the budget is government is hoping will be willing to finance, and that by next year will be, by this year rather, it will be borrowing nearly 50% of the remainder from different markets, either through internal or external borrowing. And internal borrowing has implications. What government is saying is that between 2023 and 2024, Nigeria should be ready for higher unemployment, Nigeria should be ready for higher inflation, Nigeria should be ready
even for crowding out investment because of the volume or quantum of borrowing that government will engage in. Economy is interrelated. You cannot separate public sector from private sector completely. That said, on the other hand, government hopes to generate over 10 trillion naira. That has never happened before. I don't know what government will do that will make us generate 10 trillion naira in 2023. But if you ask me, we never met our revenue target 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2020, 2021, not even last year have we met our revenue target. So what are we going to do differently that will make us earn suddenly nearly 11 trillion naira? The truth is that it's not realistic, it's not visible. And I don't think we're going to do this based on the reality of now, except and unless later in the year we start seeing some magic or the new president that will come to the fore, start bringing some innovative idea. But if we judge it by what we are seeing today, yes, the truth remains that it's not realistic.
In aggregate, the oil sector is estimated to bring in 22% of total revenue in the 2023 budget, with the non-oil sector estimated to perform better.
We need revenue from all sectors, whether oil or non-oil. As a matter of fact, what we have seen in 2016 and 17 and some part of 18 is that oil sector revenue went down, especially in 16 and 17, then 2020. Then you saw a minute and insignificant growth in non-oil sector. And we say, oh, now we are now going to, non-oil sector is now the sector that is giving. Most of the revenue projection failures came from both non-oil sector and oil sector. So the two are very important. For me, we should look for how to generate more in oil and even more in non-oil sector. We will not say because we want to diversify away from oil or government revenue this time that we should look more into only non-oil sector. For God's sake, you journalists reveal to us the quantum of thefts, the quantum of national robbery, the quantum of fraud that was committed on our pipelines in Niger Delta. You journalists showed Nigeria. And it became an indictment of some sort on those that are leading us, that under their watch, significant proportion of our oil was stolen. Honestly, it's still a big worry. Two, for non-oil sector, I have said time and again that the Nigerian government at the federal stands a chance of realizing over 20 trillion naira. And for states put together, an FCT, they stand a chance of realizing over 40 trillion naira in revenue from non-oil sector. But when will authority be ready to earn what belongs to them? It's a question that is still begging for answer.
According to the federal government, the overall 2023 budget deficit is estimated at 11.34 trillion naira, which will be financed by domestic, foreign and other sources. How worried should we be considering the current public debt of 44.06 trillion naira?
So debt is a major issue for us. Debt is one of the reasons why we are having increased inflation. Government continue to borrow money, both from local market and international market. This has implication on the quality of money we have. This is one of the reasons why we need to continue to devalue. Many economists have not seen the linkage between why devaluation will happen, and also with this government endless borrowings without finding how to generate revenue or infrastructure to defend the quantum of what has been done, what has been borrowed. I tell you the truth, this has negative implication, is one of the reasons, not the only reason anyways, why the value of naira continue to dwindle, and that dwindling value of naira has the implication on inflation. So borrowing from both internal and external, I tell you what it could do is to repress our economy. Now the question is, on what are we borrowing? Of over 10 trillion naira deficits, maybe 11 trillion naira deficits that we have, 3 trillion plus will be spent on subsidy. 3 trillion plus. If you look at what we'll be using to spend on recurrent, it's even more worrisome. Let me say this. Half of the borrowing before, in 2016-17, what we heard is that we are borrowing our way to spend the money on infrastructure. What do you make of borrowing between 10 to 11 trillion naira, and you are going to spend only half, less than 6 trillion naira, on capital expenditure, which will not still spent fully and completely. But all the money is going to recurrent will be fully spent. So it's a huge issue, it's a huge concern, and I hope that authorities, even though it has been passed to law, but we start considering for subsequent budget, and I'm speaking to the next president and next set of governors to please reconsider the health of this economy as it continues to suffer from policy somersault time and again.
Speaking of expenditure now, recall that the federal government, through the finance minister, promised to reduce expenditure, but we've not seen any real commitment of the federal government in that regard. How much of an impact will this have on the economy?
Well, a lot of impact. Expenditure, spending, especially those that are recurrent, is having a lot of negative impact. If you ask me, we have expenditure of over 21 trillion. Over 6 trillion of this expenditure, over 6.5 trillion of this expenditure will go into repayment, not repayment, into service of debts. That's what you are looking for. You are looking for over 6 trillion of 21 trillion just to spend on service. We have 5.5 trillion, 5.9 trillion, which is not even enough, approximately 6 trillion going into capital expenditure. Then you have the rest, less than 10 trillion. Part of this less than 10 trillion will go into salary payments, but significant quantum, the important part of this money will go into government functionaries. At least 30% of the remainder will go into government functionaries. Maybe I should even say more. So when we say we should reduce expenditure, let's classify it. If subsidy was removed at about 3 trillion and we are not servicing debts, that is half of the budget. So if you are looking for what to reduce in terms of expenditure, subsidy is removed, and this subsidy is only for 6 months, by the way, over 3 trillion. Then you are not servicing debts. If you pay your debt back, you have 10 or above 10 trillion naira saved. Then you can convert those into capital expenditure. You are going to see sporadic growth. And that's why when we told people that we should stop devaluing, we should stop borrowing and look for alternative for revenue generation, they think what we're saying may really not be the case for now. But I wonder, if we spend 20 years to rehearse madness, exactly when are we going to practice it?
Paul Alaje, economic expert, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. Well, we'll take a break here, but Money Matters returns shortly. To stay with us. Welcome back. Nigeria's government has concluded plans to auction 7 deep offshore oil and gas blocks for the first time in 15 years off the city of Lagos. This is coming at a time the Nigerian government is trying to ramp up crude oil production and tackle the rising cases of oil theft and pipeline vandalism, especially in the Niger Delta region of the country. According to the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Binga Komolafe, the decision to auction the deep offshore asset is coming months after the NUPRC concluded the sales and allocation of 57 marginal fields, basically for indigenous players, after a long process to help improve the country's failing oil production efforts. Apart from marginal fields, Nigeria last conducted bidding for 45 oil blocks in 2007. The deep water offshore crude oil production, which is dominated by international oil companies, which have accounted for about 35% of oil output in the country. To give more insight, oil and gas expert Bala Zakar joins me now. Thank you very much for giving us your time. What do you make of federal government's decision to auction deep offshore oil and gas blocks?
Whatever the Nigerian government will do, or whatever steps she needs to take to make sure Nigeria ramps up production, is going to be commendable. I'm saying this because this time where energy crisis is an issue globally, nearly all oil and gas producing nations are doing fine. They are doing excellently well. It's only Nigeria that is not doing well. So regardless of the concession we're talking about, whether you're talking about onshore, shallow waters, or deep offshore, whatever steps that will be taken to make sure we bring production on stream should be taken. Because as I speak to you today, and I said that, quote me, in Nigeria today, we do not have up to 15 active drilling rigs. And if you don't have enough active rigs, there is no way you will be able to drill wells, whether you're talking about exploration wells or development wells. And if you cannot drill wells, you cannot produce. And if you cannot produce, you will not be able to meet up with your OPEC quota or your internal country quota to make sure you take care of your internal budget and budget deficit.
Now, do you see this strategy achieving the goal of revamping Nigeria's oil and gas production output?
Once, marginal fields are given out and we have active players and serious players, one way or the other, they are going to contribute their quota. And if they do that, of course, the total production volume will go up. So what we are saying is this: whenever there is going to be, whether licensing or you are going to award blocks, it should be done in national interest. And when doing that, competent people should be sought. First thing has to be competency in terms of technical capabilities. And after that, then you look for financial capabilities. Once you have financial capacity and technical competency, those companies or those bidders or winners are good to go.
Do you not think the problem of insecurity will scare away serious bidders?
One of the reasons why many investors were shying away from Nigeria was because of what I can technically call business climate hostilities. And before now, to be honest, I wasn't personally comfortable with the government of Nigeria, because when some of the oil and gas investors were trying to shy away from the Nigerian oil and gas basins or industry, the government was basically saying it was because they are going green. They wanted to divest into other sources of energy. But some of us who are practitioners in the industry knew that some of the companies were running away because of business climate hostilities. And the principal one was insecurity. And even when you talk about insecurity and you start dissecting it, crude oil and gas theft was one of the principal reasons. Because, it doesn't make sense if you go into an area, you invest so much and you cannot see your product. It was also a major problem, when you have your staff or personnel being attacked and their lives are threatened. But with the recent, recalibration of security strategy by the Nigerian government and the cooperation of the security agencies and some of the private security agencies, in addition to the national security agencies, I think we are beginning to see signs, that are very, very encouraging. And a lot of us believe that some of the oil and gas investors that were shying away from the Nigerian crude oil and gas industry are likely to see the Nigerian oil and gas industry as a very good investment destination or a very good investment haven.
Well, oil and gas expert Bala Zakar, thank you very much for your time on the program. It's a wrap on the program. See you again next time. I am Folashade Ogrinde. Bye for now.
It is a shame that those we elected to represent us are now turning to us with questions rather than solutions. If we can do it ourselves, why do we need them? A demand for good governance. My advocacy on the first week of the year will be to demand for good governance. Nigeria is plagued with very unfortunate managers who have consistently failed the country for many decades. We've got the poorest kind of leadership, and if you want to really know how poorly or defective a leader is performing in his job, take a look at how many people that are suffering under the leadership of this country. 133 million Nigerians living in multidimensional poverty. We cannot be weary in making the right demands from the relevant authorities and call for the prosecution of the leaders of the two main political parties in Nigeria, the APC and the PDP. Over the years, they have presented manifestos to Nigerians stating what they intend to do to change the country. And 24 years later, we have witnessed consistent and unbroken democratic dispensation. We are still in the plague of poverty, in dingy slums, counting our losses in hopelessness. When people are voted into office to make life better for the ones who voted them into office, and they go there to steal or remain in dereliction of their duties, they shouldn't get away with it. The consequences of complacency or sheer wickedness must be visited on them for toying with the lives and dreams of millions. For the better parts of our lives, our leaders have consistently breached the trust reposed on them to give the citizens a better life. Now they should pay for it. The governors of the respective states are collectively impoverishing their people. It is either they are building bridges, airports, or constructing projects that have no direct impact or bearing on the lives of the citizens. The local government is either redundant or it has its dreams and aspirations that cannot be realized for lack of funding and autonomy. The citizens, on the other part, are docile. The citizens hadn't engaged with their government enough on the matter under reference. So every state policy is made with the belief that the citizens cannot challenge it for any reason. The lack of transparency in governance at the state level and the concomitant docility of the citizens is a recipe for the lack of good governance at every state in Nigeria. Go and ask your governor how he spends your state's resources and funds. You have a right to know how your resources are spent. If you cannot demand for accountability from your state government, you have no moral justification to keep complaining. You are a plague unto yourself if all you do is to complain profusely without a strategy for self-redemption. Call on the State House of Assembly and its leadership. Ask questions. Speak up. Remind them of their oversight function. Challenge them to a debate on the state affairs of your state. Your engagement and conscious inquiries will make a difference. Start a campaign now and an advocacy for good governance right there in your state, and see how your little efforts will influence the state of things. I shall go to Rabbi again.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Deji Badimasi. Nigeria's Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, says it is very crucial for the country's lawmakers to approve a request by the president seeking to convert government debts from the central bank to long tenure bonds. The lawmakers had turned down the request demanding the conversion of $53 billion worth of the loans into 40-year bonds. Now, Zainab says the approval is crucial for the country's economic growth. She was speaking at the public presentation and breakdown of the highlights of the country's 2023 budget. And talking about the budget, it pegs crude oil price at $75 per barrel, crude oil production at 1.69 million barrels per day, the exchange rate at 435 naira 57 cent now per dollar. Inflation rate at 17.16%. And GDP growth rate at 3.75%. Now, with total expenditure pegged at 21.83 trillion naira and revenue at 10.49 trillion naira, the total deficit of the 2023 budget is estimated at around 11.34 trillion naira. The Minister of Finance said the deficit will be funded by fresh borrowings. Joining me now to discuss this further is Political Affairs Analyst Segun Shokweton. Mr. Shokweton, thank you very much for joining us on the program. You look at the figures, especially that huge budget deficit that would require borrowing for. I mean, what do you make of that?
You know, the deficit is very disturbing. It's been increasing progressively and systematically over since the entire lifespan of this administration, and it's become something of a habit for this government. Of course, the challenge with deficits, with having these types of heavy deficits, is how do you finance it? You know, and consistently over the last 7 years, this very heavy deficits have been financed predominantly, in fact, almost exclusively, by debt, foreign debt in some instances, some sort of local debt from capital markets and all of that, and then the ways and means, the very infamous ways and means from the CBN, ways and means loans from the CBN, you know. And I think this is the challenge with the deficit, with this very heavy deficit. I mean, if you have a budget of 21 trillion naira and 11 trillion out of that 21 trillion, which is way over 50% of that budget, is going to be financed, you know, by loans, by way of deficits, then you have a serious fiscal problem in your hands.
Now, you look at the revenue projection itself, and it's quite high in the sense that, look, when you consider the revenue performance of the 2022 budget and even the 2021 budget, we never made close to that amount of money. And now the projection is, revenue projection is in the region of 10.49 trillion. You think we'll be able to meet that target?
No, we almost certainly will not meet that target. You know, I mean, for a couple of reasons. First of all, I mean, if you just look, just like you said, if you look at the historical performance numbers, you know that, you know, this 10 trillion revenue budget is a pipe dream. Even by the minister's own admission, the 2022 budget performance, the revenue performance there was 87% prorated. So if you apply 7% of, you know, that same percentage to what we budgeted this year, then we wouldn't expect to probably achieve more than about 8 trillion naira. That's if we achieve the 87%. And obviously, there are so many factors mitigating against the performance of the budget. The oil revenues, which traditionally has contributed quite significantly to overall revenues of the federal government, sank significantly in 2022 as a result of the loss of production capacity and the very, again, infamous oil theft scandal. You know, so if the government is able to fix that, and really, I mean, all that requires is political will. So if they're able to fix that, then yes, maybe we can trend around that 87%. But if they're unable to, and bearing in mind that this administration is only going to oversee this budget up until May, you know, a new government comes on board before they settle down. You know, it takes a while, and even if that government happens to be from the same party, it is still a new administration, and it will take time to settle down. You know, so I don't expect any significant improvement in the revenue performance.
And from how we have struggled, I mean, as a result of this oil theft, now from how we have struggled to meet even our OPEC quota, and for the better part of towards the end of last year, we're barely able to do, say, somewhere around 1.1, 1.2 million barrels per day. At some point, it even fell down to around, production level now fell down to around 900,000 barrels per day. But now this budget is projecting 1.69 million barrels per day. Is it something that you think would be able to achieve?
We can achieve it, you know. It's not so long ago that we were trending 1.8 million. You know, the OPEC quota is about 1.79 or thereabouts. Let's just say 1.8 million barrels per day. And up until about 5-6 years ago, you know, so it's been a mixed bag under the Buhari administration. You know, there was the issue of the pipeline vandalism in the early days of the administration, and then that got sorted out. And production levels actually went up, you know. So yes, these things can be fixed. Now, it's not a pipeline vandalism issue. It's just simply oil theft, you know, and we all know what is going on with that. So if the government decides that they want to fix that, they will fix it and will achieve the 1.69. But I honestly don't think that they have the political will. So we probably will expect that over, just based on the last trend, we probably will be doing around 1.2, 1.3, maybe 1.4. Very optimistically, million barrels per day.
And that would certainly be a huge problem. Well, the minister did say that oil subsidy will be taken out. The budget for oil subsidy in the budget is around 3.36 trillion naira. That's a huge amount of money. So if that is taken out, that will certainly add to the revenue of the country. Don't you think so?
Absolutely. So what the minister has said is that this budget has provided only for subsidies for only up until June 2023, half of the year, and the amount provided is 3.36 trillion naira. So which means that if we had provided for subsidies up until the end of the year, we would have been talking about roughly about 7 trillion or thereabouts in oil subsidies alone. So it's a good thing that, you know, this is being done away with. But we're still going to spend 3.36 trillion on subsidies, and that is an unfortunate reality. I think it's something that needs to happen. You know, that's my own personal opinion. You know, but again, I think it must be stressed that our primary problem with this budget, with the budgeting in Nigeria today, and for as long as you can remember, is a revenue problem, where simply the government is simply not generating enough revenues.
Yes.
And if you look at the numbers, the revenue performance numbers, you find that even though oil revenues have declined significantly over this past year, but the other revenue sources, income taxes, customs and excise, you know, and all of those things are trending some as high as 150% of the targeted volumes, which means the government can do a whole lot more to improve on the revenues, you know, of federal government revenues. And then, you know, then things like subsidies will not be as big a deal as they are. The government needs to be very, very creative in looking for how to significantly boost its revenue generating capacity.
And obviously, I mean, that's going to be a very tough one for the incoming administration, especially when it comes to the issue of subsidy, because obviously, you know, the issue of whether to continue with the subsidy will definitely rest with the incoming government, because, I mean, the provision is only made for between now and June. So I'm just wondering, you think it's going to be easy for that government to handle?
I mean, look, whoever wins these elections is going to have a very, very tough time for the rest of this year because of this subsidy issue, but also because the economy is in a bad place. Inflation is trending well over 22% now, you know, and things are going to get worse. I mean, look at the exchange rates. You know, things are going to get worse before they get better, even if we have a government that means well and implements the right policies. So as far as the subsidy issue is concerned, it's a booby trap, you know, because it has now, the removal has been encoded in a policy document of the government, which is the budget. That by June, from the 1st of July 2023, there will no longer be subsidies because it is not included in the budget. So if the new administration comes in and wants to continue with the subsidy regime, and they may have to, you know, based on social considerations and all of that, then they would have to go to the National Assembly, maybe with the supplementary
And I'm wondering
budget.
where they're going to get the money to do that. Where are they going to get the money from?
Exactly. And there's the issue of how to finance that, and all of that. So it's going to be a tough ride. I would just like to tell Nigerians, first of all, we need to vote very smartly. And second of all, we need to tighten our belts. It's going to be a tough year, just based on what we've seen in the past 2 years and based on what we can see coming for the rest of this year.
No doubt. Even the IMF has said, the entire world is going to face a very tough year. And the finance minister said that much as well, that it's going to be a tough year. But let's quickly talk about the projection now. I'm talking about the inflation projection now, and of course the exchange rate. Inflation, according to the budget, is just slightly over 18%. That's what they are projecting. You think inflation is now at over 20%. You think by the end of this year, we're likely to see inflation come down to the region of 17% has been envisaged in this budget. And then help us to make sense of, this idea of putting the exchange rate at around $4.35 4.35 naira to $1.
Look, for the inflation situation, clearly the government is being unrealistically optimistic. And I say that because the drivers of inflation are not going to disappear over the course of this 1 year period. So what's driving the inflation? There are some external shocks, economic shocks, the war in Ukraine, the carryover from the COVID-19 pandemic, and the impact that has had on supply chains and logistics and all of that. There's that. And then on the local front as well, there's the insecurity issue. There's the flood that we had in October. That has also had an impact and will continue to have an impact into the better part of this year. So if you look at all of those issues that have been driving inflation, you wonder why the government thinks that inflation will suddenly drop by a whole 3, maybe 4%, from 21% where it is now to 17.9 or thereabouts, where they're projecting. I don't know where that optimism is coming from. I don't think that's realistic. So that there's that. Now on the exchange rate, look, everybody that knows any small thing about economics has said we have a fundamental problem with our fiscal policy with this exchange rate issue, in the sense that you've got an official rate that drives government business, that drives government revenues, that is significantly at variance with the rate that the rest of the economy operates based on. The parallel market rates as at early this week was trending around 730 naira to the dollar. Almost everybody in this economy operates at that rate, including businesses. Because if you go to the banks to try and bid for funds, you want funds at the official rate for whatever you want to do, whether it's imports, whether it's invisible services, payments for invisible services and all of that. You simply don't get this money from the banks. You put in your bid and then you have to wait weeks, sometimes months, depending on the amount of the volume of transaction that you're talking about, before you get this money stamped. Nobody can wait. You don't have the luxury of time to wait. So you go to the black market and you fund your transactions at 730 naira to the dollar. And here the government is benchmarking its budget at 435 naira to the dollar. Of course, it's the government, the official rate is the government rate. So yes, that's fine, but that divergence has to be closed up. It's creating a fundamental dislocation in the entire economic space, and economic management just will not make any sense when the rest of the economy is operating at a rate that is almost double what the government uses for its own businesses. It makes no sense.
All right, Segun Sokiton, thank you very much for joining us on the program, and thank you for those insights.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so very much. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back. Now, the forthcoming 2023 presidential election, like other elections since 1999 in Nigeria, has been characterized by endorsements of some presidential candidates by prominent individuals. Now, the open endorsement of the presidential candidate of Labour Party, Peter Obi, by former President Olusegun Obasanjo has elicited reactions from the presidential candidates of the APC, the PDP, and of course the NNPP. Back in September, the leader of the Afenifere, Ayo Adebanjo, had announced in a press conference that the group had decided to back the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, for equity and inclusiveness. In a similar fashion, the Ijaw national leader and convener of PANDEF, Edwin Clark, including the governor of Benue State, one of the aggrieved PDP G5 governors, Samuel Otom, have endorsed Peter Obi as well for the presidency. Now, the question is, are these endorsements actually important, and would they actually decide the outcome of the coming presidential election? Joining me to discuss this is political affairs analyst Jide Ojo. He joins us from Abuja. Mr. Ojo, thank you very much for joining us on the program. What do you make of these endorsements? Just how important are they?
Well, it's a culture that is associated with politics globally as a way of mobilizing support, as well as to market individual candidates. So we have high-profile individual, both politically exposed, captains of industry, religious leaders, traditional rulers, even media houses, endorsing candidates before elections. So it's a culture that is time-honored and not peculiar to Nigeria. In fact, if you go to US ahead of every major elections, particularly the presidential elections, you get these broadcast stations endorsing their preferred candidates and former presidents and all of that. So for us in Nigeria, endorsement may have its own value, but actually it would be very misleading to take endorsement for victory at the poll. Because there are two different things. Somebody can endorse you, and yet you may not win. You may not win. What the endorsement does is that it improves your image. It's as is said in local parlance, it's for the optics. The optics looks good if you are endorsed by a former head of state or by a former president, or by a religious leader, or by a traditional ruler. But remember, Goodluck Jonathan had many endorsements in 2015. He has endorsements, but he lost the election. And in 2019, Obasanjo even endorsed a different political party apart from APC and PDP. He said he was mobilizing the third force, and I think he adopted the ADC as the third force in 2019. But ADC didn't even have any significant showing. So endorsement has its own positive rub-off on any candidate, but it's not sufficient to win elections. More so from somebody who may not also have some credibility quotient in the minds of people. Because as it were now, people are questioning the performance of Obasanjo in the 8 years he was in government, the mismanagement of the resources, the autocracy with which he demonstrated in governance, the lack of internal party democracy within the PDP and all of that. So if somebody like that who does not have democratic credentials is endorsing you, it's just like what Donald Trump did in US during the midterm elections, where most of the candidates that he endorsed end up losing the elections.
But let's talk particularly about this Obasanjo's endorsement. Did it come to you as a surprise?
No, it didn't surprise me, given the fact that the former head of state and president always want to break. He wants to be in the news. Obasanjo enjoys clear-light. He enjoys limelight. He has been out of power since 2007, which is over a decade ago, and he wants to remain relevant. So he needs to do something out of the ordinary. And if he doesn't do this, definitely he will not be in the news. He will not be. We will not be discussing him today. If all he does is to do a secret memo to the president or to the candidate, if he does his endorsement behind the scene without public knowledge, if he shows his interest at the Council of State meeting, then definitely it will not be in the news. But, you know, he has become a famous letter writer. Maybe he missed presidency. He also missed being the UN Secretary General, which he contested and lost. But in spite of the fact that it doesn't come to me as a surprise, I must also hasten to say that he has spoken very well. The 6-page letter has a lot of food for thought, and it's in sync with my own take about the next presidential election. However, where I departed from him is that his endorsement of P2B is coming a bit late. I had expected, and this I mentioned on a broadcast station yesterday, that I would have expected that when the southern governors were all rallying support for a southern presidency in 2023, it should have been the arrowhead of that. You understand? It should have been the one, the arrowhead, the mastermind, the leading force to make demand for that with certain justifications. And if he does that, what I was expecting him to have done is to say, look, in 1998, the leaders of thought in Nigeria, the political leaders, the military elite, were all approached to compensate for the death of Obasanjo in 1993, death of Abiola in 1993. And they all agreed to allow Yoruba to be the next president after Abdulsalami Abubakar. Remember, you are a political reporter at DG. It was that political engineering that made us to have only 2 presidential candidates in 1999, where Olufalaye became the joint candidate of Alliance for Democracy and All People's Party, APP, yes. And Obasanjo became the candidate of the People's Democratic Party. And either way, a Yoruba man became the president. If Obasanjo has championed this kind of political engineering, all this 6-page letter reminding us of the war, the civil war of over 50 years ago, and the marginalization of Igbos in the political structure of Nigeria and all of that would not have been necessary, because he could have made this persuasion to his colleagues, his fellow brothers who have been former presidents. And if they had worked very hard, all they just needed to do is to get APC and PDP to field somebody of Southeast extraction as their presidential candidate. And today we would have been possibly seeing P2B and somebody else being the frontline candidate, in which case in 2023, come next month, we will have had an president in waiting or president-elect. But now, after all the 18 political parties have chosen their respective candidates, you are now making this persuasion as if others are not relevant or they have not paid their dues, and making emotional blackmail of having an Igbo president. It's good for the optics, like I said. I didn't actually expect him to endorse anybody else, given the fact that there is lingering beef between Obasanjo and Tinubu over their early 2000 beef. Then Atiku had also not been completely forgiven for what he made Obasanjo to go through in the lead up to 2003 elections. So he definitely have access to grind with the Atiku and Tinubu.
Let's leave the Obasanjo endorsement now, and let's talk about, you did allude to that when you were speaking, this issue of endorsement now from religious leaders. I'm just wondering, is it something good for religious leaders? Because we're seeing that now. We're seeing, for instance, religious leaders, especially among Christians. I mean, we can't deny that, especially among Christians, coming out, pastors coming out, reverends and what have you, coming out to openly declare and endorse, particular candidates now. Is that something good for, especially when it comes to a religious setting? Because I'm just wondering, in a religious organization, you would definitely have members of different political parties, different political persuasions and all of that. So would it be nice for the head of religious bodies whose members cut across to come out and say they are endorsing a particular candidate?
I share your sentiments, DG, and I also worry. I worry about this endorsement by religious leaders, even by traditional rulers. These are elder statesmen, people or leaders of thought that one would expect they will exercise a high level of circumspection in all that they do. I take exception to the religious leaders endorsing a particular candidate because it can backfire. It has backfired before. Recall that in 2019, there were notable religious leaders who endorsed Atiku Abubakar against Buhari. And at the end of the day, what has happened? Buhari won, despite they are not endorsing Buhari in 2019. I don't want to mention names, but you know them. You are a seasoned veteran broadcaster. So, and they have continued in 2023 with their endorsements and prophecies. And with prophecies, you also need to be very careful. We have had pastors saying they are the next president of Nigeria, even when they lost the primaries of their party. Yeah, I mean, how then do you want to be the president? You said God has shown you that you are the next president of Nigeria, then you threw your hat in the ring and you contested the primary and you didn't even win one vote. Is it that God is lying or that you didn't see well? We have also seen those who have said that God told them that so person will be the next president. We saw that a lot, even in the lead up to 2020 presidential election in US, where some religious leaders, even in Nigeria, were making predictions about US presidential election, saying that Donald Trump was going to win. At the end of the day, they were all put to shame. I recall a popular footballer turned pastor saying that God has revealed to him that Donald Trump was going to win that U.S. presidential election of 2020 November. But today, can anybody take him serious if he says that God has shown him who is going to be the next president of Nigeria? This is why they need to exercise a lot of discretion, a lot of circumspection, because if your own opinion is published or announced as the mind of God will dissociate himself from you, and you will be humiliated. And that is the danger of, I mean, I like Pastor Enoch Adejare Adeboye. He said, look, the reason why I don't endorse and why I don't vote is that I have a huge congregation where all political parties are represented.
Exactly.
So if I vote for a particular candidate, I will be seen to be to love that person more than others who may even be contributing to the church growth more than the person who I endorse. So people like that have applied wisdom in handling politicians who troop to their camp or to their religious worship centers for endorsement. To say, look, I pray for you, you will succeed.
Exactly.
And if I wish you well. But for people who stick out their neck and say, God told them, you are the next president, God told them, I have said this at a church where I was invited as a resource person to talk to them about 2023 election. This was sometimes in September, October last year. And one of the pastors of the church was asking me this same question. And I said, look, I do not support open declaration of support for any of the candidates. It's dangerous. What if that person did not win? How will you be viewed? People will start labeling you as a fake prophet, a fake bishop, or somebody who is not trustworthy, or somebody who is mercantilist. Maybe you have received money, that's why you endorse and all of that. So it's dangerous for religious leaders, and even by extension for traditional rulers also stick out their neck to endorse a particular candidate at the expense of others.
And I think you really have a strong point there when it comes to traditional rulers as well, because, you know, almost every election cycle, it appears it's getting worse. Traditional leaders just throw themselves into the fray and openly endorse candidates. And
I mean, look at what happened in Osun State. In Osun, where the traditional rulers were struggling, competing with themselves to endorse either Oyetola or Adeleke. At the end of the day, those who endorse Oyetola now, where are they facing? How do they look in the public glare? I recall the Ataoja of Osogbo was threatened that if Oyetola wins, that he will be dethroned. So he was lucky that
he was very lucky. He was very lucky because he campaigned openly for the candidate of the PDP.
That could have led to a political chaos, and you know that's why these elder statesmen, even if they are young in age, it is believed that they are on the throne of an elder, and they need to exercise caution and be less exuberant. Let them endorse. Let them not endorse, but bless every politician who comes to them, and wish them well, and that ends it. Not that you start granting press interview to say, this is my own beloved or anointed or preferred candidate. What if there are dynamics in politics that can change? Even today, what have also happened, and I did mention this in my column in the Punch this week, where I also mentioned opinion polling. You see a lot of opinion polling giving victory to a particular candidate, even when majority of the respondents said they are undecided. So if they are undecided, you have 54 or 56% undecided, 44% responded, and you are saying, oh, this is the person who is there. Things do change. 24 hours is a long time in politics. But I understand those opinion polling agencies, they are in need for money. They are business people, and whoever comes to them, he who pays the piper dictates the tune. But one has to be very wary about believing this opinion polling. This also has become part of our political culture, and we have seen that even in US, where they have sophisticated state-of-the-art equipment to conduct opinion polling, it does not always come true at every election. So one has to be very wary and less complacent with all this endorsement and poll surveys and all of that.
All right, Chidojo, thank you very much for coming on the program, and thank you so very much for your time.
My pleasure. Best of the year.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
That's how much we can take on the program this week. We thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said the media school, one vote and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies. The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
장애인은 우선은 사실 무언가를 잘 못한다. 그리고 일반 사회에서는 또 경제적인 효용성, 장애인을 포함시키려면 돈이 많이 들어 라고 하는 이런 편견들이 있죠. 장애라고 하는 디서빌리티는 사실 각각의 장애인이 내 등에 짊어지고 다니는 게 아니라는 거죠. 근데 그게 가지고 있는 것으로서 자동으로 장애가 발생되는 게 아니라 사실은 내가 가지고 있는 그런 결함들이 나를 둘러싸고 있는 사회적 환경 또는 사람들의 태도 이런 것과 부딪혀서 이제 상호작용을 할 때 그때 이제 장애가 된다는 거죠. 그들을 disabled 하게 만드는 거는 그들 자신이 아니라 우리 사회다라고 하는 거. 그러다 보면 이제 우리 동시대를 살고 있는 우리 개개인의 어떤 책무성 이런 것들이 좀 느껴질 거라고 생각합니다.
마음도 굉장히 예쁘고 부드럽고 정확하고 사랑이 되게 많이 주는 것 같아요. 근데 이제 대부분 자폐 증후를 갖고 있는 강박이라는 불안 때문에 겪는 어떤 도전적인 행동이 이제 오해를 일으킬 뿐이지 한소리 자체로서는 정확하고 사랑 많고 늘 나눌 준비가 되어 있는 친구 같아요. 엄마 봐요. 앞에. 늘 하는 얘기지만 뭐 스케치북이 감당이 안 돼서 나중엔 A4 용지와 한 문씩 하는 거를 하루 아니면 하루 반 만에 다 소진을 했거든요. 어떤 분들은 너무 그 그림 좋다고 하시는 거예요. 저는 너무 싫은 거예요. 왜냐하면 무슨 그림을 그리고 나서 자기 감정에 쑥 들어갔다가 거기서 막 헤매는 느낌을 받아서 그 한 소리로서는 너무나 큰 자폐에 있는 것 같아서 제가 그걸 빼내느라고 그림을 못 그리게 했었어요. 청소년기에는 이제 이렇게 그룹으로 할 때만 그리게 했고 어렸을 때 그런 상처 때문에 굉장히 예쁜 색을 다 칠해놓고도 그 위에다 검정색으로 다 뒤덮었어요. 근데 그림은 성장인 것 같아요. 그 아들의 그림, 어릴 때 그림을 쭉 보면은 이게 성장이고 심리적인 변화구를 볼 수가 있었던 것 같아요. 그래서 어렸을 때는 예쁘게 칠했다가 새까만 색으로 다 엎었다가 그 새까만 색이 없어지고 예쁜 색이 남아있다가 나중에는 선으로 또 자기 마음을 표현을 하고 점으로 표현하고 그렇게 그림 성장을 하는 것을 보게 되었습니다.
어릴 때 그 두돌 그때는 장애라는 생각은 아직 안 들었었고 겉으로 보이는 것은 하나도 뭐가 나타나는 게 없었으니까. 그런데 이제 굉장히 인지가 떨어지고 안이 산만하고 언어가 일단 되지가 않고 이제 그래서 이제 이것저것 검사하면서 나중에 이제 심한 학습 장애를 가진 지적 장애죠. 이제 그렇게 제가 이제 판정을 받았는데 그 원주에서 한 10년 살면서 굉장히 변로산으로 많이 뛰어다니면서 놀고 그래서 지금 그리는 것도 주로 다 그런 자연을 많이 그리는 게 그런 이유에서 그런 것 같아요. 굉장히 활발하고 명랑하고 사랑스러운 딸입니다. 혜신이가 정말 감성이 풍부하다는 걸 제가 알았어요. 그렇게 감성이 풍부한 아이니까 막 흥분해가지고 막 무슨 말을 하고 싶어서 막 뛰어와서 뭐라고 하는데 못 알아듣겠으니까 뭐라고? 그러면은 또 한 번 말할 때 그러면 그 다음에는 그냥 아니야 그러면서 이렇게 시무룩해서 가고. 그러니까 제가 그걸 볼 때마다 마음이 너무 슬퍼서 얘가 갖고 있는 이런 막 그 흥분되고 격한 그 뭘 봤을 때 기쁘고 막 이런 것들을 얘기하고 싶은 걸 말로는 안 되는구나. 엄마조차도 그걸 못 알아듣는구나. 내가 그러면 그림으로 한번 네 마음을 표현해 봐라. 그러면서 이렇게 그냥 그림을 그리게 해준 거지. 무슨 뭐 화가가 되려고 무슨 그런 생각도 해본 적도 없고. 그래서 하기 시작했는데 조금씩 우리 발달장애 아이들 몇 명이 그룹으로 선생님한테 이렇게 지도를 받았는데 그 선생님이 그러시더라고. 혜진이는 얘한테 참 독특한 게 있어요. 혜진이는 자기 속에 그리고 싶은 것들이 있구나. 이게 안 나와서 그렇지. 그러니까 그런 욕구가 강하다는 거를 선생님들이 먼저 알아보시더라고요. 그래서 그냥 조금씩 이렇게 해주다가 고등학교 때는 진짜 갈 데가 없죠. 그런데 고등학교 입시미술학원에 선생님께 부탁을 했어요. 특별히 가까이 학원에서 그냥 뭘 그릴지 몰라도 한번 데리고 있어봐 달라고. 몇 개월이 지나서 알았어요. 혜진이가 이렇게 꽃과 나무와 이런 자연을 너무너무 그리고 싶어 한다는 거를 어떤 기회를 통해서 알아서 그때부터 혜진이가 이제 쫙쫙쫙 그림을 그리기 시작해가지고 선생님이 이제 눈여겨 보셨어요. 그래서 고등학교 졸업하면서 바로 전시회를 해준 거예요.
WHO가 2011년도에 월드 리포트를 발간을 했어요. 근데 거기에서 밝히기를 전 세계 15%의 인구, 즉 10억 명 정도가 장애인이라는 겁니다. 근데 그 수치는 우리 7명 중에 1명이 장애인인 거예요. 그럼 제 주변에 7분 중에 1명이 장애인이어야 되잖아요. 제가 학교 다닐 때 그럼 우리 교실에서 그 많은 비율의 장애 친구들이 있었는지, 또는 내가 일하는 일터에 우리 골목에, 내가 사는 우리 집에 우리 골목에 7명 중 1명의 장애인이 있는지 없잖아요. 지금 수십 년이 20년이 더 흘렀는데도 지금도 그런 비율로 없거든요. 그렇다면은 우리의 다수가 살기 조금 더 편하고 이런 뭐랄까요, 경제 효용적인 사회를 위해서 따로 이렇게 잘 배치를 한 거잖아요. 그래서 프로텍션을 하면서 다른 비장애인들이 누릴 수 있는 그 여러 일상 속의 다양한 기회들이 있잖아요. 근데 이것까지 이제 송두리째 앗아가 버리는 거라고 저는 생각을 해요.
In the Asia-Pacific region, there are about 470 million people who are of working age, and data shows that disproportionately persons with disabilities have difficulties finding decent work, and this leads to increased rates of poverty among persons with disabilities. And we have found throughout history social exclusion and social injustices and inequality, they all lead to conflict and social discourse. So in order to prevent conflict, it is absolutely critical to make sure that everybody is included in these efforts to build a harmonious and just society.
제 개인적인 견해일 수도 있겠습니다만은 장애는 벽이 될 수는 예술에서는 없다고 생각합니다. 장애에 대한 그 편견은 학습이나 경험에 의해서 생긴다고 생각을 했어요. 인간 본성이 편견이 있다라고 말하는 사람도 있습니다만은 학습이나 경험에 의해서 편견이 생겼다면 좋은 경험과 학습으로 편견을 줄이거나 없앨 수 있다라고 생각을 했었고, 장애인들은 항상 뭔가 은혜를 받는 존재, 우리는 베푸는 그 존재라는 게 사실은 쉐어가 아니라 디바이드라는 개념이 강해서 그런 거를 깨고자 이번 전시를 마련했습니다. 이번 전시는 그 아셉 2020에 이어서 그 두 번째에 해당하는 그 발달장애 아티스트 특별 초대전입니다. 국내 작가들 그 43명의 100여 점의 작품으로 진행을 하게 된 그런 전시입니다. 예술의 전당은 저희 나라에서는 그 가장 큰 전시장으로서 그 보통 그 일반 작가들도 이쪽에서 전시를 한번 하는 걸 큰 영광으로 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 상업 전시에 이번에 틀을 마련을 해서 무조건 기회만 주는 게 아니라 제대로 된 좋은 기회. 그러면 사람이 이렇게 작품을 보는 눈도 달라지거든요. 그 장애인들에 대한 전시는 그냥 와서 봐주는 거. 시간 되면 가서 볼게. 공짜 티켓 줘. 이런 개념들이 컸습니다만은 당당하게 이 친구들은 자기들의 상상력을 수많은 시간의 땀과 열정으로 이렇게 우리들 앞에 선물을 준 거기 때문에 사실은 이거는 저희들이 정당한 비용을 지불을 하고 그 상업 전시로서의 자리매김을 해야 돼요. 그래야 이 친구들도 언젠가는 재정적으로 독립을 할 수가 있고 사회에서 저 친구들은 평생 우리가 경제적으로 도움을 줘야 돼. 이런 느낌이 강하잖아요. 그래서 그런 것들을 깨는 게 이번 중요한 목적 중에 하나입니다.
비장애 작가들의 작품들보다 더 상상력이 뛰어나다고 느꼈습니다. 네.
너무 멋진데?
주셔가지고
감사합니다. 네. 너무 멋져요.
작가님과 같이 사진 찍어서 되게 기분이 좋았는데요. 우리 이제 비장애인, 우리 사회에서 그분들을 충분히 받아들여줄 그 마음이 되어 있고 어떤 조건이 되어 있을 때 이분들의 재능이 사회에 기여될 수 있는 그런 기회를 줄 수 있지 않나. 그럼 그게 비장애인들에게도 도움이 될 수 있는 그런 장이 있을 거라고 분명히 생각하고요. 더 많은 이런 기회가 있었으면 참 좋겠다고 생각이 듭니다.
네, 사실 세상은 이미 본래적으로 다양하다고 생각합니다. 그런데 그 다양한 주체들이 그냥 있는 그대로 다양하게 참여하게 되면 그것이 다양성 있는 사회가 되는데 인클루전이라는 게 사실 어디에 내가 속하는 거잖아요. 그래서 이런 참여의 기회가 계속 보장이 된다면 자연스럽게 그 구성원이 다양해지는 거고, 그렇다면 그 구성원들을 위한 어떤 정책을 만들거나 제도를 만들거나 서비스를 만들거나 할 때도 자연스럽게 이제 그 다양한 목소리가 이제 들어갈 거라고 생각이 돼서 허들에 걸려서 못 넘어왔던 장벽이 없어지고 이제 자연스러운 이제 참여가 일어나게 된다면 저는 우리 사회가 조금 더 포용적이고 그렇다면 이제 다양한 목소리들을 내게 되는 그런 사회로 갈 거라고 생각을 합니다.
우리 모두가 조금 더 오픈해서 비껴주고 이해해주고 좀 참아주면은 더불어서 함께 잘 살 수 있다고 생각이 들어요.
이 사람들이 겉으로 보이는 모습과 보이지 않는 이 사람들의 내면의 생각들, 마음들이 세상을 보는 눈이 이렇게 찬란하고 이렇게 다정하고 이렇게 재미나고 벽이 없구나. 저는 개인적으로 혜신이하고 살면서 인생에 정말 뭐가 본질일까, 뭐가 정말 중요한 걸까라는 거를 매번 생각하게 되거든요. 효율적인 것으로 너네들이 보여줄 테니까 여기 있어, 우리끼리 갈게, 이렇게 하는 것은 실적이 좋아져서 좋을 수 있지만 과연 그것이 질 높은 삶인지는 생각해 봐야지 되는 거죠.
이 장애 문제는 각 가정에서 해결할 수 있는 문제가 아니에요. 같이 가야 돼. 사회가 같이 가지고, 그리고 이웃이 같이 가지고 더불어서 살아야 된다고 생각하는데, 공평한 건 뭐냐면 우리에게 없는 게 그들에게 있어요. 그들에게 없는 게 우리에게 있잖아요. 그거 사실은 교환하면 된다고 생각해요. 우리가 가지고 있는 건강함을 나누고 그들이 가지고 있는 다름을 우리가 받고 이러면 정말 멋진 세상이 될 것 같아요.
Happy New Year 2023. On the first day of 2023, President Obasanjo wrote a passionate letter to Nigerian youth and said it's their turn in the 2023 general elections, endorsing the Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi. It's the major news across the media in the new year and has generated a lot of debates. Some people say President Obasanjo can't even win his own ward. That's funny because all the presidents after him have always sought his endorsements. They so Ashwebi to see him and seek his support. Suddenly, he chooses a different candidate and is suddenly paperweight. I say Nigerian politics will humble you. They've gone seeking a 10-year-old letter from his daughter, Eyabo, in 2023 to her father to buttress their points that he's a paperweight. Some others say he just wants a president he can control. I'm not sure he controlled President Yar'Adua and President Jonathan. But whatever the permutations and machinations around political endorsements by elder statesmen and former presidents, endorsements are not the real issue. President Obasanjo has only one vote. It's the voice of the youth that matter. What's the decision of Nigerian youths going into 2023? Is it still money for your votes, or it's about which politician is related to your uncle or friends? Have we researched the candidates? Some people think the best candidates may even be in relatively unknown parties. That may be true. It's therefore very exciting to have a third force this election cycle. It used to be a decision between the devil and the deep blue sea. Whatever happens in 2023 general elections, Nigerians are winning. And I'm not just prophesying into the year, it's a statement of facts. There are many challenges facing Nigerians getting the best governance available on Mother Earth. But this year, 2023, like Pastor Adejare Adeboye has told us, we will stay hopeful and positive. There's still great things about Nigeria, and we'll focus on those. Have you collected your PVC? 7 million registered voters in Lagos and over 2 million PVCs still uncollected. If you haven't collected your PVC, you have to task yourself not to give up till you get it. The beavers make elections rigging difficult, so don't worry, your vote will count this year. For those of us with our PVCs, have you checked the INEC portal for your name? I did and didn't find my profile. The same PVC I've used since 2011. I'm hoping the portal I checked had a glitch on that day. Well, I'm headed to the closest INEC office to find out. I keep saying, let Nigerians have their choice of president. No need to fight or bicker. Everyone has a reason for choosing their choices. They have a right to those choices. What we should concentrate on is an issues-based campaign. Nigerians will create their own prosperity if the right infrastructure is available. Secure Nigeria. Restructure so every state is in control of its own wealth as well as development. Provide 24 hours electricity. Divest, and you will see all the other issues start to come into focus as they are addressed. But when the people aren't even sure they will come back home alive after venturing out to provide for their families, the economy will definitely suffer. The future of Nigeria is in the hands of the youth. The youth are the major voting bloc, and if all young people get involved, Nigeria will definitely change. Happy and successful 2023 to you. You will succeed this year. I met a friend on Facebook, a Zambian precisely, so we talked about migration, that's me coming over to Zambia for a good job. So I was into fumigations before I left. So when the thought came of relocating to Zambia, when I checked the economy of both countries, I found out that Zambia, though small, but their currency is quite better than Nigeria. Applied for visa, my visa was granted, I purchased my tickets, and then I left. I flew through Kenya Airline. That was on the 1st of June. I arrived Zambia on the 2nd. And then I called this my friend, and I told him I'm in Zambia. So where I was, he moved me to another lodge, a hotel. And that was where I was assaulted by him. He was even dragging my passport. He wanted to get my passport, my yellow fever vaccine card. But because I hid it very far, he couldn't get access to it. He tore my bag, went away with my BTA. It's $885, and then I didn't see him. He absconded. When he left, he didn't pay the hotel bills. He had gone with my money. I couldn't find my money in my luggage. So when I noticed that things were not what we actually planned, I had to become friends with a gardener boy in that hotel. So that previous night, I was asked to move out of the hotel because he didn't pay the bills. But I noticed that he and the receptionist were in good accordance, So I tried asking the receptionist, did that man tell you he was going to come back? He said no, and he's owing for a night, that I can't stay in that hotel. So they had to seize my luggage, seize my properties. I had to look for where to sleep. So that fateful night, I slept in an abandoned vehicle where I was almost gang raped by 3 guys. I had to start this Nigerian movie. I'm with HIV, I'm with this, I'm with that, So you want to, sleep with me and all that. So they made away with my travel documents, my return tickets and all that. They thought it was an envelope of money. So they went with it after tearing my jean and all that. But they couldn't have access because I started shouting. That was around 3 o'clock in the morning. I started shouting, creating scenes, so they ran away. When you leave Nigeria, and I left genuinely, but what I proposed wasn't what I got. So it was while I was in Zambia I discovered I was human trafficked. So it's real. When you go, you come back, you're alive, you just say, God, I thank you, and you pick up the pieces of your life and start all over.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom at this hour. I'm Simisola Adigun. The Nigerian Railway Corporation has blamed saboteurs for attacks on trains and rail stations. Saturday's abduction of intending passengers at its train station in Igweben in Edo State. According to the NRC Managing Director, Fidet Okiria, Some security measures had been put in place at its train stations across the country after terrorists attacked a moving train in Kaduna State on March 28, 2022. Over 30 intending passengers were kidnapped on Saturday afternoon when gunmen attacked the train station in Ugweben. About 48 hours after the attack, the state government announced that 6 of the abductees have been released. The new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, has inaugurated its 2023 Presidential Campaign Council, known as Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso RMK/2023 PCC, for the success of the party in the 2023 presidential election. Speaking at the inauguration of the council in Abuja, the NNPP presidential candidate Rabiu Kwankwaso said the RMK 2023 PCC is made up of 4 organs involved in the management of the council, adding that all organs will be working in sync for the success of the party in the presidential elections. Kwankwaso further said that the party would continue to work for a new and better Nigeria to kickstart from May 29. A former Lagos State Commissioner for Home Affairs, Abdul Hakim Abdul Latif, has been appointed as the board chairman of the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC. President Muhammadu Buhari on Monday approved the reconstitution of the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation Governing Board with the appointment of 7 new members. Buhari also approved the appointment of some new members and the reappointment of some existing members to the board. A statement from the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning said the new appointment and reappointment had become necessary to avoid vacuum. In COVID-19 updates, the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency has called on eligible Nigerians to receive booster doses of the COVID-19 vaccine. The Executive Director of the agency, Faisal Shuaib, said this on Monday at a media briefing organized by the Ministry of Health on the update of COVID response and development in the country's health sector. Shuaib said more than 50% of eligible Nigerians have been fully vaccinated against COVID, adding that the agency's target was to have vaccinated 70% of Nigeria's eligible population by December 2022. In business, the Central Bank of Nigeria has threatened to penalize commercial banks who fail to comply with the directive of loading the redesigned Naira notes in their automated teller machines ATMs. Ahmed Umar, the CBN Director, Currency Operations, made this known in Abuja on Monday at the training session for state directors of the National Orientation Agency. Omar said the purpose of the CBN directive was to implement the January 31 deadline for the withdrawal of old Naira notes in circulation. Last week, the CBN ordered banks to halt dispensing the new currency notes over the counter and to only make them available via ATMs. On the global scene, tens of thousands of people in Brazil have held pro-democracy rallies in an angry response to the storming of Congress by former President Jair Bolsonaro's supporters. About 1,500 people have been held over Sunday's riots in the capital, Brasilia. This comes a week after President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva was sworn in after October's election that divided Brazil. On Monday evening, the 77-year-old new leader, widely known as Lula, visited the damaged buildings of Congress, the Presidential Palace and Supreme Court together with the country's governors, condemning the terrorist acts and vowed to punish the perpetrators. In sports, Gareth Bale has announced his retirement from club and international football at the age of 33, bringing to an end one of the most decorated careers in British football history. Bale, who made a record 111 appearances for Wales, led his country from the international football wilderness to 2 European championships, reaching the semi-finals of Euro 2016 and the first World Cup since 1958. The Los Angeles FC forward, who previously played for Southampton, Tottenham and Real Madrid, made his final competitive appearance during Wales World Cup group stage fixture with England on November 29. Well, that's it on the newsroom. Thank you for watching.
The Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has fixed Monday 12th December 2022 to Sunday 22nd January 2023 as the dates for the collection of PVCs nationwide from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, including Saturdays and Sundays. All registrants who are yet to collect their PVCs or requested for transfer of registration, as well as those who applied for replacement of lost or damaged PVCs, can now visit INEC local government offices where they intend to vote to collect their PVCs. Collection of PVCs will be further extended to ward level for those who are unable to collect theirs at local government offices from Friday 6th to Sunday 15th January 2023. Thereafter, the exercise will be reverted to the local government offices of the INEC until Sunday 22nd January 2023. Remember, only those with PVC can vote on election day. Collect your PVC now to vote. It is your duty. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, making your votes count, consolidating our democracy.
I'm trying to say that machine has beauty. Already there are many people involved with recycled art. So this is recycled art, but I'm trying to show that when the machine has lived its when the machine has lived its normal life, and you put the engine into pieces, what you see there is quite beautiful. I mean, most of the time the machines are covered up. When they run in cars or motorcycles or in planes and so on, they are all covered up. But until you dissect them, you don't actually see the beauty, When we talk about beauty now, you're talking about beauty of circles, you're talking about beauty of squares, you're talking about beauty of cross-hatching, all kind of beauty. And then when, again in the hands of the artist, those beautiful parts are combined, then you have even more beautiful thing. In other words, the artwork or the scraps or the engine has reincarnated. Some kind of metamorphosis has taken place and it has a new life. So it is that new life that I'm presenting.
Beauty and the Machine is focused on recycled art, where he makes use of waste and discarded materials to create works of art. This time he repurposes these erstwhile worthless materials into embodying art and becoming more useful. And if you look at it, these are materials that in their ordinary form as waste, they are more harmful than when actually put in use.
Art is feeling, art is reflection. When do human beings stop feeling? When do they start reacting to situations around them? They continue like that. And so it doesn't, you don't stop feeling, you don't stop reacting to things like that, and you just continue to go. Therefore, there's no kind of retirement. You can only move from one idea to the other. Move from one idea to other. If you are, as a younger person, there were other things I was doing, there were things that interested me. As an older person, I had other things I'm interested in. But right now, I want to reflect on the environment with the materials that are recycled. Recycling is not actually a new thing, but the engine part of that brought out brings some kind of beauty, which I want to show.
So this is just one of the works that you would see that particular thematic focus. And this particular work, yes, it's still each of the works in general, they aside from being byproducts of waste materials, they all have a particular story they tell. So it's not just, we are not just pushing recycled art. We also have a thematic standing, which is the focus of the exhibition too. And this particular work, yes, it has the whole trado modernism touch, and it's still, well, we could talk. It's one work where you try to go in deeper to absorb it, to fully understand it. It's a work that talks about the hunter's victories, and each of these elements you see the rod. These are all car rods that have been welded together. You see the dancers from beadworks. You see the 3D cowries that have been reused and reused and reused. You see the PVC pipes which form the staff, which form the totem, kind of, that are all pointing to, or they are all making up these works. They are making up as the principal instrument of the works.
I am particularly struck by this shrine, where Onobrakwe has achieved this characteristic technique of being able to integrate materials from different sources to create something that has a mystical aura about it, as he has done here, for example. And by the word mystical, we are referring to something that looks mysterious, difficult to explain, but it's also fascinating. This looks like a typical Babalawo structure, but How did he manage to achieve this sense of the strange, the eerie? That's a particular potent force in his work. And then I'm also so struck by what you mentioned and what she described as tradomodernism, where he has placed metal structures along with metal structures and then replicas of chips, electronic chips, along textile forms and images he has created by his own hand. So how this idea of merging the electronic, the digital, the found materials such as an animal horn together to create one force is a demonstration of a particular motif in African class. Let me put it this way: post-classical African art, if whether in terms of literature or in terms of art. By post-classical, I mean art emerging from a period whereby it's a fusion of various cultures, Western and African. In the context of Onobrakweya, he's demonstrating a particular rallying cry of the Zaria School of Art, of which he is one of the founding figures. And their concept, as described by Uche Okeke, one of their main figures, one of their main theories, is that of natural synthesis, whereby you synthesize the Western and the African to create something original.
The African art has graduated into what you might call the post-African art. So what you see there, the statement I'm making is that that is a post-African art. In other words, it still does the type of thing that the old art does, but it does more than that. It reflects the life that we live now, not the life that our forefathers and grandfathers live. So I'm trying to say that there is a post-African art. Most people don't think that there's something like that, but there's post-African art. And what you see there is a transition between the old art and the new art, the contemporary art. So the contemporary art is really, in the country, in Africa, is a post-African art. You see the form. The form itself looks like the form of a guitar, like the form of a guitar. It's just that the strings this time now are poles. Right. What I'm trying to, if you look at the poles, you'll find at the end you have some kind of decorations there. Take one pole apart, and you see that it's like a scepter. So what this guitar is doing is trying to tell stories of some particular individuals who have achieved a lot, achieved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 important things in their life. So the guitars are emblem of achievements. In our country here, we are achievement-oriented society. And every individual, just look at every individual, there is something about their life, there's something they have achieved. And these things can come out in forms like stuffs like this that can be put in a place where they will be remembered. Ladipo market is like one Nigeria, because you see every ethnic group, every ethnic group there. It's there, and life spreads around. There are all kinds of experiences. People are preaching on one hand, they are dancing on the other hand, and sometimes they are fighting, and then they are buying things. And then important people have their cars by the side of the road and they are repairing it. So what you see in the Ladipo market area is a very interesting form of art.
If you're familiar with Prof's works, he's a very traditional person. He's very bent towards his culture, and it's really evident in his works.
For me, Bruce is a master, and this exhibition is further affirmation and confirmation of the talent that he has come to represent, the pride of Africa. Because when you see a mind that can put from trash such beautiful artworks, then we can only just increase our admiration for him and wish him many more years in this field of making us.
The younger ones, how are you, what are you doing, to bring up young people along this line so that, when you're not here, when you're no longer around, your legacies are maintained, there are people to carry on from where you would have left off?
Thank you for that question. I answered that question a long time ago by instituting a foundation and creating an informal education setup where I train young artists. But beside that, I have young artists working with me, learning and following my footsteps and so on. And I have people now who think the way I think and can carry on whenever I stop.
The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has fixed Monday, 12th December 2022 to Sunday, 22nd January 2023 as the dates for the collection of PVCs nationwide from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, including Saturdays and Sundays. All registrants who are yet to collect their PVCs or requested for transfer of registration, as well as those who applied for replacement of lost or damaged PVCs, can now visit INEC local government offices where they intend to vote to collect their PVCs. Collection of PVCs will be further extended to ward level for those who are unable to collect theirs at local government offices from Friday 6th to Sunday 15th January 2023. Thereafter, the exercise will be reverted to the local government offices of the INEC until Sunday 22nd January 2023. Remember, only those with PVC can vote on election day. Collect your PVC now to vote. It is your duty. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, making your votes count, consolidating our democracy.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Ema na ta mi ro hwe ore pigbe wu. Ema na ta mi ro hwe de pe wa wo lele bile ko yin re. You know go mi yan na dran de wuga. Lo wo lo iku do re. We no mi do wo lo do wa do lo. Wa wo lo wa.
I want to beg the government to talk to Femi Adelaja. When he's coming here, we bring the white boat. That the last one boat will come with it with many soldiers. Nobody can near the boat. So we are only begging God to help us.
Look at Toribami. Toribami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we settle you in another community. Toribami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body, they will kill you so that you will not be able to move front, to come and push them away.
Makoko community is an urban slum, which the Lagos State government considers a dent to its megacity ambition. The government wants to relocate and resettle the people of the community so it can redevelop the place. But the terms of relocation, resettlement and compensation are not clear.
For years, the Makoko, Shoguro and Okeagbon communities have made this place their home. But recent efforts to develop the waterfront threaten their very existence.
So where exactly does the government plan to relocate the locals? What happens to the fishing community? And how does a mega upscale property solve the city's housing deficit? TV360 Nigeria launched an investigation into the redevelopment plan of the Lagos State government and sought to find answers to these questions. Every morning, 55-year-old Godonu Ojo paddles his canoe to the Lagos Lagoon, just meters away from his ancestral home in Makoko to fish. Like thousands of other fishermen in the Makoko waterfront community, Godonu survives on the daily income he gets from selling his daily catch. But the reclamation activities of the Lagos State government, in partnership with the private developer FBT Coral Estates Limited, threatens not only the livelihood of Ojo and other local fishermen here, but also their homes.
I'm a fisherman too. I used to go to fishing, but when that dredging comes, there's a time that they put it on the water. That time the water flowed with it. When somebody passes, that boat will be there's something that's used to bring sand will disturb the person. Even though the big wave is coming, the boat can capsize. So we try to manage until they put it on the ground of water. But that thing drive the whole fish to the sea. So that thing now can drive the whole fish to the sea and drive them moving around. They will not come nearby.
From the fishermen who toil all day on the lagoon, to the women who smoke the fish, and then finally to the fishmonger who trades our wares at the popular Makoko seafood market, the survival of each resident is tied to the Lagos Lagoon. But residents say the sand-filling activities on the community waterfront has made fishing very difficult. According to the Lagos State Commissioner for Agriculture, Abisola Olusonya, the artisanal fisheries subsector of the state's fish supply chain presently contributes 80% of local fish production, which accounts for 40% of the state's total fish demand. She added that it also provides a major source of livelihood for fishermen in the state, and Makoko is one of the sources of the city's fish supply. But despite its economic viability, the Lagos State government would prefer that Makoko Iwaya waterfront community does not exist. Rather than cars and motorcycles, canoes bump into each other here in Makoko, an informal waterfront settlement in Lagos, Nigeria. It is often called the Venice of Africa, but its floating slum status where thousands live in wooden houses nestled on stilts in deep murky waters tell a different story. The multicultural nature of this riverine community reflects in the language, majorly Egun, Yoruba and French. Despite being a slum, life here is tranquil. Residents engage in routine business activities, offering various forms of services such as grocery shops, door-to-door salesmanship, canoe manufacturing workshops, and even schools that cater for both English and French-speaking people.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Trouble began for the community in July 2012 when the Lagos State Demolition Task Force stormed Makoko and began pulling down houses barely 72 hours after an eviction notice by the Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development. To speed up the eviction process, armed men set the wooden houses on fire. In the disturbance, one person lost his life and many others sustained injuries. Again in 2020, the Lagos State government announced the reclamation of 54.58 hectares of Makoko for redevelopment by developer FBT Coral Estate Limited. But this plan has been widely rejected by residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community.
torí bó ṣe wọ́n ṣe fún gbogbo wa àwọn èèyàn wa bó bá ṣe díẹ̀ díẹ̀ nísìn wọ́n á kó wọn kúrò wọ́n ní níbi kankan fi sùn sí gbogbo wa nìkan wà nínú bòté wà nínú ọkọ̀ bó bá níbi kan wá sùn sí kò dáa àlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́wẹ́ ọmọ pọ̀ mo fẹ́ afẹ́ kó wọn sí àlè kúrò ń bí but bí ìjọba fẹ́ tún àwọn sukùl ṣe fún àwọn ọmọ wa ó dáa.
I'm a graduate of BSP Polytechnic. I graduated there, and it's from this fishing money that I was sent to school. We have many students here. We have more than 200 students, more than 300 to 1,000 students that are schooling here. We are all trained, all sent to school with this fishing money. If there's something that place, how are we going to survive? How are these people going to survive? Fine, they are talking about development. I know it's not good for we to be staying like this, like wasted. There's no way, there's no place to put waste, dustbin, you understand, no good health center, no government school here. But we ourselves, we support their motion that said they want to develop, but it shouldn't be that way. If truly they will develop the community, they should come. We, the youth, the community, everybody will discuss in a democratic way. They can't just go there and impose dredging or impose any forced eviction on us.
There's no place that can be free to them other than fishing ports. I don't know where you want to take them to. I don't know where you want to develop for them. The only place they can live peacefully is at the fishing ports. So, no to the land grabbing. You know, we have experienced a lot of things, and now we have come to say no to the land grabbing, and let us not be chased from our homes.
The locals, made up of 3 fishing communities, Makoko, Okwagbon and Sogoro, have organized themselves on different occasions to protest the government's relocation and redevelopment plans. They say rather than build the much-needed infrastructure the community needs, the government is employing subtle means to steal their land and redevelop it for the benefit of the city's rich. In 2017, thousands of people in Otodogbame An informal fishing community were left homeless when officials of the Lagos State government and armed policemen conducted a forceful eviction. The raid led to the destruction of homes of about 5,000 people and the death of a man who, according to the Justice and Empowerment Initiative (JEI), was shot in the neck.
Look at Toribami. Toribami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we will settle you in another community. Toribami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now everybody now in Makoko community, all the people you have chased away, you have promised to relocate them in another community, which you didn't even do, and you now change them to they run into Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
These particular people are the people that break spoil Otorobame. They went to Otorobame. They sound feed the waterfront. They make it impossible for the people, the fishing people, to move outside. Since they can't move outside, they use the sound to block the waterfront and then wage war on them, calling the touts, the police, without informing the governor. So when they started this thing, they killed more than 5 people were killed during the Otorobame first eviction that took place in 2017.
In an apparent move to avoid public backlash, the state government chose to adopt a new approach of dialogue with the representatives of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. But things quickly turned sour when the locals felt sold out by their leaders, or bales, as they are called in the local language. Residents showed us an MOU where the bales signed an agreement with a private developer, FBT Coral Estates Limited, giving consent to the state government's proposed redevelopment and regeneration plans. The residents, however, argued that the MOU was signed without the general consensus of the community.
When they came, they proposed the plan. The youth, everyone in the community doesn't support their motion. So we said no. Suddenly they went to meet with the developer Femi of FBT Coral Limited. So when they met with Femi without our consent, they signed. We had at the sign. They signed an MOU. They signed a MOU. When they signed the MOU, we heard about it. We are not happy because we didn't meet together to discuss this. So we were angry. We asked them that we are not in support with this MOU they signed. So they were like, we are the leaders. Anything we want is that. Anything we want is what you take.
What I've learned so far, speaking with members of this community, is that while they are open to development in terms of better schools, healthcare and other infrastructure, they want all of this on their own terms. Now their fear is that these developers could take advantage of them and steal their land. Now they say that fishing is their primary source of income and any form of relocation is not welcome.
It is important to understand that the MOU speaks of several redevelopment projects that the community would benefit from, such as jobs and other social amenities, but a part which speaks of a displacement and resettlement at a later date worries the residents. The Lagos State government, on one hand, promises to redevelop the area and turn it into an upscale estate in line with the themes agenda of the state, but in the same breath, the MOU speaks of a relocation and resettlement of the locals. This contradiction raises 3 major questions. Since the MOU did not mention the construction of low-cost housing for the residents, how will the construction of an upscale mega estate be of benefit to the fishing community? Where does the government plan to move the fishing community to? And how would they be compensated? These are the questions TV360 Nigeria put forward in these letters to the Office of the Public-Private Partnership, whose special advisor is Okpe George. The Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development, headed by Ahmed Kabiru, and the Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, which was headed by Salako Idris at the time of this report. Sadly, all attempts to get a response from these 3 agencies who play vital roles in the redevelopment plan of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community have been futile. After an initial cancellation of a scheduled interview, by the Special Advisor to the Office of Public-Private Partnership, Okpa George. We finally got a response months into this investigation. In a signed letter, the Special Advisor gave vague assurances of the state government's resolve to work in partnership with the locals. His responses did not give clear and direct answers to the questions and demands of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. We have also tried to get answers from Felix Moka, who is named as a legal representative of the Makoko Iwaya fishing community in a memorandum of understanding. All calls to his numbers were unanswered and he did not respond to his text messages.
Despite several protests, reclamation activities on the Makoko waterfront continues. As you can see behind me, that's a dredging machine set up by FBT Coral Estate Limited to reclaim more than 50 hectares of land off the Makoko waterfront. Now, fishermen say the dredging activities, as they call it, has made fishing quite difficult.
While the questions of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community remains unanswered, the sorry state of housing deficit in Lagos is better explained in these numbers. An estimated population size of 23 million residents, a housing stock of 1.49 million units, and a household size of 4.9 people puts the housing deficit of the state at 3.2 million housing units. The Lagos State government is not unaware of this problem and says it has delivered 14 housing schemes in the past 2 years, contributing 7,000 affordable housing units. While this number of homes can barely solve the city's housing problems, these houses do not come cheap, as houses range between 4 million naira and 20 million naira. With Lagos having a poverty rate estimated at 8.5% and a vast majority living below extreme poverty levels, the construction of mega estates and even the low-cost housing estate is unaffordable for an average Makoko resident. This will further worsen the housing crisis and push more of the state's population into slums and, worse still, homelessness. To better understand the state's housing situation, I paid a visit to Lukman Oshodi, an infrastructure and development expert who led a research team in 2016 on the Lagos State government's past and present policies and projects that border on urban regeneration, housing and infrastructure development in the state, especially mega projects. Oshodi tells me some of his research outcomes.
If you look at the city of Lagos and the development orientation, all this resettlement, relocation, they are yet to be fully adopted as a culture of development processes in Lagos. If you look at development trajectory of Lagos, there is no way you can have a new development without some level of demolition and all that. But the process of going about that demolition so that it doesn't really expose the dignity of the people who reside in those places into danger, into ridicule. Those are the key points that need to come into play.
Sadly, the problem runs deeper than mere numbers suggest. When evacuations are carried out, families are torn apart and may never be properly compensated or resettled decades after. This was the case of some residents of Old Maroko who were lucky to be resettled in this substandard housing in Ikota area of the state. Now 70 years old, Roslyn Odimoko was a young mother and wife in 1990 when she and her husband lost their homes when the then military governor of the state, Raji Razaki, ordered the forceful eviction of more than 3,000 residents of Maroko.
When they give us notice 7 days that they're going to let everybody pack away, we think say that is a joke. Before the 7 days, they bring bulldozers, soldiers, surround all the whole Morocco. That day of 7 days, they start demolishing all the whole places. That's during Rasaki regime. That 1990. Like I myself, I sleep for main road for good 2 weeks because nowhere to go. I have children. My husband is there. Many people, we don't know where to go. 7 days notice to go house is how Morocco. Some people are sleeping under bridge everywhere. The government still call us when we are reporting. Where are we going? Where are we going? Then give us say that we come and take our allocation paper for this 80 years a year. We went there. Then give them. Like we have 2 houses. They not even give us 1. Some people have 3. Then give them 1. It's by luck. The house at Morocco is 10,000 houses. But the people they locate for this place, both Jakonde and this, it's not all to 6,000 or 5,000. You see, when this thing happen, then give us allocation paper. Everybody comes to find the zone house here, and when we get, some people get the place, they enter. When that time there is no window, it's uncompleted building. Yeah, no window, no door, no nothing. Like this breeze now, many people die because nowhere to hide themselves. Before we use zinc and everything, putting for the doors and this thing. After then call us again for roofers. Even they give us paper for the roofers for doors and the roofers, and we take it and come and fix it by ourselves.
While the eviction has been described as one of the largest forced evictions in Nigerian history, the people still face the threat of losing everything as land grabbers and encroachers threaten them daily.
February this month, this year we just say caterpillar just coming. They break sand, fill all these places. When they break, they will continue fill. When they break, they fill. When they break, they fill. We go and meet them and say, who say you this work? Because we know we not because they have gone and this OPC people. And then we cannot go and meet them. We send people go and meet them. Where are you coming from? Who say you? They say they want to develop care. If you want to develop, not be develop. If you never see us, why you say you want to develop this place? Nobody against developer. The only thing, if you want to develop, you have to come to our community and ask us, say, what happened? This is our landlord or this is a landlord. Well, we don't discuss with you, just continue to break our house. We just begin the drag. After when we drag, you don't give us any results. We have to go back. We go to, during that time, there's one court when they go for Yaba. We went to the court. We complained. They said we should bring our allocation paper for court. We submit all our allocation paper. Still, we tell the court, say they are breaking the house. Let's give us stop those people for us, Joshua. They say no, they cannot stop.
This is how they normally treat us in this community like this. You see these people you are seeing there, so it's accusing the landlord association. They are the land grabber and they are the agent of the land grabber. They are working for Manuel Eberu and they are working for Yemi Idowu, which is the aircon owner. So that is the way they threaten our in 2017-2018. They kill like our 4 or 5 men. When they come again this 2022 again now, there's an old woman, slum. So also a pregnancy woman also die in these cases like this. Even though around 2:30, they also tormenting. If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body. They will kill you so that you will not be able to move front. So come and push them away.
We're just about running up our interviews with the residents of Ikota Estate when a security operative who did not identify himself came to us and ordered us to pack up our cameras. He also accosted some of the residents. He said they encroached on the area, and he also threatened to identify them and deal with them if they do not leave that area. He was also seen filming some of us and the residents to leave. Now, in response, the residents have told him that this is their land, and they also tell me that this is the way these unknown security operatives come around to harass them.
Makoko isn't the only community in the threat of an eventual displacement, and Old Morocco is just one of several communities that have ceased to exist.
Believe it or not, this part of Lekki in Etiosa local government area, used to be a thriving town of Maroko, which more than 300,000 residents called home. Maroko was adjacent to Ikoyi and east of Victoria Island. While all traces of old Maroko has been destroyed to make way for this affluent neighborhood, the original residents make do with substandard housing given by the Lagos State government as compensation. The human and psychological effects of their eventual eviction and the apprehension of what the future holds reflect in the dynamics of human dignity, protection of aquatic life and preservation of indigenous communities in Lagos State. Folashade Ogurinde, TV360 News.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said Western Media School, one vote woman, and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The banks took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom at this hour. I'm Simisola Adigun. The Nigerian Railway Corporation has blamed saboteurs for attacks on trains and rail stations across the country, including Saturday's abduction of intending passengers at its train station in Igweben in Edo State. According to the NRC Managing Director, Fidet Okiria, some security measures had been put in place at its train stations across the country after terrorists attacked a moving train in Kaduna State on March 28, 2022. Over 30 intending passengers were kidnapped on Saturday afternoon when gunmen attacked the train station in Igweben. About 48 hours after the attack, the state government announced that 6 of the abductees have been released. The new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, has inaugurated its 2023 Presidential Campaign Council, known as Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso RMK/2023 PCC, for the success of the party in the 2023 presidential election. Speaking at the inauguration of the council in Abuja, the NNPP presidential candidate Rabiu Kwankwaso said the RMK 2023 PCC is made up of 4 organs involved in the management of the council, adding that all organs will be working in sync for the success of the party in the presidential elections. Kwankwaso further said that the party would continue to work for a new and better Nigeria to kickstart from May 29. A former Lagos State Commissioner for Home Affairs, Abdul Hakim Abdul Latif, has been appointed as the board chairman of the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC. President Muhammadu Buhari on Monday approved the reconstitution of the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation Governing Board with the appointment of 7 new members. Buhari also approved the appointment of some new members and the reappointment of some existing members to the board. A statement from the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning said the new appointment and reappointment had become necessary to avoid vacuum. In COVID-19 updates, the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency has called on eligible Nigerians to receive booster doses of the COVID-19 vaccine. The Executive Director of the agency, Faisal Shuaib, said this on Monday at a media briefing organized by the Ministry of Health on the update of COVID response and development in the country's health sector. Shuaib said more than 50% of eligible Nigerians have been fully vaccinated against COVID, adding that the agency's target was to have vaccinated 70% of Nigeria's eligible population by December 2022. In business, the Central Bank of Nigeria has threatened to penalize commercial banks who fail to comply with the directive of loading the redesigned Naira notes in their automated teller machines ATMs. Ahmed Umar, the CBN Director, Currency Operations, made this known in Abuja on Monday at the training session for state directors of the National Orientation Agency. Umar said the purpose of the CBN directive was to implement the January 31 deadline for the withdrawal of old Naira notes in circulation. Last week, the CBN ordered banks to halt dispensing the new currency notes over the counter and to only make them available via ATMs. On the global scene, tens of thousands of people in Brazil have held pro-democracy rallies in an angry response to the storming of Congress by former President Jair Bolsonaro's supporters. About 1,500 people have been held over Sunday's riots in the capital, Brasilia. This comes a week after President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva was sworn in after October's election that divided Brazil. On Monday evening, the 77-year-old new leader, widely known as Lula, visited the damaged buildings of Congress, the Presidential Palace and Supreme Court together with the country's governors, condemning the terrorist acts and vowed to punish the perpetrators. In sports, Gareth Bale has announced his retirement from club and international football at the age of 33, bringing to an end one of the most decorated careers in British football history. Bale, who made a record 111 appearances for Wales, led his country from the international football wilderness to 2 European championships, reaching the semi-finals of Euro 2016 and the first World Cup since 1958. The Los Angeles FC forward, who previously played for Southampton, Tottenham and Real Madrid, made his final competitive appearance during Wales World Cup group stage fixture with England on November 29. Well, that's it on the newsroom. Thank you for watching.
My name is Omotoyosi Olarewaju Ogunlende. I'm an artist. I studied art from the Yaba College of Technology, where I did my OND and my HND. And I graduated from the Department of Art. I majored in sculpture. My father used to love art though. He's late now. May his soul rest in peace. And my mom didn't give me any issues about me practicing art or not. So basically, I've got art inside me from while I was a child. I used to draw back then, and my mom used to sell some of my drawings for me in church. So I've had art in me basically. So I'm a born artist. Well, like I said, I started while I was a child. I started drawing from comics, you know. I pick up comics and I draw, and that's how I knew I think I've got some art, you know, art skills in me basically. So art has been inside of me basically. If you're asking for string art, basically I've been doing string art in a very short while now, say like 3-4 years now. Yeah, basically I've been doing string art. I ran into string art. In I think 2016, yes, at an art conference where I went with a brother of mine. I saw this dude he was just stringing on the wall, like on a long stretch, no particular design. He was just from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, like that continuously. And it formed this rays of different colors. And I was so, you know, it caught my attention. And I didn't even ask the guy what's his name. I didn't have any conversation with the guy. I just saw it. I took pictures that I lost some of them. I can't even find them any longer. So I just saw it and I was wondering, I came back to Nigeria and I was wondering, okay, that art that I saw, what's it called? What is it called? And I just went on Google and I was like, is it thread art? Is it nail art? Is it string art? And voila! And I saw different forms of string art, you know, from normal, you know, simple artworks created and into portraiture, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. And that's how I found myself into it. Following, you know, different artists who are into string art via social media, and it has been a wonderful followership and understudying some string artists in the diaspora. What made me focus on string art? Basically, I saw it as a different form of art. A form of art that you can liken to painting on canvas, you can liken to sculpture, you can liken to watercolor and the likes of it. So that's what I focused it because it wasn't that known, if I should say that, in this part of the world, in Nigeria. It wasn't that known in Nigeria, and it's still not known yet though. Well, achievement basically, Bella Africana had an award sometimes, I think 2017 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was nominated, and I know there are more achievements to come basically, but personally it has paid off for me. And like I say, is my found love. That's what I call string art. So I do string art even to the smallest piece. If it's possible for me to string, I will string it. Challenges basically is not a widely accepted form of art in this part of the world, because trying to push it out there, trying to market it, trying to get people known and all that. It has been challenging in such a way that questions like how durable is it? Does it last long, and what have you? I would say that has been the challenge, and also back to how you charge and all that. So basically that has been the challenge. So far so good basically. For me, the materials are readily available because you have here the armor, threads, and nails. They are all readily available, and the woods that I use, the boards that I use, they're readily available. So they are not too much of materials that are challenging for me to find around. So materials are readily available. It's just what you interpret with the medium, which is the nails and thread. Yes, what you interpret with it perhaps might be, a bit challenging, but so far so good. That has been wonderful. First and foremost, I would say displaying them at galleries, displaying them at art shows, art fairs, which I had a group exhibition last year, different strokes, with four artists, 2 females and 2 male. So I was able to display my works there, and I also leverage on social media, which is my Instagram handle. I also push it on social media, Facebook, which that's for many artists right now, that's our own gallery, So that's basically how I push it out there. People get to know it. I've got so many commissions via Instagram, and I give them the glory. My greatest achievement so far, because I haven't gotten to it yet, so far my greatest achievement has been impacting my knowledge, impacting my knowledge of the string art, steps, methods, and what have you of string art into children and even adults too. So basically that's been my achievement so far. Future plan basically for me is to be known worldwide as Nigerians' famous string artists. Basically, for me that's my future plan, and hoping to have a series of exhibitions locally and internationally. Say nothing brings money, but how diligent, how good, persistent, and creative you are with that thing you do, it will bring the money. Basically, that's it for me. Because likewise, you too, if you're not good at what you do, you won't be here. If you're not creative at what you do, you won't be here. So for me too, yeah, people who say there is no money in art. Now, would we say there is money in banking? Because I sit at the counter and I receive money, it's not my money. Do you understand? So for me, what you do with your hands, diligently, wisely, persistently, will definitely bring that money you want your way and the fame. Indirectly, I won't use the word train, say inspire. Do you understand? Yes. I've been able, I can't say how many people, because not everybody will come out and say, you inspired me, A lady sometimes back on Instagram, she's a cake maker. She just posted it and said my string art inspired her to produce this kind of cake, and I was, wow, oh, amazing. There's a lady too in Brazil that has been chatting me up, she's also a string artist and trying to ask me questions, how she can go about this, how she can go about that. So for me, it goes a long way. So you never can tell how many people you've been able to inspire or touch their lives. So that's why I coined it down to indirectly. I know I've inspired different kinds of people, either in the art sector or in whatever sector you can call it, but somehow, because other people too in other field have also inspired me, to also keep up my craft. So basically for me, I know I've inspired different people in different areas. nothing new, they say, under the heavens, you know. But for me, the material I use, which is the nail and thread, for me makes it unique because it's not a widely found medium of art in this part of the world. So basically, for me, the materials I use and how, well, that's what I've been told, how neat, you know, and firm, you know, my threads are usually on the nails. Basically, for me, makes it stand out. So far, so good. My work has been to the United States, which a private collector bought off me in Nigeria here and took it over there. So basically, for me, that's why I said it's work in progress. You get it. So for now, so far, so good. Yeah, we're working on going globally. For me, I would say it's an achievement being one of the recognized, you know, or the foremost, or the one who pushed string arts out there in Nigeria, which we're still working on, we're still keeping at it. For me, I would say it's not adding to my bank account though, but it's a plus though. Yeah, whether I like it or not, you know, it's a plus. People who know me to be the string artist and all that, which I gave myself that name, the string one, you know, but it's not yet, so to say, a name that will be, you know, on the lips of everybody. But I know very soon, someday, one day, it will definitely be. I can't say I've arrived, really, because work never ends. Even the topmost recognized artists, the Yusuf Grillo and the likes of them, you know, Baba Shinawa and Co, you know, they are still working. So for me, I haven't arrived yet. Really, sky is just the starting point for me. So I haven't gotten to that point where I will sit back and say I've arrived. Nah, I'm not God. Though I'm a mini God, but then I haven't gotten to that point or peak yet. Any hardworking, diligent, and focused person inspires me. And if I should pick from the world of string artists, there's this lady in UK, Debbie Smith. She inspires me with her works. She's a great string artist, a great artist basically. So she inspires me. And back home here, there are lots of artists. I can't start mentioning names right now, but there are lots of artists back home here that inspires me. As long as, hardworking, diligent, focused, you know, and at the top of his or her game. Yeah, that's what inspires me basically. I would lie to you. Yes, I do get injured. I even have a scar on my thumb right now, and oftentimes yes, I get injured, and you just stomach it and you forge your head. Basically, when you get injured, that shouldn't be a stumbling block. For you to say I'm not doing this. But I kid you not, it's not an easy medium. It's not, basically.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Technology continues to advance globally. Nigerian youths are ensuring that they take the center stage of the fast-paced world of innovative inventions. From creating impressive programs to inventing new products, Nigerian youths are daily enhancing the quality of life and entrepreneurship that has a huge impact across Africa and the globe. Hello and welcome to another episode of Startups with me, Abisola Adebayo. On the program today, we'll be talking to 2 of these geniuses that are using technology to enhance the country's development. In Oyo State, Southwest Nigeria, Olushola Ayola has established a center to train Nigerians on robotics and artificial intelligence. And in Lagos, Onyeka Owika has created an application that helps save power consumption. How exactly are these guys able to do all of this? I'm just as curious as you are, but we'll be finding out in just a moment.
What RAIN does is the first of its kind in Nigeria and perhaps in West Africa, because we receive applications from Egypt, Liberia, Ghana, and so on. We do training and certification in robotics and artificial intelligence, which is the future. And developed countries are already beginning to struggle to take a position there. So normally Africa or Nigeria should just wait for all of that to be developed first before we take interest. But RAIN is saying no to that. My name is Dr. Olushola Ayola. I'm the founder of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence, AI, is the technology of making machines perform tasks considered possible only with human intelligence. This technology has ushered in tremendous opportunities, leading to leapfrog development and attainment of economic growth and prosperity across developed and developing nations of the world. However, in Nigeria, the giant of Africa, the pace of innovation and artificial intelligence adoption has been slow, mainly due to the lack of adequate knowledge about the technology. Having lived and schooled in the United Kingdom for years, helping the country with developing ground and underwater robots and artificial intelligence, Olushola Ayola decided to return home and help his home country with the skill set and experience he's acquired. This electrical engineer was determined to prove that AI can improve the livelihood of Nigerians only if there can be enough Nigerian-based experts in the promising field. In 2019, he founded Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria RAIN, a foremost training, research and innovation center focused on the creation and development of artificial intelligence-enabled technology.
When I was done with my PhD and I was done with saving and I was done with working there, even though I was working in a robotics company that was helping the UK government to decommission their nuclear storage sites, I felt it was time to go and develop that skill in Nigeria for my people. Because many times when the UK needs to get a particular robot built, they do the design there, they send it to China. So China guys would actually build the robot and send it back to UK. And I felt, wait, why can't they send it to Nigeria? Because after all, I'm the one in the company that China will send it back to, and I'll try to get it back to standard. Unfortunately, whenever I tried to contact people in Nigeria, do you know how to use this? Do you know how to use that? They all say, no, we're not taught, or we were not taught very well, or we don't remember it because we've not been practicing it. So I felt, let's have a new kind of education system where we get projects to do, we get people to train, and we get research to do. So it's all busy. It's like a Silicon Valley of ideas here in Nigeria. And so we set it up. If we had said you can only come to RAIN if you are a computer science graduate with 2-1 or anything, we will be limiting a number of people. Because you would agree with me that many people are very good when it comes to hands-on, but may not be good when it comes to WAEC or NECO or all those JAMB exams. And so, for us at RAIN, to get into RAIN to study, you need to be above 15 years old. So that means you should have finished secondary school, and you should have a credit pass in your mathematics at O levels. That's it.
Ayola prides in the quality of training and infrastructure RAIN offers its trainees. He says the plan is to compete with standards from developed nations and produce the next generation of AI experts to contribute to the country's development.
It's been a series of eureka moments, like, wow, we did it again. Typically in Nigeria, and this is one thing we have learned a lot from the experience in the past, you don't set up an institution to look like the normal African standard, Nigerian standard. You have to raise the bar. So we were not competing with anybody in Nigeria. We were competing with the standards I met in the UK, which were my vision for Nigeria. You know, a school that is homely, the teachers are friendly, the environment is friendly, you have a hangout spot, you have a kitchen, you have relaxation, games and all of that. Then you have internet, you have power supply, you have facilities like you have the kind of ambience that makes you want to learn. You have projectors, you have all of the, all of those IT facilities that will encourage students to want to learn. We have all that. RAIN is actually taking care of unemployment in the future by providing the skill that the government or the people need. That's one. Secondly, RAIN is helping to attract foreign investment, because just by having a pool of talent in the area of AI, you're a leader, global leader. Now, when people look for AI solutions globally, they just go on Google and search artificial intelligence developers across the world, and RAIN puts Nigeria on the map.
Since establishment, RAIN has been experiencing a steady growth. Ayola says students in the tech field are eager to enroll and is also been receiving partnership proposals from the government, local and international bodies. Beyond this, the institution has been building and developing impressive artificial intelligence products.
It's been growth upon growth as we've been going. At first we were training only, and then later we started doing research for people, and now we're doing product development. So it's like we keep going higher. Of course, investors have been coming as well to say, can we buy this company off you? Can we take over? Can we expand it quickly enough? And I'm like, let's just all calm down. Let's see where we're heading, because I can't quantify the worth of the company until we get to a point where I can see everything from up there. We've had business deals, project deals with major companies. I can't mention their names now, but then about 3 major companies. One is on drone for parcel delivery, another one is on energy management, and another one is on waste management. Now, this is to say a few, because we have other engagements with government in some areas that we cannot talk about. But then, for us, it's a milestone because we started off as a training institution, and now we are moving into product development. And this is the curve that if we can continue in that trajectory, there is no way saying we've got to the end point yet. We haven't.
But these achievements did not come on a platter of gold. Ayola says setting up RAIN was not a walk in the park, especially in a country where electricity is a luxury.
Money is never enough. You want to set up a world-class institution, you're competing with people who spend billions and trillions to set up the same thing. So how do you set up the same thing with lower and lower budget? That was the biggest challenge for me. How do I make this place look expensive even though I'm not spending all of that money? Because I'm not the richest in Nigeria to be able to set up something like this. People walk in here and say, wow, billions have gone into this. Well, yes, billions, but not billions in money, but billions in ideas. Because my first challenge was, I must make this place look like $1 billion has been spent on it, even if I don't have that. And that was the first challenge. We did that. We did that very well. Then the second challenge is the power aspect. We run on 24 hours power. We can't do without power here. This is not a place where power will go off and everybody will be like, let's just wait for NEPA to bring light. We must have constant, because we do 3D printings. And 3D printings, you dare not wait for any second, otherwise you might lose the entire quality. So we do a lot of work, we do a lot of research, interfaces, meetings and all of that, and we need power. So the challenge there has been, how do we maintain steady power? The concept of generator, solar and all of that have come, but they can't meet our needs. We just need constant power from the government. But that's going to be a thing of the past now, because we are working on a project with a UK company on developing homegrown power solutions. And it's going to be a very large project. So one of the big power engines will be domiciled here at RAIN for demonstration and all of that.
Ismaila Surajo is one of the student trainees at RAIN. Surajo used to be a self-taught technician in his little village of Rubochi in Kuje Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory, where he's been inventing locally made tractors and machines. Surajo got a scholarship to study at RAIN in 2020 after inventing a local water provider in his village. In less than 2 years, the 23-year-old is now developing smart water meter.
I've learned how to program using my system. When I was in school, I can build a car, I'll be the one to control it. But now I can use my system to control it. I intend to become an engineer in robotic design. I can design a robot that can help the community to solve some problem. I make smart water control device. Once you put your card, it on the water for you. You can subscribe on my own water device. I have other projects I'm going to work on.
It's been sponsored by one of the people in government because he was given an award by the president in November 2020. And now he is developing solutions that will benefit his community directly. He's building a smart water meter that people in the locality can just slot in their card, their smart card, and water is dispensed in their bucket. So that way, what he's trying to do is to encourage lawmakers or people in government to donate boreholes to communities, because the people will not take it for free. They will pay a token using that smart water meter, and by using that token, the money for maintaining that facility, that water infrastructure, is provided.
Ayola has indeed paid his dues in starting up RAIN. His vision is to make an impactful change in Nigeria's development pace and education sector by imparting his knowledge and skills of artificial intelligence. And the company's milestone so far shows he's right on track.
Give RAIN about 5 years or less, and you'll be surprised that many things we look for outside would be produced in-house. And it's not going to be RAIN only, it's going to be offshoots of RAIN, people that RAIN has actually promoted or produced, and they are the ones that would begin to solve these problems. So if you look at 10 years from now, you'll see big entrepreneurs saying, I decided to set up this business after my training at RAIN, and I figured out that this was a major business need for the country. And of course, there you go. So we are really helping the country to prepare for the future now. The structure we've set up, fine, AI and robotics is not new in the world, but the structure we have set up for AI and robotics, no facility in the world has set that up. Where you do training and certification, where you do research and projects for everybody, not for your company. For example, Toyota, they have the Toyota Research Institute, where they do research in AI and robotics for their company only. But we are now setting up something that does AI and robotics research and product development for anybody. So what that means is that we are taking this to people's homes. So in the future, RAIN may be not a Nigerian-based company any longer, but a global body, competing with the likes of SpaceX and so on. Because we have all of that model embedded in what we are doing.
The technological advancement of any society is hinged on its ability to invent and innovate, as these are the cardinal bedrock upon which development is built and sustained. With RAIN's drive to nurture and train the next generation of AI experts in Nigeria, one can say the country is well on its way to achieving sustainable development. I'm actually excited for the country. I mean, imagine the potentials of these experts that RAIN will be churning out. Anyways, this next innovator will blow your mind. With his invention, you wouldn't even need to lift a finger to reduce your power consumption and control a lot of home appliances.
Okay, at Vin Global Technologies, we create solutions for human with our full home and office automation. And we do that with our OVO products and our OVO Smart app, where we make life easy for everyone. They can have total control of their home, their offices, and their hotels. And they can do all that without a human intervention using our OVO Smart app. They can control everything in their home and save the cost of their electricity bills. They can know who comes into their home at every given point. They can turn off the electrical appliances and every of the appliances at anywhere they are in the world.
Okay, my name is Onyeka Onwuka. I'm the CEO of Ving Global Technologies Limited.
Computer, turn on bedroom lights.
Okay. Who would have ever thought that in decades to come in Nigeria, words of mouth will be able to control gadgets without having to move an inch? From carrying out big tasks to attending to menial errands, engineers across the world are leveraging technology to make life easier for people. One of such innovative engineers is Onyeka Onwuka, a 32-year-old graduate from the National Metallurgical Training Institute in Anambra, Southeast Nigeria. Bothered by the high energy consumption plaguing his country, Onyeka decided to establish Ving Global Technologies, an engineering technology outfit, under which he developed a comfortable solution to help people control their home and electrical appliances from anywhere in the world through an automatic systemic app. He calls it the OVO Smart application.
It has been a very long time. I started developing this app. And the reason why I started developing it was I've seen people leaving their home appliances on. They left their home appliances on and went out and then came back and started complaining about their electricity bills being piling up, forgetting that once it's turned off, your electricity bills won't be reading. So I started looking for a way to help people do all that. I've seen people turn on their gas on and leave it. Then they forget to turn it off. They might be carried away seeing a movie, or they might be carried away watching social media. So I started looking for a way to help people do all that without human intervention. I started looking for a way to help people turn off their appliances off, turn off their gas. Then that was what led me to create the OVO Smart app. Let's say if you want to control the light, you buy our OVO switch lights. When you buy it, you don't need to change your bulbs, just the controller. So you buy the light and then remove, you don't need to break your walls. All you need to do is to change the fittings. If you already have the old fittings, the manual fitting, you just change the fittings and then use our fitting. So once you use our fitting, you sync it with the OVO Smart app, and then from there you can control your lights. If you want to control your gas, we have our gas controller that you can use in your gas cylinder. Then if you want to control your TV, you use our IR, our OVO IR controller to control your TV. You can use it to control your AC. You can use our OVO water heater switch to control your water heater. You can also use our gate controller to open your gates and close your gates. Ving Global Technologies will make sure your security is intact. Ving Global Technologies will make sure that your electricity bills is being slid down to 60%. Ving Global Technologies will make sure your comfort is what you need. It will make sure that you have comfort, total comfort. We'll make sure you have that easy lifestyle.
By connecting their devices to the OVO Smart app and the internet, users can control them all without moving an inch. All they need is a voice command, smartphone or fingerprints. Onyeka says the OVO Smart app is connected to all the OVO products designed by his team. The customers then connect the product to the appliances. When the customer then orders the app to do a task, he gets notification once the task is completed.
What our OVO Smart app does is whenever it does any command being said by you, it will notify you that it has done it. So let's say someone comes to your home and you unlock remotely. Once the person gains access, it will notify you on your phone that the person has already gained access. So you can see the person with your OVO camera and you can have a conversation with the person, and once you turn off your gas as well, it will notify you that your gas is being turned off. So it doesn't just turn it off and leave you blindly. So once it does the command you set, it will notify you immediately that it has done this for you. Even hotel owners, they use our sensors. Once you have a guest and the person check in, you can see it will notify you that a guest just checked in your room. So it will notify you as a hotel owner. You don't need to be in the hotel to ask your management what rooms we are fully occupied. Is my rooms fully booked? From your OVO Smart app, you get notification. You get notified that your rooms, if it's fully booked, you will get the notification. If 20 rooms we are booked, you get notification. So all those things, you get notification from anywhere you are in the world.
Onyeka launched the OVO Smart app in 2020. Working in a country where electricity is not stable, he says achieving this feat was not a walk in the park.
You know, developing an app, you have to do the graphics, you have to write the codes. So I did all that with my team. In my team, I have a graphic designer that designs the graphic that I need to do. The commands, I wrote the commands on my own. So the challenges I was facing that time was I need to always stay strong. The challenges I was facing was the power issue, because I have to test my app with a generator and also test my app with the power from the government. So if I want to test it, I'll have to wait for the lights to come so that I will test it. So those were the challenges I was having at the moment while developing the app. But after all said and done, it came out a success. I'm trying to set up the internet to be able to run the program using a minimal internet to charge in kilobytes and not in megabytes. So with 1,000 naira subscription, all your appliances will be running. And we also try to make it work with every internet providers like MTN, Airtel, Etisalat, every internet providers. We also try to make it work with all that.
Since the launch of the application, Onyeka says he and his team continues to work to improve on the application and introduce more features to make life easier for customers.
We have our competitors, and that is why we are working hard every day to make sure we give in the best quality. When we started our app, there was no virtual assistant. What I mean by virtual assistant is using your voice to control everything. You know, it's not every time you go to the app and start scrolling looking for the light that is on and off. So we brought in, because as each day goes in, we keep on pushing, and now you can sync our OVO Smart app with your Siri, with your Google Assistant, with your Alexas. So we keep on bringing the best every day. That is why we work hard to make sure we are at the face of everyone.
Since the OVO Smart app broke into the market, Vin Global Technologies have continued to record accelerating growth, and even though the tech firm is yet to get a major investor, it now has over 20,000 customers across Africa.
At first when we brought it out on social media, few people came to patronize us. They saw that it was good and they started spreading the news. They started spreading everything, letting people know that we are using this thing. Like our smart locks, there are people have been using it for 2 years, 2 years plus without no issues. So you don't need electricity to run the smart app. It uses a finger battery. So after 1 year, all you have to do is to change your finger battery. So people started advertising for us, people we don't even know. They started advertising our product for us because they've used it and it's working. So we started, we have influencers that helps us to do all that as well. And when the influencers does that, people use our product and see that it's of good quality, because we chose quality over quantity. So people saw that our products were of good quality, and then that was how the marketing level started. We started moving from places to places, going to real estate developers, showing them what we have, and from that we keep on. That was how we started expanding. Right now we don't have investors at the moment, but we have up to 23,000 plus customers. We have a lot of customers that are patronizing us already, and we have more coming each day. We have customers coming from South Africa, from Ghana, from Cameroon, from Sierra Leone, from Nigeria. We have people buying our product from all these African countries. We don't have investors at the moment, but our product is going because it's of good quality, and all our products are 2 years warranty.
Onyeka says the future projection is for his innovation to break into the international market and in extension save Nigerians from bogus electricity consumption, which makes them pay more.
In the next 4 or 5 years, I want our company, Vin Global Technologies. I want my company, Vin Global Technologies, to be talk of the world. I want us to be the #1 in automation system and all that. I'm making sure that every home, offices and facility have our products all over the world.
At a time when authorities in the country continues to seek a lasting solution to energy consumption and increased electricity tariff, Onyeka's innovation, if expanded, might be the light at the end of the tunnel.
I'm actually impressed by the good work these guys are doing to improve technology in Nigeria. Anyways, this is where we'll be signing out on the program today. Until I come your way next time, I am Abisola Adebayo. Bye.
Many thanks for joining our Sunday newsroom. I am Folashade Ogrinde. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has warned that the 2023 a month away faces serious threat of cancellation if the waves of insecurity in parts of the country fail to improve. INEC Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu further explained that the security personnel in particular and all election officials must be security conscious and alert to unusual activities in the environment and must be fully equipped to deal with any challenge. The governor of Benue State, Samuel Ortom, says it won't impose its preferred presidential candidate on members of the People's Democratic Party in the state. Ortom was reported to have expressed support for Abubakar's presidential bid in a meeting with PDP stakeholders in Benue on Monday, but reacting through Teva Akase, his advisor on media and publicity, Ortom described the report as false and mischievous, adding that the report was unauthored for selfish purposes. As part of measures to enhance the ease of doing business and ensure optimal service delivery to Nigerians, the Nigeria Immigration Service (NIS) has penalized 36 of its personnel for corruption, according to a statement issued on Tuesday in Abuja by the NIS spokesperson Tony Ekuneme. 4 were dismissed while 14 were demoted for various offences for which they appeared before the Orderly Room Trial Committee of the service. Akuneme explained that 4 of the personnel were discharged and acquitted, while 2 were redeployed to other locations. Islam's annual Hajj pilgrimage in Saudi Arabia will return to pre-pandemic levels this year after restrictions saw the annual religious commemoration curtailed over concerns about the coronavirus, authorities say. Before the pandemic, the pilgrimage drew millions each year to Islam's holy city of Mecca, home to the cube-shaped Kaaba that observant Muslims pray towards 5 times a day. The federal government says Nigeria may stop the importation of petroleum products by the fourth quarter of 2024. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Timi Persiva, said this on Monday at the government series titled PMB Administration Scorecard 2015 to 2023. Speaking at the series, Silva said by the first quarter of 2023, the 60,000 barrels per day Port Harcourt refinery will be partly rehabilitated and ready for production. Kenya Airways is experiencing flight disruptions due to delays in securing aircraft components required for maintenance, the carrier said late on Monday. The airline, which is one of Africa's biggest, may be forced to cut some flights if challenges of getting the parts persist. Kenya Airways, whose strategy hinges on connecting African travelers to the world and vice versa through its Nairobi hub, operates a fleet of Boeing and Embraer planes. 4 football coaches named in a National Women's Soccer League investigation into abuse and malpractice in women's football have been banned for life, the NWSL said in a statement on Monday. The punishments were part of a wide-ranging package of suspensions and fines against multiple individuals and organizations, which followed publication of the NWSL's findings last month in its joint investigation report. The league last month said it had found ongoing misconduct at mostly clubs after an earlier probe uncovered evidence of harassment and sexual abuse. And that's it from the newsroom. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
My name is Bintu Salihu Garba, IGB. From secondary school, I moved on to Kano Polytechnic. That's where I started painting. And I'm happy I was the first woman to start painting the Kano State. When I was a child, I used to draw. By then, I didn't know what painting was. I guess you understand what I mean. Then my uncle, then Aledidia, late, he now took us to London. That's where I saw paintings of master paintings, very beautiful ones at the National Gallery of Art in England. So from there on, I just love painting and I pick up interest from there. Because I noticed after every painting, a painter will now inscribe his name at the bottom of the painting. That was what inspired me. I said, oh, I would love to paint and then inscribe my name on that. From there on, I just pick up drawing and then I continue drawing. From there, it just leads to painting. honestly, if you say dominated by men, possibly it is only here in Kano that painting is dominated by men. Other places, painting, women do painting. If you say challenges, well, there are quite a lot of challenges, but I was able to go through it because the men I'm working with then, they were also helping me to see that as a female, they kept encouraging me, even the lecturers, they encouraged me to paint. So I now pick up painting and I continue doing it, and I truly, really worked hard to get where I am today. I started teaching drawing. I got employed into Kano State Senior Service Management Board, that is secondary school. So I continue drawing, painting, and then teaching at the same time, and then making money from there, because it's a job. It is what I do. You understand? It's what I do. I teach painting, I paint. People tend to commission me for some paintings. Some of them I will say flowers, some fruits, some vegetables, etc. I just continue doing it, and that's how I tend to make it as a business. As I've earlier mentioned, I told you I've been teaching for past decade now. You understand? So I guess I am passing this knowledge down. Now that I've come to this age, I'm in my studio, I allow teenagers to come. I teach them painting free of charge. Some of them, all they do is to buy the materials themselves. And then I do teach them, I do coach them, because you don't teach painting, you coach. It is some talent, like person has talent, and then you now coach him, you develop his skill. You understand? So that is what I do now. I get teenagers and even adults. Some of them are even interested. They do come to my studio and ask me, I would like to paint. I would like, fine and good, since it is what I've been doing for over 30 years now. So I now find it easier to even teach anyone that is even interested in painting. For over 30 years. I cannot tell precisely how many. Like I told you, it is school. I teach in school and I take many classes. You understand? And I've taught in so many schools now in Kano. So many schools. And all of these schools, no class is less than 45 students that I taught. For the past 30 years, that is what I have been doing. So how many I teach now? I cannot tell. But I know I have taught a lot of people painting. The outcome of it now, I can see people are developing interest in painting. And alhamdulillah, they see female in it. People are now coming out to appreciate painting. Like I forgot to mention to you that we have this Society of Nigerian Artists we are shouting out to people, getting people, reaching to them, so that they will now understand painting, and that it is not only drawing, it is a way of life, because some people don't even know that painting is a profession. They don't know it. So now myself and members of the society, we are reaching out to people to get them to understand painting and drawing as well. Over the years, my painting, I delve mostly in culture. Any environment I find myself, I now tend to go into I see the culture, the kind of people that are there, like I now work with what they have there. My painting is mostly culture and educative as well. Anytime we hold an art exhibition, I do sell painting, and besides, when I was in school, visitors used to come and buy my paintings. That is why I lost count of my painting. Then I didn't know I should be counting them. As I'm working, people tend to come in and appreciate the work. By the time I'm working, they will tell me, okay, if you are through with this, I'm going to buy it. Some, by then, I even used to give it free of charge. I didn't know it was something that I should be counting or something I should keep as a sign. But much later now, I come to realize that every piece of my painting is like a child to me. So from there then, I've started counting them. But the previous one I did, I cannot precisely tell their numbers. Now people are buying art and decorating their houses, and even places of interest now. And if you go around Kano, you will see that there are places that are decorated with paintings. You understand? So that is how we are reaching out to people. Even the government now, they do commission artists to come and do paintings in strategic places like what do you call it, recreation centers, even in hospitals. We even have paintings in hospitals where we educate people, you understand, on say a kind of disease. Like now we have this COVID-19 around. You need to see the kind of illustration painters are doing to make it easier for people to understand what they should do and what not should do. Of COVID-19, honestly, I've been able to make one or two paintings to illustrate COVID-19 here in Kano using the kind of materials I have around me. For instance, now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can, yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now. I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But would I go to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do? Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of getting needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists, to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them. Instead of them going outside getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release fund for agriculture, they release fund for education, they should release fund for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing and you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we're doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, you know, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. You are a client, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color you use, or acrylic color, you have so many media.
Deep inside Ekwe, along the Lagos Lagoon, more than 145 villages are tucked away, far from the bustling city life. Lagos State, a vast expanse of lagoons and creeks with substantial coastal terrain, is both a place of interest and enigma. a beautiful disaster. The seaweed from South America has taken over the lagoon, stopping life in its tracks. As far as the eye can see, water hyacinths create the sensation of endless green fields peppered with brilliant pink flowers. Women are giving birth depending on nature only, and their children are growing up, waiting for power and education, hoping for the future.
Kò jẹ́ ká jẹun abásíkì kò jẹ́ ká rí bí jáde tó olóyún ó máa ń bímọ sínú ọkọ̀ a lè lọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta ká tó gúnlẹ̀ sí tọ́ọ̀kì wàhálà yẹn wá pọ̀ jù rí bí jẹ àwọn kọ́sítọ́mọ̀ wa tó bá lọ sí ọ̀sà báyìí a máa gbé oúnjẹ lọ fún wọn lọ́hùn ni rí bí jáde ó dìtẹ́ ní wa nílùú rí bí lọ síbì kankan àdẹ̀rí iṣẹ́ kankan ọ̀sà là ń ṣe iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà là ń ṣe ṣó ti yẹn sìn ọ̀nà mọ́tò yẹn gangan tó wá bá wa ṣe kọ́dẹ̀ wá bá a la kìbí kan apá àkógbèmù kan bá a ṣe títì wa bá ti bá a ṣe títì wa à ní gbádùn.
From Ologbokere to Bodun, Oriba to Ibon. In coastal villages in Ekwe, people urgently need access to healthcare, clean water and sanitation, energy, and the means to ensure their livelihoods.
Omi mímu ó jẹ́ ìṣòro fún wa. Sometimes taba máa mu omi àfi ká gbé ọkọ̀ ká cross lọ sí other side láti lọ pọn omi borehole. Kí cross sí other side yẹn máa ń dojú kọ water hyacinth taba máa cross. Ìgbà míì ẹnu ọmọ mi lè lọ kó já lò 3 hours ní ìrìn tí yóò yẹ kó ju 20 minutes. Tí ilẹ̀ bá ṣú wọn ẹ̀fọn mosquito ló máa jẹ wọ́n tó máa tó wá fa àrùn sí wọn lára. A ò ní hospital tí ìjọba lè fi máa care fún. Ìṣòro ńlá là ń dojúkọ tí àgbàlagbà bá sick, especially tí àwọn obìnrin bá lóyún tán bá máa bímọ. Èmi ọkọ̀ la máa gbé láti bí ká tó dé Ìjìnrìn, èmi àti bímọ sínú ọkọ̀. Èmi ọmọ á bímọ tán máa bleed tó jẹ́ pé èmi faint ká tó lè dé Ìjìnrìn. Àdẹ̀ tí ìrọ̀gbọ́n dá sí di wákàtí ìjọba náà láyé ń wojú ẹ̀. Àwọn àgbàlagbà wa tán bá ti dàgbà díẹ̀ tó tútù bá ti mú wọn àti gbé wọn dé hospital náà wàhálà ni. Èmi tó jẹ́ pé ìrìn hospital tí ò jẹ́ kó ju 10 minutes or 15 minutes tó jẹ́ pé òbèlè kenú la máa lò ká tó lè gbé wọn dé hospital. Èmi àti dákẹ́ ká tó dọ̀hún.
Iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà ni ọkọ mi ṣe àdẹ̀ máa ń ẹja yẹn máa lọ ń tà so àwọn ìgbébùnrin tó bá ti ìgbà bíbá yìí ó máa ń wùkú wa àráyè ń jáde a lè lo 3 days 4 days ní ẹ̀yìn bíbá yìí a ní ráyè jáde rárá láti jáde lọ ta àwọn ọjà wa kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣàṣọ ìgbébùnrin yẹn gbogbo wọn iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe yìí òun la fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń bí la fi ń jẹun so tí gbébùnrin tábà tó wá ti lọ dẹ ohun kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó máa ń ba gbogbo iṣẹ́ àwòrán yẹn ó máa ń bàjẹ́ so máa pcc ẹ̀ òun dẹ̀ la fi ń manage la fi ń jẹun bí so tábà dẹ̀ ti pé nǹkan yẹn bàjẹ́ ṣá àbí kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sí ìfẹ́fọ̀ láti ẹ̀tún máa wá owó láti tún fi lọ fi ra nǹkan ẹ̀mí so àwọn gbébùnrin yẹn dẹ̀ máa ń disturb tẹ́ kó máa ń ba nǹkan yẹn jẹ́ so dẹ̀ máa ń pcc ẹ̀.
Mo jẹ́ ọmọ Ìkòròdú mo wá sí bíbá láti wá ṣe iṣẹ́ apẹja torí wọ́n máa pẹja ń lu yìí torí ẹ̀ mo kọ́ṣẹ́ mechanic mo nídìí owó torí pé iṣẹ́ tí mo kọ́ mo fẹ́ ra irinṣẹ́ mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe freedom torí mo wá sílùú láti wá owó láti wá ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀sà.
Nǹkan tí mo rí ìbáyìí ni pé bí ìbáyìí bó ṣe wà kò sí iná ń bẹ̀ wọn so school tó dẹ̀ wà ń bí ìbáyìí náà kẹrì kò tí sí tíṣà púpọ̀ níbẹ̀ kò sí tíṣà púpọ̀ ń bí ìbáyìí school tó wà ń bí ìbáyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ wọ́n textbook tó máa ń fún wọn ní ìgboro yẹn wọ́n gbé wá sí bí ìbáyìí fún wọn student wọn ní bí ìbáyìí kò dẹ̀ tí wá sí títì kò tún sí omi kò tún sí ẹni tí bọ́ọ̀ oríṣiríṣi àwọn bọ́ọ̀ tó wà ní gbogbo kò sí ní bí ìbáyìí so nǹkan tó ń tẹ́ wa ní bí ìbáyìí nìyẹn.
Basic sanitation is absent, since their source of drinking water, the lagoon, also serves as the main conduit for waste disposal.
We need to create a coastal development agency at the level of Lagos State that can look at housing, infrastructure, water supply, health system for these people. We need to make this environment comfortable for these people to live in. Lagos is not just about the central Lagos or metropolitan Lagos. First and foremost, we need a short-term intervention. Government needs to come and reach these people at their health, especially in the area of health challenges, water supply, and schooling. Secondly, as a long term, we need to create a coastal development agency at the level of state to address holistically all the problems encountered by these people.
This project is a call to action to support the sustainable development and human rights of these riverine communities.
The majestic River Niger, rising from the highlands of Guinea, it meanders through many countries to Nigeria, slicing through the commercial city of Onitsha and the beautiful Asaba on her way to the Delta, where she discharges into the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. Stretching to about 4,000 kilometers, River Niger is the third longest in Africa and provides livelihood to the people of the many communities on its bank. From here, they irrigate their farmlands and fish in its deep waters. Aside providing veritable mode of transportation, it is also a source of power generation. In fact, many people, particularly in Anambra and Delta states, depend on the river for their sustenance. Back in the day, canoes were the primary means of transportation on the river and served to convey goods and people from one bank to the other. But in 1965, 5 years after independence, the first Niger Bridge constructed by Dumez was completed. With the inauguration of the bridge, the main east-west connection in Nigeria was created. For Southeasterners, homecoming is everything. They return en masse at festive seasons to celebrate with kinsmen. But quite often, the frightening gridlock on the old bridge turns the homecoming trip into a nightmare. Femi Adesina recalls the harrowing experience of a friend who spent 6 hours trying to cross from one end of the bridge to the other.
That friend I had known long before now called me and said, please, what could I do? I said, what was the issue? He said he had been on the River Niger Bridge for 6 hours. 6 whole hours. He said, can I call somebody so that they can intervene and let the bridge flow? He said, 6 hours from the foot of that bridge, that when traffic flows, you can cross that bridge in 5-7 minutes. He said 6 hours they had spent on that bridge, and there was no hope that they would get to the other side.
But then there are those with more bitter tales to tell. On this same bridge, homebound families are known to have been trapped for hours and days on end.
I have slept there, so I can have a first-hand experience of the challenge. So in situations like that, it's a nightmare, because you may even come there thinking that you are just you have stayed 1 day. Some people tell you they have stayed 2 days, especially during festivities. It's usually a very major nightmare.
Aside the nightmarish experience of the users, the bridge also poses danger to motorists as a result of the heavy load it bears.
I've had awful experiences flying through that Niger Bridge. It has been an awful experience, where we have a dilapidated bridge that for so many years it has lasted. It was so dilapidated that sometimes you'd be scared that you might end up having your car get into the river. So it's an awful experience.
There has been lots and lots of tales about that place. We've had records of the bridge quivering, motorists on the bridge actually feeling the quakes and tremors from the bridge. So it was, in one way or the other, going to end up being a nightmare. It was actually a catastrophe just waiting to happen.
Now, 57 years after it was built, the second Niger Bridge is coming up quickly to alleviate the plight of the people, reduce the load on the old bridge, and boost the socio-economic potentials of the southeast.
The bridge is very nice. It's very good. So we believe that since the new Niger Bridge have passed, we believe that development can come.
Truly, the construction of a second bridge across the River Niger had long been identified as the panacea to the seemingly intractable gridlock and frustration on the old bridge. Until 2018, it was the subject of intense politicking. While President Shehu Shagari promised to build the bridge, General Ibrahim Babangida challenged Nigerian engineers to design it. From General Sani Abacha to successive governments, nothing much was done except perhaps for President Olusegun Obasanjo, who actually flagged off the construction of the bridge on the eve of his departure in 2007. His successor, Alhaji Omar Yaradua, had a short stay in office, but ahead of the 2015 general elections, President Goodluck Jonathan performed another groundbreaking ceremony and promised to do the bridge.
I remember that clearly. I was in my office, in the Sun newspapers, on that day, and I remember crystal clear that flag off and the things that were said about that bridge. And it's amazing that nothing happened. And then the then President Jonathan also went to that side. I remember clearly. That's why it's baffling that after all those body movements, nothing happened.
It was being used for politics. Every 4 years, they do flag off, they do ceremony. After the flag off, they remove everything, and then the bridge is forgotten. After another 4 years, after every election period, canopies are set, and then another flag off. So that was why when the president now gave his word, knowing who he is, that he's going to do this bridge, considered it a flagship project, and then followed through. Today we're no more talking about flag off, we're now talking of commissioning.
The era that was most significant vis-a-vis Second Niger Bridge was the 16 years of the People's Democratic Party. Anytime elections were approaching, they would go there, make some body movements as if things were going to happen concerning the Second Niger Bridge. Once elections came and they got the votes of the Southeasterners, they disappeared. The next time, when elections were coming again, they would pretend that there was movement on Second Niger Bridge and it would fizzle out again. Then came Muhammadu Buhari, a man from the northwest of the country, from Dara. In terms of affinity with the southeast, it's not much, except that we're all Nigerians.
Interestingly, while little was done during the period of bumper harvests from oil sales, President Muhammadu Buhari, who arrived the scene at a time of lean financial resources, became the game changer. Without the boastful promises and grandstanding of the past, President Buhari plunged headlong into the project. Today, he has succeeded where others before him failed.
I think I'm going to say it unequivocally that President Muhammadu Buhari, that is one of the greatest achievements that he has done for Nigeria. I'm not talking about Southeast, I'm talking about Nigeria as a whole. Because without that bridge, there will be no movement from Southeast to North, from Southeast to West. So even going outside Nigeria, a lot of folks that come to Aba, buy goods, come to Onitsha, buy goods, now have to transfer those goods to other nation states.
It is encouraging, it is nice to see that for the first time, we actually have an administration that has looked into that problem and preferred a real solution in the new Niger Bridge. So I think it's a positive step, one that if more of our leaders would emulate, it would make Nigeria a much better place for us to live in.
The Second Niger Bridge is an engineering marvel being executed by Julius Berger, the international construction giant. Stretching to a length of 1.6 kilometers, the bridge is equipped with a 10.3 kilometer highway. The toll plazas in both directions of the facility have 8 lanes leading to the bridge. The Owerri interchange on the Onitsha-Owerri road is designed to provide direct access to the bridge from Obosi in Anambra State to Asaba in Delta. Construction of 2 secondary bridges at Amakom and Atani communities are also part of the total package.
All the 16 booths have been completed. The operation building also completed. Then the workshops and other ones, security house, they've been completed. Then the approach road on this project, we have 3 kilometers on Asaba end. Like I said, has been constructed. We only need to put the final layer of the asphalt. Then on the Onitsha end, the Anambra end, we have completed more than half of it.
On the eastern side of the bridge lies the ever-bustling Onitsha, a commercial hub that embodies the resilient and enterprising spirit of the people of the southeast. The Onitsha main market, reputed to be the largest in Africa, attracts visitors from across the continent and contributes to the hectic commercial environment of the city. As a result of the intense economic activities in Onitsha and beyond, traffic holdup on the old bridge is perpetual and frustrating. But the ongoing 7-kilometer approach road on the Onitsha side of the new facility will help to eliminate congestion and provide direct access to the second bridge. The idea is to connect the southeast and south-south regions seamlessly to the rest of the country.
You see, you are talking of a bridge that links Anambra State, southeast, Abia, Imo, to the entire Nigeria, coming through Lagos. All right, that is the route. All the containers that come from Lagos coming to the east, that's the route they use. It's quite enormous. It's something that, if you look at the economic benefit, you get very excited. There's quite a lot we can benefit from it, and it's going to impact very positively on the economy of the southeast.
It's going to lead to free flow of traffic. Of course, even our people who reside in other parts of the world, in other parts of the country, once there is a period of festivities where all of our people return home to celebrate Christmas, Easter, and what have you, they will not hesitate. Most of them will come back home, and coming back home brings happiness home. Economically, economic will become viable because goods will move freely between other parts of the country and the southeast. Business will boom and everything will pick up.
On the other side of the bridge lies the serene city of Asaba, the capital of Delta State and once the colonial headquarters of the Southern Protectorate of Nigeria. Strategically located on the bank of the river, Asaba serves as the main entryway to the southeast from the Lagos axis. Here, traffic is usually heavy on its main highway, but to ease the flow and divert vehicles to the new bridge, a 3.3-kilometer approach road is also being constructed.
The second Niger Bridge is the artery between the western part and the eastern part of the country and the rest of the country. You can't quantify what it will do economically. Even apart from the economy, how about the comfort of the people? Going home at festive seasons, our brethren from east of the Niger love to travel at Easter, at Christmas, and other festive seasons. You cannot imagine the relief they will have on that bridge. They have slept on that bridge before. My friend spent 6 hours last December, but people who slept till the next day have that experience. So the relief will come for them.
President Muhammadu Buhari is a man of few words. When in 2018 he gave assurance that his administration was going to deliver the project, many people may have taken it with a pinch of salt and perhaps waved it off as a familiar story, a tale by moonlight repeatedly told by past politicians without commensurate action. 4 years after, the dream is set to become a reality.
I thank God I'm alive to see the working of that second Niger Bridge. They have gone a long way. I am happy over what I see today. They are trying. They are trying. I pray, let the Chukwu Okike Abioma guide them. So far they have gone.
It's been a subject of serious politicking over the years. So our people kind of developed a feeling that it will never come. But all of a sudden, here comes President Buhari, who now announced that he was going to do the bridge and immediately started work.
It was this long because they made it political. Instead of really pulling up their bootstraps and working, they turned it to a political thing. That was why whenever elections were approaching, they would go there to hoodwink the people of the region to get their votes. They turned it into a political thing. But then came President Buhari, who was not interested in fooling anybody, who was not interested in the politics of it, was just interested in action.
Under this administration as well, the long-abandoned Onitsha River Port has been revived and may soon become a port of final destination for goods bound for the southeast, thereby decongesting the existing seaports in Lagos, Port Harcourt and other cities. Stakeholders are of the view that the second Niger Bridge will boost activities at the river port and complement the multimodal transportation initiative of the administration.
Today, we talk of multimodal forms of transportation. You talk about the road, you talk about the rail, you talk about water and things like that. So this multi-approach is something that has a lot to do with impacting on the economy. So here is the Onitsha River Port that has to do with the water, and then here is the second Niger Bridge that has to do with the roads, but both complement each other.
To ensure compliance to schedule and quality delivery, the project site has witnessed high-profile visitors lately. Aside the Minister of Works, Babatunde Fashola, who pays regular supervisory visits to the site, the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, recently led top functionaries of the federal government to see the state of readiness of the bridge.
The Federal Executive Council has passed tolling policy, national tolling. National is for the nation as a whole. So which one will be concession, toll fares, and so on, that's secondary. Important, let us finish this road.
Similarly, the Minister of Finance, Hajia Zainab Ahmad, also came calling with the Managing Director of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, Mr. Uchaji, and Chief Executives of other relevant agencies. For the Minister, it was an inspection and assessment visit to be sure the 157 billion naira so far released has been well utilized.
I can report to Mr. President and say I have seen where all the 157 billion naira has gone to. This is a project that is very dear to His Excellency the President. It is designed to uplift the lives and livelihoods of the people of the southeastern part and the southern part of our country.
Indeed, the transportation industry has experienced unprecedented turnaround in the past 7 years. For a critical sector that supports socio-economic growth, it's never been this good. Apart from equipping the National Inland Waterways Authority to provide navigable pathways for the movement of goods and services, stupendous amount of resources have also been committed into developing a functional rail transportation system. In addition to the second Niger and local Oweto bridges, solid road networks that crisscross the country and connect the geopolitical zones have been constructed.
When the story of the Buhari administration is to be told, of course, we will talk about the second Niger Bridge, we will talk about the Bodo Boni Bridge, we will talk about the local Oweto Bridge, we will talk about Lagos Ibadan Expressway, we will talk about the new ultramodern airport in Lagos, the one in Kano, the one in Port Harcourt, we will talk about the new runway in Enugu, we will talk about so many things.
Just as the River Niger provides legitimate employment and sustenance for many families, construction activities at the new facility have also given jobs and livelihood to many people from the region. In addition to this legacy infrastructure, critical road projects and monuments are also being executed in the zone. Despite these huge investments, political detractors had actually tried to sell the false narrative of hatred and marginalization to some gullible natives of the area.
With the developmental strides that the president has taken to the south, it's not just the second Niger Bridge. What about the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which the president made sure that that rehabilitation of such road is completed? Other giant projects that the president has started and also completed in the southeast is an evidence that the president indeed does not hate the southeast.
Don't forget that time was when southeasterners, people of Igbo extraction, were controlling the levers of development. I'll give you an example. The Deputy Senate President from Southeast, Deputy Speaker from Southeast, Chairman Senate Committee on Works Southeast, Chairman House Committee on Works Southeast, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Southeast, Secretary to Government of the Federation, Southeast. And all through those periods, not 1 kilometer of our roads, federal roads, that were in terrible state, not 1 kilometer was addressed. And all these people I mentioned are from Southeast. Now it took somebody else who is not from Southeast to now address this infrastructural decay. Now face the reconstruction of these roads, this critical infrastructure. Just to mention a few of the things that this administration has done in the Southeast. And then somebody goes back and says he hates Southeast. How do you demonstrate hate?
This president bears malice to nobody, and he has cared for the Southeast as much as he cares for other parts of the country.
The second Niger Bridge is an important national asset. Aside easing traffic on the old bridge, it is an inter-regional integrator with the capability of boosting economic activities and development in the Southeast. Already, the people are beginning to tap into the huge investment opportunities that come with the bridge.
You know our people, we are business people. We understand the dynamics and we take advantage of opportunities. It will bring a lot of development to the Southeast, a lot. And even South-South, because the bridge is coming from Asaba to Onitsha and vice versa. So the development is not only for South, it's also for South-South.
Truly, when the story of the Muhammadu Buhari administration is told, the second Niger Bridge will be recorded among its greatest achievements.
When President Buhari would have been done and is gone to have his due retirement, and the story is being told, what would never be forgotten will be his footprints on the sands of time in terms of infrastructure.
What we really go through is not really meant for humans, because when you're there, like in a small room whereby you maybe like people of 10 people should be in, you come across like 100 people in a particular small room, and when you want to sleep, you have to sleep with your side. Everyone sleeps on sides. You understand? So there's no more space, and you want to ease yourself or make use of the toilet, it's just in front of you. So you can inhale the odor of the toilet, which is not conducive for the human health. So, and apart from that one, the weather is very, very cold, extremely cold. And at night, you don't have something like blankets that will be given to you. So it's not really good for the body, to be precise. And in terms of feeding, you're being given just a long bread. We call it hamsa. Just a long bread. That's your meal. They'll give you three of it. That's your meal for your lunch, your breakfast, and your dinner, which is not healthy at all. I was deported, and I was deported back to the border of Algeria and Mali. Yeah. Okay, so when we were deported there, it was a Sahara desert, to be precise. Yeah. That's where they will leave you. And when they leave you in that border between Algeria and Mali, you have to walk 7 kilometers to the border of Mali, and we call that 7 kilometers to hellfire, because it's extremely hot over there. Some of them that is already, you were not really giving food well when you are in shelter camps. You don't have the strength to even walk. Some of them died along the way. Some of them, I'm not gonna lie you, have to drink their own urine just to survive, to have strength to be able to go to that next borderline of the Algeria. So it's really, really hectic. You have to make a choice to go back to Algeria, or you have to go back to Morocco. And when you're being taken to the border of Algeria, the Algerian militants, they open fire on the militants of the Moroccans. So they don't have to hide. Or they can just tell you, okay, just go this way, just go down the valley, just stick like this. That is Algeria. So if you want to go back to Algeria, you will not have to surrender yourself to the militants of the Algerians. They will not put you in deportation camp. They do not have to deport you back to Mali. So it's like you're being deported from one country to another. And you can imagine the shape of the deportation camp in Mali there. It is, oh God, it's unexplainable. I believe, I won't lie, I spent 16 years in this journey. On transit, you know.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Many thanks for staying with us on the newsroom. I am Folashade Ogurinde. The federal government has ruled out the possibility of cancellation or postponement of the 2023 elections despite INEC's alarm on rising insecurity and its impact on the forthcoming polls. The Minister of Information and Culture at the 17th edition of the President Muhammadu Buhari Administration Scorecard Series in Abuja. The minister added that there is no cause for alarm as all hands are on deck to ensure peaceful and credible conduct of the polls. The gunmen involved in the abduction of 32 Edo train passengers on Saturday have reportedly demanded 620 million naira ransom. Comrade Benson Odia, the executive director of Eson Youth for Good Governance and Social Justice, said that the kidnappers had contacted some families of the victims and demanded 20 million naira for each person. Odia appealed to the authorities to intensify efforts at rescuing those still being held captive by the gunmen. Prominent indigents of Igbira land in Kogi State have flayed their traditional ruler, the Ohinoyi of Igbira land, Ado Ibrahim, for allegedly disrespecting the offices of President Muhammadu Buhari and Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello, saying that monarchs must respect constituted authority and should not play God. While throwing their full weight behind a recent query given to the Igbira land monarch for allegedly disrespecting the offices of President Muhammadu Buhari and the governor, the Igbira leaders explained that there has been no regime in Kogi State that has not queried the monarch. South Africa's health minister said that it does not see the need to implement any new COVID-19 restrictions either at home or for arrivals over an infection surge in China and the detection of the first case of Omicron subvariant XBB.1.5. However, the minister has sought advice from the World Health Organization and will increase COVID-19 testing and renew its vaccination campaign in light of rising infections in countries like China and the United States. In business, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has threatened to penalize commercial banks who failed to comply with the directive of loading the redesigned Naira notes in their automated teller machines (ATMs). According to the CBN Director, Currency Operations, Hamid Umar, the purpose of the CBN directive was to implement the January 31 deadline for the withdrawal of old Naira notes in circulation. Last week, the CBN ordered banks to halt dispensing the new currency notes over the counter and to only make them available via ATMs. On the foreign scene, former U.S. President Donald Trump is taking a dig at the current U.S. President Joe Biden after it was reported that some classified documents were discovered from an old private office of Biden. On Monday, Biden's attorney acknowledged that several classified documents from Biden's vice presidential and presidential tenure were found last fall from an old private office of the U.S. president. Trump took advantage of the report and even went on to question the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. In sports, Wales manager Rob Page wants Gareth Bale to stay involved in the international setup after the star forward announced he was hanging up his boots. Bale, a 5-time Champions League winner at Real Madrid, ended a glittering career on Monday after winning 111 caps and scoring 41 goals for his country, both national records for the men's team. The 33-year-old's decision to quit came after Wales' disappointing performance at the World Cup in Qatar when Page's team failed to get out of their group and Bale struggled due to a lack of match fitness. That's it from the newsroom. Many thanks for watching.
It is a shame that those we elected to represent us are now turning to us with questions rather than solutions. If we can do it ourselves, why do we need them? A demand for good governance. My advocacy on the first week of the year will be to demand for good governance. Nigeria is plagued with very unfortunate managers who have consistently failed the country for many decades. We've got the poorest kind of leadership. And if you want to really know how poorly or defective a leader is performing in his job, take a look at how many people that are suffering under the leadership of this country. 133 million Nigerians living in multidimensional poverty. We cannot be weary in making the right demands from the relevant authorities and call for the prosecution of the leaders of the two main political parties in Nigeria, the APC and the PDP. Over the years, they have presented manifestos to Nigerians stating what they intend to do to change the country. And 24 years later, we have witnessed consistent and unbroken democratic dispensation. We are still in the plague of poverty, in dingy slums, counting our losses in hopelessness. When people are voted into office to make life better for the ones who voted them into office, and they go there to steal or remain in dereliction of their duties, they shouldn't get away with it. The consequences of complacency or sheer wickedness must be visited on them for toying with the lives and dreams of millions. For the better parts of our lives, our leaders have consistently breached the trust reposed on them to give the citizens a better life. Now, they should pay for it.
The governors of the respective states are collectively impoverishing their people. It is either they are building bridges, airports, or constructing projects that have no direct impact or bearing on the lives of the citizens. The local government is either redundant or it has its dreams and aspirations that cannot be realized for lack of funding and autonomy. The citizens, on the other part, are docile. The citizens hadn't engaged with their government enough on the matter under reference. So every state policy is made with the belief that the citizens cannot challenge it for any reason. The lack of transparency in governance at the state level and the concomitant docility of the citizens is a recipe for the lack of good governance at every state in Nigeria. Go and ask your governor how he spends your state's resources and funds. You have a right to know how your resources are spent. If you cannot demand for accountability from your state government, you have no moral justification to keep complaining. You are a plague unto yourself if all you do is to complain profusely without a strategy for self-redemption. Call on the State House of Assembly and its leadership. Ask questions. Speak up. Remind them of their oversight function. Challenge them to a debate on the state affairs of your state. Your engagement and conscious inquiries will make a difference. Start a campaign now and an advocacy for good governance right there in your state and see how your little efforts will influence the state of things. I shall go to Rabbi again.
The first time I was here to locate the Ghanaian cane weaving community, a Nigerian told me point blank that these Ghanaians will steal my money. I was curious and I wondered why these two nationalities who share same profession would have such level of animosity between them. And I'm here to find out why. If you're familiar with Maryland in Lagos, it is difficult to miss this beautiful display of handmade cane crafts. Beneath the Maryland Bridge, linking the Ojota area of the city, cane-based products such as chairs of all varieties, living room seaters, house decor, as well as baskets of all shapes and sizes are sold here. But behind this lush display of artistic brilliance lies a culture of discrimination against the migrant population of Ghanaian cane artisans, one which has been in practice for decades now. Unlike their Nigerian counterparts, Ghanaian cane artisans are restricted to a remote part of this cane weaving community. So what is the genesis of this unfair practice and why has it been perpetrated for so long? To find out, we paid a visit to Monkey Village, just behind the Maryland cane weaving community where the Ghanaian cane weavers live and work. This is Monkey Village, right here in Mende, Maryland, Lagos, Nigeria. In what appears to be the outback of the area, Ghanaian cane weavers are not allowed to venture beyond these parameters. While Nigerians are allowed to display their products, Ghanaians serve as laborers who manufacture these cane products for a fixed price. 54-year-old Adeyemi Bolarinwa concentrates hard as he weaves this basket. His calloused hands work deftly, and in a matter of minutes, he finishes one of his orders. Bolarinwa's father is Nigerian, but his mother is Ghanaian. Despite his being a Nigerian, Bolarinwa cannot sell his products directly to buyers. He can only sell to a group of Nigerian cane weavers, who in turn sell directly to customers. It's a rule among the Cane Weavers Association here which restricts non-Nigerian cane weavers from dealing directly with customers.
They brought some job for one Nigerian man, according to the history, from 1986. Then the man delayed the job, and they saw another Ghanaian man. They went to, that's a Sheraton hotel. So they went to the Ghana man. The Ghana man did the thing in time as they want. So the contract go to that Ghana man. So then, now those people are the indigenous work against foreigners that they can share a place together. So the moment they granted that law still will work from 86 up to by this time. So Ghanaians don't have any choice to sell, to meet customers or something like sell in direct. So always we are in backyard that when they receive the order, they come and give us a job. That's the situation where we are facing now.
As migrant workers, Bolarinwa says he and other Ghanaians have no choice than to obey this restrictive rule. So they keep their heads low and make the best of their meager income.
A stranger cannot be like citizen. So we have no choice. And there's no any help. Because if someone came that we want to give you advance, they used to tell the person that this is a foreigner, you to take your money around or something like that. So we have no choice. We are there in panic. And we just manage it because that's a handicraft. That's a hand job. We can't. That's my professional. No, actually, it's my professional. So anyhow, bear it. I'll manage it.
We asked Bolarinwa if the Ghanaian cane weaving community in Maryland had made any attempt to report to relevant authorities. He says no one has come to help despite many complaints.
We used to let people from Ghana embassy to come and interview us at times. But there's no help. There's no help. We try a lot. We joined their group, Nagacon and this and that, but at times, the way the thing they go, we see that there's no help. So the work will be like a struggle, with a struggle up for our needs. Anyhow do, we manage it and bear it.
It gives further details of the mode of operation between the Nigerian cane sellers and the Ghanaian cane weavers.
We arrange every basket within price, where it's a popular no. Then any quantity where the person want to come and book from you, he can give you advance. Then after finishing the product, we take your balance. That's the way we are going. Then I submit for them, I take my balance. Some people are pay cash, some people can give you in half basis. He can give you advance. When you finish, supply the thing to the who come and done the work with you. Then you take your balance from. We have no chance because there's no shade. He cannot give you, as a foreigner, he cannot give you shade to shade your market. They share by themselves.
Kwaku Noah is another Ghanaian cane weaver in Maryland. For 15 years, Kwaku has struggled to make ends meet due to the trade inequality he suffers.
Maybe the price we are going to sell for woman as this back here. If I did roadside, one day, God goes see me about a better customer where I can sell for the person where I could see gain pass where I did. So it affects us. So if we are on the roadside, I'm sure say we go see better customer pass, better price pass what we are gaining as the back here.
Fed up with the unpleasant situation, a number of Ghanaian cane weavers have either moved back to their home country or adopted other trades. Now the once boisterous community has become a shadow of itself.
Before, we are more than 20 or 30 people. Right now, I remember maybe roughly, I can say about 5 or 4 people now. We remain. Before we are more than 37, but things no dey balance. And then you know they get any assist to support the work. Everything na money now, so if you no get any way to get something assist your business, you can go forward. So right now, I know they easy for us. As you can settle another side like that, it's money, because to get a place to stay, it's money. But how to money no day on hand like that.
To confirm these allegations and to understand the root cause of the act of discrimination against the Ghanaian cane weavers in Maryland area of Lagos, I paid a visit to the chairman of the Cane Weavers Association in Maryland, Dennis Omadide. Surprisingly, Omadide confirms everything we've heard from the Ghanaian cane weavers. He explains that the Ghanaians are restricted for two major reasons. They work fast and they charge less. These two factors, he says, could disrupt the profit margins of Nigerian artisans.
To make the market so polluted, that's what I mean. But they produce fast. They produce fast. So by the time you try to draw a kind of item that will come to market, it's like this. Then when they overflow, then that market will not depreciate on that area. The reason why we do that, they are trying to frustrate the market in terms of sales in the beginning. So that's why we notice that instead of that to happen, let us stay on their own, then we should stay on our own.
Omadide says while the migrants are not allowed to mix with Nigerians and display their trade, they are however free to establish their business in other locations.
That is the normal procedure, the constitution, what we have. That when they come, they will work for us. We normally collect basket from them to sell to our customer. So we don't want them to close to us in that way. It's like they will know how much we are selling to the other. So that is why they not do it. But now, it is old. For now, they have assets free, direct to customer. But they are not the midst of us here. Some day for Abalikoro, some day at Tony Down. That is how.
So whose responsibility is it to protect the interests of Ghanaians in Nigeria? We had requested an official response from the Ghanaian consulate in Lagos to find out if the mission is aware of the discrimination and what it is doing to stop the menace. TV360 Nigeria did not receive an official response from the Ghanaian consulate, but in a meeting we had with the Consul General, Senator Gifty Bukari, key officials of the consulate, the president of the Ghanaian community in Lagos, Augustine Appiah, as well as the Ghanaian cane weaver, Charles Sapong, it appears the consulate is aware of the problem, but may not want to ruffle any further. I'm just coming out from a meeting with the Ghanaian Consulate General, Senator Gifty Bukari, who appeared irate about a request for an interview, especially the part that spoke about publishing the findings of this investigation with or without an official response from the consulate. Now the Consulate General declined to give an official interview on what she's doing to ensure that Ghanaian cane weavers in the Mende area of Lagos are not discriminated against. Now our phones were confiscated and we are not allowed to take any recordings. As the second largest country with a migrant population of over 1.3 million, Nigeria has a national policy to address labor migration issues. Page 21 and 22 of the National Policy on Labor Migration clearly states that migrant workers have the right to negotiate by collective bargaining, enjoy freedom of movement, as well as upholding equal treatment and non-discrimination regardless of migration status. But it appears some Nigerian businesses are not willing to accommodate migrants. Director General of Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Nasima Shola Obadimu, says the unfair treatment of Ghanaian cane weavers is nothing short of bullying.
It's just a case of bullying. It's to some level a case of harassment. You know, even within the Nigerian environment, you can open a shop and start selling pepper, and the second day some people will come to you that they want to seal your shop.
So is there any law in Nigeria limiting the trading activities of migrant workers in Nigeria?
We have this ECOWAS treaty that encourages free movement of goods and services within the West African sub-region. So for West African nationals, they can do their business freely. We have Nigerians doing businesses all along the West African coast. So if they are West African nationals, they can do their business. So far it is a legit business, and when they are operating within the laws of Nigeria, they are free citizens.
Sadly, the problem of discrimination of migrant workers is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. There have been documented cases of discrimination against Nigerians in Ghana, xenophobic acts against other Africans in South Africa, and the general attitude of hostility against Africans, which experts say has affected the social, political, and economic cohesion of the continent.
As a Nigerian, if I'm heading up to Ghana, there's this orientation, European orientation, that yes, I'm heading up the north of Africa. So they don't see this whole reality of trade between borders and trade within African countries. They just see everybody as a suspected migrant, as prospective migrants. So heading up to Ghana means you may be heading up further to Mauritania or that to Libya or Morocco, such thing. So and in this whole situation, people are made to be criminal, made to appear like criminals, because the moment you go across the barriers, the borders, and then you are not with the right documents, so to say, then you are seen as a criminal. And being a criminal means, yes, you are being identified as somebody who is illegal. And then you can see from this perspective, when one migrant does something that is wrong, so it is tied to a lot of other migrants at the end of the day. So we have this whole problem in the world now where we prejudice, or we just wrap up figures to say when one person is bad, the first person you meet at the end of the day, you just wrap up his tribe to be part of this whole problem.
They are what's affected because they are not captured and documented. So their country is not aware they are here, and our country is not aware they are here. I mean documentation-wise. Okay, so people like that will hardly go to the embassy to make reports or report to the Nigerian authority. Most times they will look for a way to manage the situation for as long as they can before they leave. So what can be done is that it goes back to the same point I made before, that our orientation agency, you understand, must make sure that they talk about these things. It's not talked about.
Bolariwa and Kweku may have resigned to fate and lost all hope of ever competing fairly with their Nigerian counterparts, but these talented cane weavers hold on to the dream of returning to their homeland someday, where they can live and work freely without fear or discrimination. Folashade Ogurinde, TV360 News.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
You look at Lagos and you'll think you're in one big dustbin, residents say, as they narrate ordeals with pollution. According to the World Bank, at least 30,000 people die yearly in Lagos due to pollution, and the tales told by some residents bear witness to these statistics. This is home to over 300 families who reside in its Surulere on the Mushin local government area, a community built around the canal that has been transformed into a home recognized by the Lagos state government. Gaining entrance and a mixture of different putrid smell welcomes you. Children running around exposed to the biohazard, chemical hazard and physical hazard of living in this area.
So many years now we don't face this mess. If you can look around, you can take a cameraman to observe the area. Even you, where they talk to me, you they perceive some odors. We get some small children here. She be una see us here, we dey chop here, we dey feed here. We are human beings, we not Nigerians. Some days ago, one big rain will fall for this area. Small pikin for that park we did that side. Water carry pikin go. If you ask anybody for this area, they will tell you the story. And they come from mosque, so as I hear the story. But today now, okay, imagine the dirty around and all that. Rain never fall. If rain fall now, all this dirty now, you go enter person's house, you go enter anywhere. Cholera everywhere.
I think we know at maybe 15 years. Okay. Tajowanino Adubwe. So tiye Adubwe. But when they say titi Adiba and people can't say gbogbo fún wa. I believe pé báyà wọ́n máa ṣe gbogbo gutter yìí náà ni. Wọ́n dẹ̀ bá wa ṣe. But insane bí ọmọ ṣe bí ọmọ tí òjò wá gbé lọ lọ́jọ́ yẹn ló mú anybody gan tara because ìgbà tó ń bọ̀ wá láti Jímọ̀ lọ́jọ́ yẹn. Jímọ̀ ni wọ́n lọ. Wọ́n ń bọ̀ wá. Àwọn ọmọ yẹn wá mọ ibi tí orí pákó yẹn wà mọ́ àwọn méjì náà fara wọn lọ́wọ́. Ìkíní bó ṣe bọ́ sínú odò nìyẹn. Ìkejì olówó ń fẹ́ lọ fà. Ó fẹ́ lọ fà yọ. Bómi ṣe gbé yẹn lọ tiẹ̀ nìyẹn. So ti àwa rọ ìjọba kan bá wa ṣe àdúgbò wa kó dáa.
I was born here. This is my year of 25 years now in this area.
You understand? And this area now have been dirty for so years. When I was in small self, I was seeing all this kind of thing. Talk less of now that I've already been gotten hold. And still yet, the area is still like this. You understand? And I want government to come and do here so that it will be okay. So that water will not be flowed everywhere. This dirty now is not from only here. The dirty now from under side and other side too. They used to come here to come and jump hard. You understand? And when it jump hard, it affect us that lives around because the water does not flow. Assuming it's flowing now, we will not be complaining. Let them come and help us and do it so that this dirty now will not be just jump hard and be staying, so that we will not be feeling sick.
Party packs, pep bottles, feces and other forms of bacteria-carrying components are the aesthetics around the surrounding. Having lived for many years, some of the residents I spoke to say they strongly believe the state government does not care about their lives or living conditions.
We dey pray for Nigerian government to help us for the environment. To help us, make government sef come look this place. Make them know wetin to do for us so that we sef go live better life as a good Nigeria wey we be.
Àwa rọ̀ ìjọba kan bá wa ṣe àdúgbò wa kó dáa. Kan lè bá wa ṣe environment wa kó dáa because bómi ṣe ń gbé ọmọ lọ kó dáa. Wọ́n bá wa ṣe bridge bẹ̀yẹn. So ti yé, kan bá wa ṣe bridge bẹ̀yẹn kó cross. Kó mi ó lè bá máa lọ because táwọn èèyàn bá ti ń lọ free. Kò ní sí pé bóyá omi ń gbọ́mọ lọ.
This place cannot take them just even though how many just a 6 months they will do it because of the corruption. Make some people, local government council, they will take off the money and put it in their pocket, eat it, and why we are suffering it.
In his journey to preach about healthy living and further prevent the spread of infectious diseases, public health expert in Siabasi Ekonem joined me to this community where he says living in such an environment has long-term implications.
People are living here. There's a high level of pollution in these places such that even the air, the effluent from this place is really stinky, and that tells to air pollution. This air pollution affects people that are living here because you can see young children of under 5 years that are staying in this very dirty environment. That increases the advent of childhood diseases like cholera, diarrhea, amoebic dysentery, scabies, ringworm, dandruff, all those kind of skin diseases as a result of the contact with water from this very unhealthy environment. Because there is defecation, open defecation here, when the water comes up, it carries those feces and deposits them in open water sources like wells, and people fetch water from that well. This leads to waterborne diseases like cholera, like amoebic dysentery, hepatitis A and E, just all kinds of waterborne diseases.
Streets littered with waste, open defecation, air pollution and the likes are what residents of the commercial nerve center of Nigeria are faced with on a daily basis. In Lagos, environmental pollution is the order of the day. Residents deal with a suffocating mix of air pollution, improper solid waste disposal, and other forms of pollution in the city streets, leaving many residents battling with respiratory problems, flooding, and other illnesses.
The plastic waste, the rubber waste are the most dangerous because they do not decay. A lot of this plastic waste, they are not well disposed. They are not disposed of properly and they find their way into the drains. In Lagos State today, anywhere you find yourself, just open up the drains. Just open up the drainage system if it's covered. If it's not covered, it's obvious there. And you see a situation where when rain falls, a particular line of the drainage system, you see that waters are not flowing along that line because it's blocked. Now we have in Lagos State, the collectors were registered. Some of these trucks can't even get to the residence of a lot of the people living in the communities. So people have to converge at a particular point. Now when they dump the waste there, it takes a while before the collectors, the trucks arrive there to pick up the waste. That's another issue, which is another environmental issue. So the collection in itself is poor. And you see some of these trucks collecting this waste. When they even collect the waste on the road, you see it's part of the waste dropping on the road.
You look at Lagos, you think that we are in one big dustbin. Some people are in a bit cleaner part of the dustbin. But it's a huge dustbin we're in. This is not a city. Let's. Which part of the city you want to tell me? Tell me. I've gone around. Is it Lekki? Is it Ikoyi? Or you want to tell me it's Ajegunle or Yanokwaja?
The way we live is also a problem. We have three important channels. We have the tertiary canals, we have the secondary canals, we have the primary canals. The tertiary canals is the one you see in front of your houses. Those ones are people called gutter in front of our houses. If that one in front of our houses is clean, the secondary canal will be clean. The primary canal, the big one, will be clean. And therefore you see a steady flow into the lagoon. But that tertiary canals in front of our houses where people dump in the dead of the night. When it is raining, they will go. When in the dead of the night, they will just go. Even people who should know better. People with full dose of Western education, you see them dropping those things inside the canal. That has been our problem. Because if the tertiary drains are okay, you won't see anything in the secondary drains. You won't see anything in the primary canals. You won't see anything in the lagoon.
While the megacity still practices the creation and maintenance of dump sites, which is situated close to the abode of residents, and with the monies doled out for the management of waste in the state, locals still suffer as a result of improper disposal of waste. These and many more prompted this investigation by TV360 Nigeria on why residents are made to deal with loss of lives and properties, and to get answers on if the state government is up to the task of making provisions for proper waste disposal and drainage maintenance.
The attitude is a problem, and Lagos spends a lot of money in cleaning the canals, dredging, constructing, that's giving it concrete alignments so that it will be easy for you to clean. There are so many of them, so we are taking it one after the other. But the problem is the attitude of Lagosians. If you are driving on the corridor, you see them dropping it from their vehicles, dropping it. Thank God we have sweepers. We have thousands of sweepers in Lagos. By 5 o'clock, they're already on the street taking those things. It could have been worse. So we are thinking, because we are thinking out of the box. What do? We are coming to the age of dikes. That's what is called dikes. That is using concrete wall to prevent, water from coming into the city. We're introducing pumps. And another one is to provide a kind of tunnel, a well, very deep well, where you allow this flood to go in. Thereafter, now you use pump to throw it into the lagoon.
With the increase in spate of indiscriminate dumping of waste in Lagos State, the mortality rate from pollution is set to witness a spike. In 2021, the State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said his administration has spent over 2 billion naira on the rehabilitation of dump sites across the state, while another 1 billion naira is being invested to provide the necessary infrastructure for waste management. If these projects have been carried out, residents are yet to witness the results or see an improvement in waste management.
We're seeing recurrent cases of Lassa fever. Lagos is not spared. Of course, the rats go there, eat, pick jams, transfer to people, and then the same thing now we're having monkeypox. So in reality, if we deal with the challenges of waste alone, I am sure that our health system will be good. Our health itself will be good. Now, when you now get to the waterways, plastic floating, dead animals floating, dead human being floating, microplastic dropping into the water, fish swallowing them, we eating the fish. It's a scandal. It's honestly a scandal. I think the more we put attention to the challenges of the environment and how waste is handled in this part of the world, the better for us. A mega city, 25 million people, still counting, and we cannot get waste disposal right. We're not ready.
The poor waste management system and then the flooding, they go hand in hand.
So I just want to ask, would you think this is a challenge for the government? Because then again, we have the rules, don't dump your waste, and every other thing that the state government puts in place, but then people do not obey this. So is this a challenge for the government? Would you say the government cannot handle its residents?
No. You know, just like every other society, you know, these things are when you are trained for a long time. When you do something, when you are trained to do something, you know, right from day one, you will comply. You will comply. We are not throwing our hands up into surrender. We are doing our work. We are not complaining. But we are doing advocacy. We are talking. We are having meetings. We go for retreats. We talk to Lagosians through radio and television. We will continue to do that until we get civilized in such a way that you cannot, when you finish your bottled water, you know, through the window. We'll get to a time when people will not do it again. We'll get to a time when you don't see, you know, plastics on our roads, you know, cellophane paper, this takeaway place, you will not see it.
Environmental pollution is not the only challenge residents face as a result of improper waste disposal. The rising issue of climate change, a resulting effect of human activities, has upset the balance of nature. Rising sea levels, extreme weather conditions and intense droughts can wreak havoc on people's livelihoods and communities. A visit to an environmentalist helps paint a clearer picture of the disaster that awaits Lagos State if nothing is done about the nonchalance of residents and the government.
In Lagos, we have a situation where dump sites are located or sited away from the community, but there is no restriction that halts urbanization to that located dump site. So, for example, there's a place called Yanoba. The place was located about 25 years ago, and it was far from city. But there was no restriction in terms of urbanization, urban development. Today, there are houses surrounding that dump site. So, health-wise, the people living around that place are not safe. That's one. The Olusosun dump site at Ojota, when it was located, houses were far from that place. You know, it's a place that in those days, because the methane, when the heat from methane starts coming out, you see smoke coming out. You think they are burning the waste. They are not. It's the methane that is reacting. All right. So you see this is from distance. But today, houses have been built around that place, such that people who are living there, they are not safe. The water system is poisoned. It's not safe. All right. Then the methane that comes out of that, emits from that place, it's not safe for the humans living around there.
Lagos State generates 13,000 tons of waste daily, but not all of the waste ends up at designated dump sites. Some end up in canals, drains, and on the road.
In terms of management of the dump sites, usually in most countries, these things are kind of like privatized to companies who are genuinely involved in environmental activities, to experts who understands this thing, right? The government cannot do it alone. The government is expected to generate, to bring up, put up legislations. You know, they are supposed to be a kind of, they try to stabilize within the private sector and the public sector, right? But they are not expected to manage the dump sites. Professionals who understands the dangers and the kind of harmful chemicals that comes out of that dump site are supposed to manage the dump site. But here, an agency was created, Loma, to manage that dump site, okay? And those dump sites are not well managed. We gathered every year to discuss environment issues in Lagos State. You know, we call it the Climate Change Summit, where a session is dedicated to waste management. It was during that particular period we introduced this idea of having separating waste. But ever since then, the advocacy on separation of waste has been poor. It has been put aside. So waste management in Lagos State now is poor. There was a time they made it mandatory for every house, every building to have a waste bins, the big bins. Then Loma produced all those things. Today, what do we have? Do we have them at all? People have to find a way to just get their waste sorted out somewhere. During the same time of Ashola, every last Saturday of the month was the Environmental Sanitation Day, where everybody in the community will meet and they will discuss and they will see what they can do. Okay, these are the issues, these are the community issues, how they dump their waste, if they are going to dig the floor, and you know, a lot of things they do. But since they cancel the monthly sanitation, what has been happening? People pay less concern in terms of what happens within the environment, especially on waste disposal.
This sight and the smell being emitted and inhaled is a regular sight and way of life for Lagosians. Dumping waste at designated dump sites located around residential areas are a breeding ground for different sorts of contagious illnesses. Despite the fetid smell, trading activities take place around these dump sites, while motorists, passers-by and residents close to the dump sites battle with the stench daily.
I'm not okay with it because I have breathing issue. Though I thank God that God is taking control. But this thing has affected me again after I got cured. So government should do something about it.
It has affected everybody around this place. Both residents, bypassers, everybody. Every living human being is being affected by this thick smoke here.
According to the World Health Organization, globally, almost 1 in 10 people are estimated to fall ill every year from eating contaminated food, while 420,000 die from foodborne diseases, which can be deadly, especially in children under 5 years of age, and out of the 420 deaths, 1/3 are children. The World Health Body also says making the environment healthier can prevent about 13 million deaths yearly and avoid 13% to 37% of the world's disease burden.
When this place has been contaminated with pollutants, with debris, it blocks the flow of water. And so because it blocks the flow of water, and this was originally a canal that would have served as a route for water to move, the water comes up and fill people's homes.
Sometimes when you see children with diarrhea, you battle and they die. You cry, you feel depressed. I remember in one of the situations, one of the instances, the baby was probably playing, a day before and got bad. The mother, they were trying to do what they like. But by the time they brought the baby, the lady was bad. An emergency room, the baby died.
The revelation by the medical practitioners raised some form of concern as I proceeded to the Lagos State Primary Healthcare Board for an interview with the permanent secretary of the board, Ibrahim Akinwumi Mustafa. After an official request through a letter submitted at the office of the permanent secretary and series of calls and message exchanges with the public relations officer of the board, Olumide Filani, my continuous request for an interview with the permanent secretary was turned down with jet lag as an excuse. The request for statistics of Lagos State residents who have been treated for cholera and other diseases contracted through food or water since the start of 2022 was also turned down, as I was informed that such data cannot be easily provided to me for reasons best known to the board.
Coming from weeks back where I was told I could get the statistics or the data, it seems like a failed day.
However, according to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, in its July 4th to 31st, 2022 report, citing routine case-based data and outbreak line list retrieved by the National Cholera Technical Working Group, Lagos had 47 suspected cases of cholera with 1 death. Also, the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control states that as of July 31st, 2022, a total of 3,610 cholera cases, including 91 deaths, were reported from 31 states in Nigeria, and that as of September 16th, 2022, 1,087 suspected cholera cases, including 13 deaths, were reported in Nigeria. A sit-down interview with a public health expert on the way forward is next on the agenda as Dr. Ekanem narrates the poor living condition of Lagosians and its side effects.
I have managed a number of patients who had cholera. Some had hepatitis A, some had amoebic dysentery, and others had diarrhea. And of course, there are clear symptoms of this condition, like vomiting, stooling, of course, like abdominal pain, and many other symptoms that are characteristics of cholera or morbid dysentery or hepatitis A. I've practically seen cases where people also have their food stuff, their fruits and other things they sell, edible commodities, fall into gutters, fall into flood water, and they still pick it up and sell it to Lagosians. These are some of the things that are causing the myriads of diseases that we see in Lagos year in, year out. Have you wondered why Lagos is the epicenter of disease infection across the length and breadth of Nigeria? It's because of the poor drainage and the poor disposal of waste. Unfortunately, these are the things that we are experiencing in Lagos. This must stop, and for this to stop, we must improve our sewage disposal, we must improve the disposal of waste materials, and we must limit air pollution as much as possible.
Taking a walk around the surrounding of the health expert's residence, and you can tell the reason behind his passionate call for a cleaner Lagos.
I stay in Lagos, and I can tell you that in my location where I stay in Lagos, waste is not properly disposed. The gutters are very dirty, and there is no conscious effort to ensuring that Lagos is clean. We pay our dues as at when due, but unfortunately, the waste management agencies are not doing their work.
In July 2022, an unprecedented 2-day rainfall claimed the lives of 3 children of the same parents and 4 adults at the Mercy of Christ Apostolic Church in Lagos State. This is one of the many incidents that have transpired in the state, with many living in fear during the rainy season.
On the 8th day of that continuous rainfall, which was on a Sunday, the entire Lagos was flooded. And I have a personal friend who works with a bank who was called to come restore funds in the ATM machine. He went there and he was coming back with the wife, and they got their vehicles got taken over by the heavy flow of water, and they dumped them in the wide drainage around Bagada. And after 3 days, that was when they saw their bodies, and this person I'm talking about happens to be my account manager at the GT Bank as at then. So that's my own experience. There are a lot of experiences in Lagos that we have experienced, even in other cities as well. Drains, even in other cities outside Lagos State, where flooding has been responsible for, unnecessary loss of life, and so. And that wasn't the only experience. In that particular year, about a total of 21 people died across Lagos State in different communities.
May we not have the kind of flooding we have in other climes, which will lead to the deaths of hundreds of people. There's one that almost 1,000 people died, I think, either in Pakistan or so. First, government will sympathize with the people. This is a natural thing that we cannot prevent. You sympathize, show empathy.
The National Emergency Management Agency says flood has claimed the lives of over 300 people in 2022, with the figure on the rise as bad roads and blocked drainages have led to increased flooding. A World Bank publication, Cost of Pollution in Lagos, estimates that illness and premature deaths due to ambient air pollution caused losses of $2.1 billion in 2018, representing 2.1% of the state's GDP.
For the government, the environmental challenges residents face is no fault of theirs, but mainly that of the residents. Nigeria's commercial hub and former capital was ranked 171 out of 172 countries in the list of the world's second least livable urban area and worst city in Africa, leaving the city with its economic, political and security challenges to also dwell in a heap of waste. Mary Kanu, TV360, Nigeria.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
The Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has fixed Monday 12th December 2022 to Sunday 22nd January 2023 as the dates for the collection of PVCs nationwide from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, including Saturdays and Sundays. All registrants who are yet to collect their PVCs or requested for transfer of registration, as well as those who applied for replacement of lost or damaged PVCs, can now visit INEC local government offices where they intend to vote to collect their PVCs. Collection of PVCs will be further extended to ward level for those who are unable to collect theirs at local government offices from Friday 6th to Sunday 15th January 2023. Thereafter, the exercise will be reverted to the local government offices of the INEC until Sunday 22nd January 2023. Remember, only those with PVC can vote on election day. Collect your PVC now to vote. It is your duty. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, making your votes count, consolidating our democracy.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Deji Bademasi. As at September last year, Nigeria's total debt profile was put at 44 trillion naira, raising concerns among many that the debt may not be sustainable, something, of course, the federal government strongly says is not true. Well, the government is planning to even borrow more to fund the country's 2023 budget, and that will certainly drive up the debt profile to new levels. The aggregate expenditure of the budget, of course, is 21.83 trillion naira. So the government intends to finance the deficit mainly by new borrowings, which represents 4.78% of the estimated gross domestic product GDP, which is above the 3% threshold set by the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2007. Joining us now to help us make better sense of the budget and all the figures that we've mentioned is Professor Kenny Fair, who is an economist. He joins us from Abuja. Prof, thank you very much for your time and thanks for coming on the program. Help us make sense of this budget, the size of it. What do you make of it?
Well, if you're looking at size, Nigeria's budget, government budget, is quite small compared to the size of the country and the economy, because the revenue is only about just around 10 trillion, which is 5% of the GDP, and that's too small. I would, if you compare it to like South Africa, that is more than 3 times the size of our own budget, and then is only 1/4 of our population. So I think the size of the budget is driven by the level of government revenue. If you were to go for 50 trillion, 60 trillion, then it would be commensurate to compared to other countries. It is very small.
It's quite surprising that you say it's very small. No doubt at all that it's very small. But even with the size, that small size, we're still struggling to fund it.
Yeah, what you are struggling with is to raise the revenue. The revenue is just about 7% of the GDP, government revenue, and it should be the average in Africa is 18%. South Africa is 22%. So we are powering, 1/3 of our capacity. That is the driver. So assuming that we are doing 3 times, which will bring us to about 20% or say 19%, then you will have seen the size of the budget goes up to about 50 trillion or 45 trillion. So that's the main constraint. The size of the revenue is so small, and we can get more than 3 times of that revenue. Just look at the waste. Look at the holes that we have to plug. Look at how much of it, 16 trillion, that is given in as incentives and waivers of all sorts to even 5 biggest companies. So there's a lot that we could do to raise more revenue. And there's so many leakages.
Okay, let's talk about the issue of this borrowing now. I mean, clearly the minister made it known that we're going to borrow. Projected revenue is just around 10 point something billion. So we're looking at close to 11 to raise close to 11 trillion now to fund this budget. And the minister has said, look, that money will come from borrowing, that we're going to borrow, and substantial amount of that will be domestic borrowing. And the question is, what implication will that have for the Nigerian economy if since the government plans to borrow massively from the domestic market?
Well, the thing is that I think we're having some challenges on borrowing from the going to go to 24 trillion. We're still thinking about 40-year bond swap. So we're going to have to go for a bond and then at 9% to try and see if we can deal with that and put it out of the way. But yes, the additional borrowing of over 10 trillion, well, will have to come. They prefer to now go for domestic market. But domestic market is much more expensive, because I know that the treasury bill is going at about 14% or more, 14 to 15%. So it's expensive, but it's a short-term borrowing, which is just 1 year or so. But that's the option that the government is exercising at the moment.
And what implication would this have for, what we'll spend on debt service? Because you look at what is budgeted for debt service alone, it's far higher than what is, budgeted for capital projects, so to speak.
Yeah, it's going to be far more difficult times, because at the moment, our debt service is 6.6 trillion. So by the time you borrow additional, those additional expected borrowing, because the deficit is about 10.7 trillion. So by the time you borrow that, now add the interest on it and the capital repayment, you see that figure will be heading up to going to about 8-9 trillion. So it's going to be a very difficult time, because whatever else is there, you could see some of the money that was the revised budget, that's the revised allocation of over 800 trillion. A bulk of it, 86%, 704 trillion went to capital, capital infrastructure, housing and works. So a lot more. In fact, even if you look at the current one for 2023, housing also had the highest, almost 398 trillion. So in together is 1.1 trillion. So you can actually see where the money is going, because they want to ramp up infrastructure as much as they can, pay off as much as they can before they leave office, which is not a bad idea. But we have a lot of debt to deal with.
And do you think these debts are sustainable?
Well, the issue of sustainability, even if you look at the 77 trillion, which is what it has jumped up to now, is still about 35% of our GDP. You could still argue your way through, because World Bank says, well, we can go up to 55%. best practice says 40%. So we still say they can still argue that we haven't got to even to 40%. But it's the revenue side that is the crux of the matter. The government has, the Minister of Finance have an aggressive revenue mobilization initiative hoping to push the 7% envelope to 15%. If we get to 15%, which is double, yeah, of course, that can quietly take care of the outgoing, the debt service. But we need to get that money. We need to get it.
From what you have seen, do you think the revenue projections are achievable?
The revenue projections, I'm not very sure, to be honest, because I looked at the figures of the as at November last year. We didn't do quite well on the revenue collection, but by December, when the figures return for December, you might see an improvement. But I think we underperformed substantially on the revenue last year, quite unexpectedly. But how it's going to play out this year, I'm not quite sure, because we are still spending, and a lot of that spend, you could see the revised appropriation by the Assembly. They raised the benchmark from $70 to 75, pushing out extra 1.3 trillion, and then see where the money went. You saw the National Population Commission getting a lot of it. You've seen the National INEC getting some of it, and then you come down to infrastructure and all those health and all that, the defense. So the needs are there, and those needs are what are pushing if we have a better benchmark, if we attain more efficiency in our benchmark, for example, in the production volume, which is 1.69, if we're able to ramp up production to that level, then we will be talking. But I doubt very much if we can hit that, because throughout last year, we were largely under 1 million barrels a day. But I know now we are well over 1 million, 1.2, heading to 1.3. So let us hope that we will escape, overcome that. There was in the past, there were times in the past we did 2.1 million barrels a day, even 2 million. So why is it becoming difficult for us to get to those levels? Your guess is as good as mine. And
because you talked about the benchmarks, of course, crude oil price pegged at $75 per barrel, and you did talk about the production benchmark of 1.69, and inflation. The projection is 17.16, and the projected economic growth 3.75.
I'm not sure.
You think those are not overly optimistic?
I'm not sure about inflation. To be honest, I'm not sure about the inflation figure, because it's difficult to where we are currently around 22%, and it will still rise. The December result will still rise. So I doubt how we could bring down 5% on inflation in the whole year. I doubt very much, but those are the figures in there. I'm not sure we're going to hit that one.
And what about the projected economic growth of 3.75?
Yeah, economic growth rate is doable, because I know we'll probably be finishing at around 3, and then we don't judge that 3.75 until we get to the December this year. So there may be, we normally start at a low rate in January in the first quarter, and then we end up high because of the Christmas spend, a lot of spend, and inflation. I said inflation, GDP is about consumption and production, all these aggregate demand increases and all that stuff. So you're going to see a lot more stuff. Household expenditure will go up. So the last quarter always tend to give us a higher GDP rate. But then as you go through the whole year, it will be lower than what we expect. But we might end up finishing maybe around 3.3, 3.4. That's my thinking.
And let's talk about the what is it called now? Let's talk about the issue of subsidy. The government has said, look, subsidy will be taken out by June. What difference will that make? Because that's a if you were to calculate that on the basis of the current figures now, we're looking at taking out about, okay, let's say 3.36 trillion naira. That's about $6 billion we're talking about here.
That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money.
and it's indefensible. You see, it's one thing to tell us, all right, we are producing the petrol, we can ignore the revenue from the petrol and then make sure citizens are happy. Okay, that's fine. You can run away with that argument. But you cannot run away with the argument that just because we are producing crude, then we'll go and borrow money to satisfy people's appetite for resources. It's not defensible to go and borrow, to go and give.
Because that's essentially what we're doing now, right?
That is ridiculous, because you shouldn't be doing that. It's enough to say, okay, right, this is our natural resource. We'll get it. We'll just share it out to people. Don't give them extra pain. That's fine. That's fine, even though I don't accept that. But to tell me that, assuming we don't have oil at all, assuming we don't have it, like all other countries, they are now telling me that Ghana will import petrol and then sell it and then go and borrow money to subsidize it. I don't think any country would want to do that. They are importing it. It's just indefensible.
Quite indefensible. All right, well, one last thing, Prof. There's been a lot of back and forth over this issue of ways and means. I mean, the request by the President to the National Assembly seeking the approval to convert these, federal government borrowings now from the central bank to long-term bonds. And of course, it's so far the issue is stalled in the National Assembly. I mean, the lawmakers are demanding more information and all of that. So, and the finance minister, when she was giving the breakdown of the budget, did say if the approval does not come fast, that could cost Nigeria a lot. I mean, looking at about 1.8 to 2 point something trillion. What do you think? What do you think is the best way to deal with this issue now? Should the National Assembly members go ahead to approve it?
Well, the issue of validity, authenticity of the borrowing is a different matter. The issues are, that's a separate issue. Now, the law says that the lending to the government should not be by way of overdraft, or what that means, should not be more than 5% of the previous revenue.
Yes.
And the previous revenue was more in the region of 8 trillion. So we shouldn't really be lending more than 400 billion. But that is history, because the debt has been incurred. Even the ECOWAS macroeconomic convergence criteria recommended 10%, which means we shouldn't actually be lending more than 800. But this lending wasn't done in 1 year. It was done in a few number of years. And the debts that I know or suspect, some of them are legacy debts. Some of them are, some of them have been incurred over a finite period of time. But the issue really now, the decision point is, what are the options? If you don't convert this money into long-term loan, then to begin with, the law also requires that the interest that you are going to pay. In fact, the law actually wants the repayment done within the financial year that you gave it. So all of us are all falling foul of that law. But you have to be base rate, which is 16.5%, plus maybe a premium of another 2%. So you are looking at about 18.5%. That is a lot of interest. So if you are lucky to get a bond that will give you 40-year duration, and then you have it at 9%, that's actually a very good option. Because if you go and say, okay, let's go to treasury bills. Treasury bills are going at about 15% now. So that's again higher. And treasury bills is for 1 year. So how are you going to take treasury bills of 24 trillion? It's a lot. Anyway, so that is actually a better option to give us more fiscal space by going for 40-year term bond, and then at a reasonable rate. And I know that if we go, we have a history of being oversubscribed in these bonds, so we may well be able to attract them, investors that would invest.
Finally, Prof.
But it's a sensible way to go.
Yes. Finally,
that's
Prof.
the way to go.
Okay, you're still saying something. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I don't think apart from the due diligence that the assembly may want to have, which they're entitled to have, after all, they have oversight over whatever goes on, even through the Fiscal Responsibility Act, it still allows them to know. They need to know what they want to know about. But in the end of the day, we just have little option left than to just head to that bond and clear that of their balance sheet.
Let me ask you one final. This is a very final question now. From what you are seeing and from where you are sitting, what are the difficulties you think the next government will face when it comes in? Well, it really doesn't matter which government, whether it's the APC, PDP, but how difficult would it be for the next government to really, really get this economy going?
It will be extremely difficult because you are still going to have to deal with the wage increase, the minimum wage increase. You have to do that because the inflation is over 22%, and people can hardly buy anything in the market with 30,000 naira. Go to any market, you can hardly buy anything with 30,000 naira to feed a family for 1 week. You can't. Anyway, so yeah, and all the prices are rising now. What I say, and then of course you've got to have to, whichever decision you take, there are consequences in terms of debt repayment, and that debt repayment is going to continue to rise. Now, what I think is this: we have been, our challenge has been about the type of borrowing, because I keep saying that it's debt finance, and very little asset finance. And the moment you bring asset finance into the picture, then it de-emphasizes the crisis that we are going to have, and then begin to just to be more practical rather than theoretical. You see, Saudi Arabia is many times richer than Nigeria, without a doubt. But they needed $25 billion. They didn't go to borrow them from anybody. They said, look, Saudi Aramco is the equivalent of NNPC. And then he said, give me the value of valuation. So the valuation came back at 1.5 trillion. He said, okay, move it to the capital market and just sell 5%. And they got the money they wanted. NNPC is touted to be $100 billion in value. So what is wrong? He's saying, okay, let's just take it to the capital market and then do 10%. 10% will rake in $10 billion, or 20% will rake in $20 billion. If you have $20 billion now, Nigeria will take over for the next 2 years, and then many growth will return in many parts of the country, and then the economy will see a different. So that is the way to go. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say this. That is the way. And then let me tell you something. The Saudi Aramco from 2019, 2 years after that valuation, 2 years after taking it to the market, the value increased to 2.3 trillion. It's the most capitalized company in the world. So what happens is this: if NNPC goes to the capital market now, everybody will buy share in NNPC. The big oil majors will buy share. The militants will buy share. Those same people who are saying heaven and earth will fall, those unions, they will buy share. Well, two things happen. The capital market brings their transparency, their searchlight on the management. The corporate governance of NNPC will tighten up, and more investors will be involved in NNPC. Bigger boys will come in. That's like LNG. LNG is giving government money. It's because of the quality of the management, the corporate governance, and the competence in there. Now, if you do the same in NNPC, NNPC's value will jump through the roof. If NNPC wants loan of 10 billion from Afrexim, they will give them the money because they believe that they are now so open, so transparent, so accountable, so prudent in the way they use the resources and take important decisions. That's not happening. Other things are happening. That is not the way I see them going. But that's the way it should go to save this country.
All right, Prof. Thank you very much for your insights there. Thank you so very much for your time. We'll take a short break now, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places.
the Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Well, welcome back. Now, it appears this is the season of endorsements. With just 2 weeks or a few weeks, I should say, to the presidential election, the atmosphere has been bombarded with news of political endorsements from individuals who have some level of influence in the country. Just recently, former President Olusegun Obasanjo threw his weight behind the Labour Party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi. In a letter he wrote, Obasanjo said Obi had an edge over other presidential candidates in terms of knowledge, discipline, vitality, and character. Now, expectedly, the APC, PDP, and of course NNPP have criticized the endorsements, describing Obasanjo, for instance, as a paperweight politician who cannot guarantee votes in his constituency. As if to counter their beliefs, Ijaw national leader and the convener of PANDEF, that's Edwin Clark, now endorsed Peter Obi, governor of Benue State, of course, and one of the aggrieved PDP G5 governors, Samuel Otom, followed suit, endorsing Obi for president. Now, the question is, are these endorsements truly a determinant as to the outcome of the elections? In fact, could these endorsements sway the election in favor of any of the candidates? Just how important are the endorsements? Joining me now to discuss this and more, I have public affairs analyst Theo Akatuba, who joins us from Lagos. And then we have Dr. Farouk Bibi Farouk, who is a political economist. He joins us from Abuja. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let me start with you, Dr. Bibi Farouk. How important is this endorsement?
Well, one cannot measure the importance easily because like blueprints or other aspects of electioneering, it is coming into our electoral system for the first time. And in the past, we never seem to have such a personality endorsement.
I think maybe we're learning this from America, right?
Yeah, I think so. But in the United States, you find that, yes, principal persons of good character and respect do make endorsements. Colin Powell, for example, could make endorsements and could make an impact. But normally endorsements come from either media who have editorial opinions that people accept and follow, Fox News, NBC, or so on, maybe ideological persuasions. Now, the endorsements we are seeing so far are not going around those American systems. We are not seeing Obasanjo actually endorsing because Obasanjo has a personality that can create votes. He cannot create votes probably in his own household. So about being influential enough to create votes, Obasanjo has rather repudiated those in power much more than got the support or gave support to those in power. So if it even happens that it is happening today, we expect some maybe repudiation. Some people argue that Obasanjo endorses with the intent of being able to control and manipulate the intended candidate. And if he doesn't get his way, he reacts back. But the endorsement of somebody like Edwin Clark is another phenomenon altogether because he represents a sectional group. He represents a group that does not even accept the constitution, nor accept the system of Nigeria, probably unless it is being ruled by somebody they prefer. So when we see endorsement in Nigeria, the first thing we begin to now see is it about ethnic identity, regional identity, or is it about religion? The three main endorsers now that we have are both from the same faith with the candidate, one of whom is the only one among four that principal ones that are, all the three others are Muslims. So it's really not yet a time to really value and measure endorsement unless we begin to see the results. If these endorsements by next month make an impact, and are significant, or if these people do really have followers, which I doubt that they have followers that can impact the elections. So I don't see so much hullabaloo about the endorsements, actually.
Let me come to you, Mr. Katuba. Look, even if these endorsements do not, win the election, I mean, if they do not sway voters, to vote in a particular direction, at least for the optics, is it not something good for the candidates who's getting these endorsements, at least for the optics?
First of all, I like to talk about endorsements and their possible effect. Endorsements are a public statement of an individual or a group of persons in support of a political candidate in an election. Now, you have to look at who is doing the endorsement. You have to also look at the quality of the voters in a particular society.
True.
In our climb, for example, our voters are not yet very enlightened, and they believe in opinion leaders. A lot of the voters follow opinion leaders. So in this climb, endorsement could have a positive effect for the candidates who endorsed. It can also have a negative effect depending on who is endorsing. So in the case of that we have now, where you have an Obasanjo and Edwin Clark and others, the other candidates who have their own share of endorsement, but these other endorsements that have come recently are making news because it is expected that Obasanjo should have endorsed Atiku, because that was the person he endorsed in the last election. If Atiku were not in the contest, then we would have been free enough to endorse. But endorsing Atiku in the last election and rejecting Atiku to endorse Obi in this election makes the endorsement somehow of a liability.
No,
because it shows
now, something I need to correct. I'm not very sure that Obasanjo endorsed Atiku in the last election. Did he? At least not publicly, because we know, for instance, that Obasanjo had, he's on record. You must have read his book.
No, he did.
My Watch. He never wants Atiku to. He's never been a fan of Atiku at all.
Let me explain it. He did publicly by an open activity of forgiveness of Atiku, where you have Oyedepo and Gumi and all of them with Reverend Father Kuka in a television broadcast.
Yes, I know
where
that.
He said he has forgiven him and that he supports his quest for the presidency. What more do you want from an endorsement? That was a very major endorsement for Atiku in 2019. So what I'm saying is that there is a positive and a negative. It has an influence. For example, now, Obasanjo's current endorsement of Peter Obi might have no weight in Southwest because the political forces and dynamics are not in favor of Obasanjo in the Southwest. But it might have effect in the North because Obasanjo is a person that the North seems to have seen as a friend, someone who has good judgment. It can have an effect in some areas, but not in many areas. The same way with Edwin Clark, who you know that he is in contest in Bayelsa State and in the Ijaw land. His endorsement might inure to a few votes, but not so much. Now, that is talking about the individuals. But what I want to say, endorsement has an effect. It can give you votes or can take votes from you.
Let me go to you, Dr. Farouk. You just heard what he said about the effect that the Obasanjo endorsement could have, especially in the north, some areas of the north of the country. I'd want you to speak to that.
I don't think Obasanjo will get 10 votes from the north on his own. Obasanjo's support from the north came from the boys he had in the military who developed significant influence in northern activities. Babangida, them, Alugu South, T.Y., Nkrumah, and Co. Those people maintain a cult of followership because of certain things they did and the generosity they did during the times they had opportunities. and they maintain those elements of generosity. So I can tell you that as of today, I would not imagine an emir or first-class ruler in the north that is not somehow friendly to these people. So if these people endorsed somebody, you would see that you'd see some value in it. But they brought Obasanjo and endorsed him. He did not generate any support on his own. And until he left, he did not generate that support for himself. The fact that if he is part of that group and that group accepts his endorsement, it would make a lot of a difference. But if he's endorsing Tolo, I doubt if he'll have any support from them.
And look, for you, were you surprised? Were you surprised when, for instance, Obasanjo said he was endorsing Obi? Because somehow the handwriting had been on the wall for a long time. I mean, the same thing as Chief Edwin Clark with PANDEF.
You see, I think what Obasanjo is trying to do is to play into the politics of the new generation of Nigerians. And unfortunately, he cannot do that through his own generation. That is from the children he has brought up or the people close to him that are younger generations. They will actually repudiate him. So he is more or less playing a politics of getting the support that Peter Obi is able to garner because of the circumstances of today where the youth are agitating much more than they were before, than him giving support to Peter Obi. I think Obasanjo is seeking endorsement from a generation of Nigerians that have taken a position, and he believes that they can make a lot of impact in the history of this country with that position. That is the younger generation. I was the national youth leader of PDP when he was president. He didn't do much for the youth in particular. He didn't go too much against us, but his politics was never a politics of the development of the next generation. So I think he wants to end his life endorsing a next generation and putting in a record. Obasanjo is a very meticulous person both on earth, and he would want, even after his life, to be recognized to have done something. Whenever he sees that he has a liability somewhere or a deficiency somewhere, he does try to cover it, and he does it with a lot of hard work and effort. And it covers to a large extent. He was my boss. But I think this endorsement would only give him the necessary support and flavor he seeks for from the generation of people below Peter Obi that are really getting organized and agitated about seeing some specific changes. But it is not an ideological or this thing here. He has not analyzed Peter Obi to the extent of arriving at an ideological position that can convince younger people that Peter Obi would really be a better president. Because to a lot of us, Peter Obi is a bourgeois importer of commodities and exporter of labor. So he has never really given us what he's promising, that is production instead of consumption. He's a maverick of consumption, and he has not explained that up to now, and nobody has come around ideologically to put Peter Obi on an ideological platform that can convince the generation that are agitating for him. The labor people that are with him are now in a contradiction of whether oil subsidy should stay or oil subsidy should go. So those contradictions will come up, and so I do not see the endorsement actually making any meaning from the characters that have come to endorse him.
Let me go over to Theo Akatuba. There's this other endorsement that people are really not talking about, but that some people will say is important. We saw the governor of Benue State, Samuel Otom, one of the G5 governors now, seemingly endorsing Obi, but, you know, I would say seemingly because that's not a complete endorsement. It's like half of the way endorsement. But just how important, or how important, for instance, will the endorsements of the G5 governors be? What difference do you think, if they should, you know, join the fray now, what difference do you think their endorsements, for instance, will make for any of the candidates?
Well, the endorsement of the G5 will make a lot of impact on Peter Obi and work against Atiku. in areas where Atiku hitherto performed well in 2019. When you see Otom's endorsement of Peter Obi should be expected. One, he will not endorse APC candidate. He should endorse a PDP candidate that have moved to Labour. And that is Peter Obi, having publicly said he cannot vote for a Fulani man and that he cannot vote for Atiku. So Otom is lost in the mist. In fact, even if the G5 choose to work for Tinubu, Otom is likely to defer and differ with them. So you see, he has come out ahead of time to make a public declaration that the G5 better work with Obi or he sticks with Obi, because there's no other way for him for any political relevance. So his case is a very difficult one, and he's already made himself clear. Oyo State Governor is also in the limbo. He's likely to work with Tinubu instead of going with Obi, because right in Oyo State, Obi is likely to make so much impact, and he doesn't want to have political irrelevance for his support. So you see, the G5 people have already splitted already along the lines of the difficulties and challenges that are obvious to them.
But what difference? What difference do you think that their endorsements will make? Because the question is, you think they'll be able to sway the voters in their states to vote in a particular direction?
Yes, they have a level of influence, but not totally, especially now that votes are not bought, votes are not directed, votes are not created. We have a voter population that is predominantly now a bit independent, and you've got to do a much more work of convincing. So you have influence, quite all right, but it's not going to go as far as it used to be. So I see their endorsement helping those within the areas of their influence following in the direction of their leader, because we still have a political voter class that is predominantly opinion leader followers.
Okay. Dr. Farouk, you look at the way it is now. It's like this G5 governors, for want of a better word now, displaying their endorsements, hawking their endorsements, if you like, as a very, very important commodity. And even though the candidates are not openly sorting or seeking these endorsements now, the truth is that they would want the endorsements. The way it is, just from what Mr. Katuba has said, it's not likely that all of them would be endorsing one candidate, so there might be a split. But do you think they'll make any difference at all in the outcome of the election?
If you say any difference, you're putting it right to the thread. They would make a difference. Whether the difference would make a difference is another issue altogether. But certainly, as a group of governors, 5 of them, certainly they have some leverage in the political processes of the country. Have they lost some of the the turns they needed to have made? Yes, I think so. When the first set of governors that left PDP in 2014 or 13 did so, they immediately merged into a party, became principal promoters of that party, put in their candidates into that party. So we're able to move with that party together. Now, this is a group of governors that has their own supporters, different from any political party. At this stage, their endorsement might not carry the total support of the people who are contesting elections under the PDP along with them. So you would see that they might not be able to, they have not carried their people as at now. They are still in a boat. They have not taken the boat across the Mediterranean or whatever it is, but they have not crossed. so they might find the elections happening at the time when their boat has not really come to shore. Because they say that by this month, they will decide, or Wike will at least decide who to tell his people to support. And like my colleague said, it is a bit more difficult for people like Makinde to go along with wherever Wike decides to go, though he seems to be the principal interest of that group, but he's not contesting. Many of them are contesting positions in the PDP. And I've taken note of the fact that they have created the integrity group, which gives them an ability to still remain in the PDP, contest elections, and decamp after the elections, because the Constitution allows you to have a faction. If there is a faction, you can still remain in your party and defect, choose another party whenever you choose to. So they have done this cleverly, and they intend to keep their people within the PDP, contest elections within the PDP, and then take a decision after the results of the elections are out. But then, if the results of the elections are what they are waiting for, but the contestants are waiting for them now, so it's very difficult and dicey for them. But that as governors, even if they're just for the fact of they can help you with getting lawyers to fight your battles, because the elections as we have today is moving away from the processes of voting into the processes of litigation. So when you see a principal person who is endorsing you, you have to also look at his capacity to support your lawyers, his capacity to support security agents when they are with you or not you, how influential is that person with INEC, and so on. Of course, we are all dependent on the Electoral Act. We are hopeful that it will be what it is, but we have never tried it. And the gadgets that are there, we have never tried them, so we don't know what influence will come. So an endorser really needs to be much more than just a person writing a letter, as far as
Okay, I understand you. Just before I go, I want to ask both of you one question, and I want you to be very brief with your answers, because we're actually out of time. Let me start with you, Akachuba. Why do you think it is difficult for the PDP to expel this G5 governors? Because obviously what they are doing is clearly anti-party.
First of all, it is difficult for the PDP because the PDP is hoping against hope that they will change their mind and there will be a reconciliation. On the other hand, it's a very critical moment of election, and these are governors that hold sway in very critical and important states, very strategic locations. That is the reason why they have not expelled them. But let me tell you, PDP's failure to expel these 5 governors is a demonstration to the electorate and to the citizens that this party, if given the chance to form a governor, certain citizens in this country will be above the law. PDP has a big liability, and they need to do something fast and take a decision to save their party from looking weak, because after this election, there shall be more election, and it's expected that the party should exist and the party should be supreme. I find PDP showcasing weakness where they should show strength. If they expel the 5 of them, there could be underground moves to reconcile. The party will be shown as a strong party, able to form government to deal with a country where there are big man or big men offenders or people who seem or act as if they are above the law and nothing seems to happen to them. So if PDP does not do something about this, very analytical minds will stay away from that party.
Oh, okay. Let me get your own thoughts, Dr. Bibi Farouk.
I think politically the PDP has done the right thing by not ejecting them out. As weeks and months to elections, you are very careful with how you handle your disciplinary issues. No matter how many you lose, you would want to keep as many as possible until after the elections. And I think PDP feels if it had ejected these people, by now they would have metamorphosed into a big force and supported another party, both materially, both intellectually, both in other manners, publicity and so on. Now that they are hanging on the limbo, it is much easier for PDP to handle them on limbo than to lose them completely. And I think the Constitution or the Electoral Act has based on precedences that were wrong, because in the past the party could at any point in time write INEC and remove a candidate, replacement issues. Since the replacement issue is not possible now, the only thing they can do is to try and keep them together with their supporters. Some of their supporters that must now contest under the PDP might have change of minds. Don't be surprised that Wike will create a governor that first 1 month or 2 months to go back to home to PTP and tell him, hey, this adventure you're up to, I'm not going along with you. But for now, they have to continue going.
All right.
And it could be the last day of election, some of their supporters who are contesting positions might decide to work for the PDP.
All right. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Theo Akatuba, a public affairs analyst, and Dr. Farouk Bibi Farouk, a political economist. Thank you so very much for your time and for your insights.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. But truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, the cases, the many of them actually, of underage voters discovered on the voter register of the National Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, has over time raised concerns and questions about the Commission's registration and technology ahead of the upcoming 2023 election. To provide a control measure in such cases, the electoral body announced that underage persons, that is, those below 18 years, who attempt to vote during this year's general elections and their parents are to be arrested and prosecuted. The National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, made the announcement earlier in the week. Okoye says in an effort to address issues around underage registration, INEC had summoned all its officers in areas where the anomaly is most likely to take place. The National Commissioner said the cleanup of the voter register was ongoing, adding that Nigerians would be pleased with the end result. INEC has also promised to investigate and prosecute officials involved in the infractions and registration of underage voters as seen in the published voters register. Just last week, the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, publicly promised that notwithstanding the challenges facing the commission, it would conduct impartial, free and fair elections and deliver electoral justice in 2023. Now, these promises made by INEC remain just words by citizens who entertain fear over the conduct and outcome of the election. To discuss this further, now being joined on the program by public affairs analyst Victor Ohai and the director of Center for Public Accountability, Olufemi Lawson. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let me start with you, Mr. Lawson. When you must have seen the voter register when it was published, when we saw a number of clearly underage voters who were registered. When you see that kind of thing, and then you hear INEC now saying that any underage voter who attempts to vote on election day would be arrested, does that give you confidence at all?
We should be concerned as Nigerians, and we should be worried that we are having such situations where on our national voters register you find children who are underage, they're being registered to vote in the coming elections. But we must also commend INEC that it is making itself available for the kind of probe that we have seen Nigerians probing the integrity of the registration process. INEC has done a lot in ensuring that Nigerians are carried along in the registration process, in the subsequent verification exercises, and of course, the decision of the PVC. What has necessitated this kind of situation is the fact that as we speak, the country does not have a database of its citizens. It does not have a database, social security number system for citizens. So it is difficult for anybody, even if they born yesterday, to wake up and register to participate, not only in election, but other national, duties as regards, such that, there are age limits for participation. So for what INEC has done, it is important that it is taken beyond mere statement by INEC to the point that we can criminalize this culture of politicians registering underage children to vote. I can assure you that these children didn't just wake up in their numbers to participate in the registration process. They must have been induced, mobilized by some greedy politicians across the country so as to increase number of people who are eligible to vote for them in the elections. So beyond the threat of arresting the parents of these underage children, which I think is very much in order, we must look at how we can criminalize a situation where underage voters are found in our elections. And this can only be done by properly legislating against the participation of underage voters in our election. It has to go beyond mere statements by INEC.
Mr. Ohai, let me ask you, just how easy or difficult do you think it will be to arrest these underage voters, especially on election day, and not cause some kind of chaos or scene, especially around some of these voting points?
Thank you very much for that question. First, I'd like to say I see an INEC as I don't want to say anxious, but very much interested in leaving a legacy now, which is why I think some of these measures are beginning to come in place. They are demonstrating that they're also responsive and they're listening to the public. Now, the point you made is very, very important because, INEC officials are fewer than voters. If you are in a place that is predominantly and overwhelmingly one-sided in terms of party support and all that, and they decide to bring all these people, the INEC official would be putting his life at risk. So it's going to be very difficult. What I think that INEC ought to do rather is to do massive voter awareness, at least to discourage some of those people from coming. And when that is done, it would minimize the number that will show up on the day. And if enough people show willingness, then perhaps it might be easier to stop those that are obviously underage. Some may not be so obviously underage. And a lot of this, if you excuse my saying so, is predominantly in the north. It's not so common in the south. Predominantly in the north, where if a girl is 12, she is said to be married, and as far as they're concerned, they are adults and they can come out and vote. So it's going to be a big problem. It's a challenge. But massive awareness in the media about, which is obviously part of what we're doing now.
Yes.
If that awareness is created and fear put in them, hopefully it might help to discourage some of these underage voters from even showing up. And once the parents know what the implications are, and the police, that is, if the police are alive to their responsibilities, we have no reason to, this will be taken care of. So my concern is how willing or how serious the police would be about effecting this. If they do it, then it will be very effective. But without the police and probably the other paramilitary forces that will be manning the elections, I don't see that being effective at all.
And it's very good that you raised the point about INEC officials now likely putting themselves on the line or putting their lives on the line now, should they refuse to allow, especially in situations where maybe at a particular voting point you have the predominance of members of a political party or so. So obviously it definitely will be difficult for the INEC officials to order the arrest or even prevent underage voting in such places. Now let me ask you, Lawson, could that be the reason why these underage voters are able to find their way into the voters register? Because they were actually registered by INEC officials, and some of these INEC officials must have clearly seen that, look, these individuals were clearly underage at the time, but they just couldn't do anything to prevent, to prevent their registration. They couldn't stop them from getting registered, probably because of threats and what have you.
Yes, if that is the situation we find ourselves, it may also repeat itself during elections to the extent that INEC officials, because of the limited numbers and even the limited number of security agencies that are going to be present during elections, may be overwhelmed to the extent that they will not be able to prevent these underage voters, remember, who are most likely to have been sponsored by politicians to participate in this election. So that is why initially I referred to the option of criminalizing this process and making legal moves and ensuring that this does not, they don't find their way into the balloting system. And how do we ensure this? Beyond the fact that we may not have the required number of security personnel to tackle this huge number of people who have been registered and are backed up by powerful politicians.
Let me go over to you, Mr. Ohai. What would you say about that? I mean, that, if these people were able to get registered during the voter registration process. So it would appear the INEC officials couldn't do anything to prevent them from registering.
Yes, I agree. I mean, we cannot rule out collusion between INEC members and politicians. This has always been the case in many instances and in many parts of the country, where you have very, very influential politicians and sometimes violent politicians as well, who will get the INEC officials to go and do the registration in their own homes, not even where they're supposed to be doing it. So when you find a situation like that, they bring the names, they decide who gets registered, they decide what the voters register, looks like. So we find a situation like that. So there's collusion. I think that if INEC would want to do this, they should start by making examples of their people in-house. Because it's not difficult. You can, it's something that they can, people have reported, videos have been taken. If they investigate them and they can identify such polling units, then those who did the registration should be brought to book. If they are ad hoc staff, then they should face the law, Another thing that you might find right now is some of the underage voters of perhaps 4 years ago or 8 years ago have probably of age now.
That's true.
That's something, I mean, in cases like that, there's nothing you can do about it. Although those registrations were illegal, but it can be argued that they have the voting age right now. The only thing is the age on the register is not the actual age. But what we need to be looking out for right now are those, like I said earlier on, who are obviously underage. And if they have been registered, then, I mean, if they come out to vote, they should be arrested on the spot. And then examples, you only need to make example of a few people. And I can assure you that the world will soon go around and nobody wants to be in trouble. Nobody wants to sleep in the cell even for one day. For how much? How much are the politicians giving them? So a lot still rests on INEC. It's not just, I mean, talk is cheap. It's not just enough to say it, but they have to be seen to be doing something. And this is, the election presents an opportunity. And beyond rhetoric, beyond just talking, what we would like to see is an INEC that not only backs, but actually bites. And that biting should start, from the beginning. I don't see why they cannot activate the whistleblowers, whatever it is. It's not just about financial crimes. Whistleblowing could also be that people who are registered illegally as children, even if people can blow the whistle and INEC is aware, then they should go out there, flush them out from those registers, and then on the day when they come, their names would not be there. And it will be obvious to everyone when they start making noise that these are underage registered voters.
But let's face it, this will be difficult to deal with if you have a situation where in some of these places now where you have cases of underage voters, there's collusion from not just INEC officials, even INEC ad hoc staff. So it will be difficult, and difficult, for instance, to even carry out the INEC order of getting some of these underage voters now arrested and prosecuted.
Well, the easiest way out of this, just I was trying to mention, is for INEC not to wait to the point of elections before dealing with this situation. And how do we deal with this? INEC should be able to delist names of underage voters that have been discovered on its database.
It says it is in the process. It says it is doing so already. That it's an ongoing process.
We should expect INEC to have been able to, weed out a good number of these underage voters before the election proper. And this is going to be the easiest way for INEC. Rather, how many parents are you going to arrest? Where is the facility to arrest this parent? Where is the manpower rather to arrest parents of children who are in their hundreds, who have been registered illegally to vote in our elections? So we must look at how we can take steps that will curtail even their presence during elections, rather than waiting for the election day to start arresting these underage voters and their parents. Who even says parents are going to be coming to the polling, accompanying these children to the polling booth? And you must also remember that some of these children are children who have been exploited by politicians, children who are found on the streets taking, to these places to register. So INEC must begin to work now and not wait for the election day before trying to curtail the menace of these underage voters that may be participating in our elections.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for your thoughts, and thank you very much for coming on the program. Thank you so very much. Well, that's how much we can take on the program this week. We thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
My name is Jumoke Olowo Okere. I'm the Creative Director at African Creative Sustainable Synergy Hub. We were initially known as African Creative Hub, but now we have added 2 wings, Sustainable Synergy. And we are based in Ibadan. or we reach out to the whole world. We are a social enterprise company on a mission to create a sustainable world without waste. And we do this by education, by upcycling. We want to show people how to convert their waste into wealth. We want to let people realize that waste is actually not a waste, but waste is wealth. And so we don't want to talk, we want to show. For 12 years now, I've been working with waste. And I realized that each time we meet a new person, and during our interactions, once we are talking about it and they keep asking questions like, what do you mean waste is wealth? What do you mean I can turn my waste to this? What do you mean I can use my waste for this? I realized that so many people have a lot of questions. But one thing I noticed is that if I don't say anything and I just show you the wealth that we've created from waste, the person gets the idea faster, the understanding is there faster, and they become disciples faster. So I don't need to sweat once I can show. So we realize that instead of trying to talk to people about waste is not waste, waste can be reused, just show them. Because in our interactions, we realize that once we show people, they catch the idea fast and they are willing to join on board because they can see that they can actually do it also. So then I asked myself, I said, can there be a space where we can create different works of art from waste and the people can come in and see, so that more people are coming in to see, and then the message is passed across faster and we can all together. You know, there's this prediction I read about recently that said by 2050 there will be more plastic in the ocean than species. It means that we are counting down. If I don't do something about it urgently, you don't do something about it urgently, then that disaster is going to happen to us. And the earlier we join this train, the better. And the more people that are on this train, the better. So I started looking for waste museum and I realized that there is no waste museum anywhere. There's no place that is dedicated to waste, that people can come in and see waste in their natural form and see waste in their finished product. What we call finished product is also a natural product for another artist, because you know art is unending. If I create a design, for example, with this bottle waste, this is a 4-liter keg of oil that has been used and discarded. Now, if I create a work of art from this and I put it on the wall, somebody can get this and add some other things to it and turn it into another thing. Then somebody else can take it from that level, add something else to it. So it keeps evolving depending on who is using it. So I realized that there's no space like that. And then the next question I asked myself is, if there is no space like that, why don't I create that kind of space? Then I asked myself again, you know, I like asking myself a lot of questions. And so I asked myself again, what do I have that I can use to create this space? Then I answered myself that I have a small space that I can use to start. The vision of the Waste Museum is very big, like on a community, like a 20-acre, 30-acre land. But I have less than a plot. And I said, okay, you know what? Let me start with what I have. So I have the skills, I have the space. Let me start. Then it can grow. So that when you come in and you see what we can do, then you can say, oh, I want to go and do this, and then it will keep growing. And so that was how we came up with the idea of the Waste Museum. And we have been working on it, and we are still working on it till now. There's nobody that hears about this that doesn't ask questions. Now it's like an icebreaker. You heard about it and here you are. If we didn't do this, I won't meet you and you will not be here today. So that is the reception we've had. Anytime people hear about it, they're like, waste? You mean waste, Ibadi? And I'm like, no, W-A-S-T-E. And they're like, Idoti? And I'm like, yes. And then they ask, what do you mean waste museum? So are you dumping waste in the building? I said, then you need to come and see. Because we want to show you crazy stuff that you can do with waste. So the reception has been interesting. There's been filled with a lot of curiosity. People come in to see what is here, and then when they come, they go with, wow, so it's possible. Oh, so we can do this. Wow, so you can use this for this. So it's been good. There's nobody that will come here that your lives will not change. It's not possible. I've not seen anybody that comes to the Waste Museum and they don't go home with something. And guess what? Because it is not just about the waste, like this center is supposed to be a showcase. What our mission for this place is for you to see circular economy practically. That is, now, circular economy is an economy whereby there is no waste. Presently now in the whole world, many people in the world are using linear economy. So it is straight down. You produce the material, you use the material, then you discard. Example, you bought a bottle of drink, you take the bottle of drink, and then with your own hand, you throw the bottle of drink away. And do you know that the bottle of drink you bought, the liquid content is like less than 40%. The container costs like 60% of the price you paid. So let's assume that you paid 200 naira for your bottle of drink. The liquid content that you just finished taking is just like 40 naira. The container is 160 naira. So if you take that bottle of drink and you continue with the linear economy by taking the bottle of drink, drink it, and then you throw it away, by yourself, you have just thrown 160 naira away from your hard-earned money. But imagine a circular economy whereby you have that product, you finish using the product, then you ask yourself, what else can I do with this product? And we brought a simple solution, and we call it our 5 R's and a U. So reduce, reuse, recycle, refuse, repair, and upcycle. So with these 5 R's and a U, you can ask yourself, this product that I just finished using, what can I use it for? What else can be done with it? Instead of me using my hand to throw it away. So then you start thinking. So if you pick out of any of these 5 R's and a U, whichever you do, it means that your waste is going up again. You are reusing it, so it's going back. So it is not wasted. So it is a zero economy. And that is what we run at the Waste Museum. Now, it is a perfect ecosystem for plants, animals, and humans. Because if you look at the definition of environment, environment is a place where plants, animals, and human beings live together in harmony. So what we want to create for you, what we want people to see is that perfect ecosystem where animal, plants, and humans are living together in harmony and they are not creating any waste. So the waste from the plant will be used by the animal, the waste from the animal will be used by the plant, and the waste from the plant and the animal will be eaten by the woman. My vision is for it to be turned into a tourist center in a community like minimum of 20 acres, where we will even have residents, we'll have universities, we'll have hotels, we'll have rooms, we'll have halls, and people can come in and experiment and explore and be innovative around the waste that human beings generate. And not only human beings, animals generate their own waste, plants also generate their own waste. So where we are going to is a center, very big, like a community, where you can see the actual perfect ecosystem and there's not going to be waste. So everything everybody is using is going back to the system. So the buildings where we are going to is also going to incorporate the circular economy, because the buildings are going to be eco buildings, and we are going to make use of both our black water from the toilet, our grey water from the bedrooms, and our normal rainwater, which is the regular water. So when you get to where we are going to, you will see all this. We don't want to talk. We want to show. We have different programs that we do in primary school, in private schools, and we also have interns that come in, and we also have people that come in here for excursions, and depending on what they pick, they can pick just for the tour, or they can pick a workshop. If it is a workshop, it means that they're going to sit down and actually practice. They will take a particular waste. Sometimes we ask them to come with waste as part of their payment to come into the waste museum. So they turn that waste, we teach them, we show them, we empower them with the skill, because we are also a school, we train. So we empower them with the skill that is needed to convert that particular waste into wealth, into works of art that they can take back. So sometimes when they do that, then they donate to the waste museum. So some of the arts you see here are some that I made by myself, some of the ones that our students make from school. And then we also have a competition. We started a competition 2 years ago. We call it Creative Eco Summer, Creative Eco and Day competition. It is in secondary schools and primary school, in public and private school, and they are supposed to explore waste, any form of waste, in 3 categories. So we have fashion, we have art, and we have science. So each of the students will go into their own community, pick up any waste of their likeness, and then turn it into either a work of art, or in science, or in fashion. And so they come in and showcase their work. We had the first edition that came in 2019, and then 2020 we couldn't do it because of COVID. And so 2021 we are not going to do it, and then we'll start again, after everything has normalized, by the grace of God, in 2022. So some of the works that they do, they donate to the waste museum. But everything you see here, most of the artwork you see here are all from waste, apart from the structure, apart from the building. There's a difference between recycling and upcycling. So recycling involves converting that waste into another product, and it requires the process of machine. So, example, if I want to recycle this plastic bottle, maybe into a nylon, or I want to recycle it into a t-shirt, I will need big machines that will break this down, convert it into flakes, turn it into pellets, melt it, turn it into string, and then convert it into whatever they want to use it for in the final product. That is recycling. So recycling is more capital intensive, and it requires a lot of manpower, skills, and all that. But upcycling, which is more of what I do, means everybody can do it. Upcycling means you take that particular waste, just add some little touches to it, and turn it into a work of art. So when you are done, you can still identify that waste and say, this not okay. Example, check out my jewelry. This is a jewelry, but it is made from bottle covers. So this is upcycling. Anybody can do it. Any young person can do it. Once you have the brain, you have the skill, and you have the hands, and you have the waist. You don't need a lot of money. You don't need 10 million naira to set up the company. Less than 50,000, you can start upcycling. And so that's what we focus on, because we know that that is what we want as many people as possible to join us. And so we don't want people to be looking for a lot of money to start the business. We want people to come, learn, and with a little, even with ordinary scissors, you can start upcycling. I didn't do this in school. It actually started in my kitchen. Over 12 years ago now, I gave birth to twins and I was home on maternity leave. And for the first time, I noticed the amount of waste I was generating in my flat. My twins were taking 1 can of naan every day. So it means that every 7 days, my store is filled with 7 cans. And we just finished taking food from these things. They are still solid. Why do I have to throw them away? I started asking these questions. Why do I have to throw the waste away? And that question led me to becoming an artist, because I kept asking questions. And then I realized that the fastest and easiest way I could convert each of these waste to is to turn them into a work of art. And you know, art is very versatile. Art is very, very wild. You can keep working on a particular product, and as soon as you work on it one step, somebody likes it already, and then somebody else will say, oh, I can add this to it, and so it started evolving. So what I did initially was to gather all the materials together, started experimenting, because all this is a new field. Ecopreneurship, as far as I'm concerned, is new, because we don't have any manual. We are the one coming up with the manual every day, working trial and error. We'll fail today, we'll bounce up, we'll learn from the mistakes of the failure, and then we'll, work it again tomorrow. So it's a new field. And we have some artists already that are trained, that are beginning to come into waste now. They were artists before, they went to school to go and learn how to do artwork. But now that we started talking about waste, they are also getting interested. So I have a couple of them that are also my friends now, that because they met me, they started infusing waste into their own art materials also. So the more people that can incorporate waste into whatever they do, then the less waste that will end up in the ocean or in the landfill. Everybody needs to take conscious effort of what they do with their waste, because everybody is generating waste. And let me now shock you, waste that we're talking about is actually man-made. Nature harbors waste. In nature, there is no waste, because if you look at the cycle, everything that nature produces ends back in nature. But when we're talking about waste of plastics, waste of cans, waste of that, human beings created this thing, and so if we created it, we must solve it. And if you are a human being, whether the only time you don't, even when you are sleeping, you are generating waste, because at least when you sleep you will sweat. So it means that for every day you are living, you are actually generating waste, and it is high time you started taking cognizance of the waste you make and try to introduce the 5 hours to it. It means that you will start with reducing first as a human being. Normally you generate 10 kilograms of waste in a week. You must look at how you can reduce it to 5 kilograms, to 3 kilograms. After reducing, the ones you now reduce it to, you now ask yourself again, what else can I do with this waste? So you can pick reduce, you can pick reuse, you can pick recycle, you can pick upcycle, and that is what we are here to do. For as many people that can join us, what we want to achieve is that once you come to our hub, you take it back to your own space, because we don't have to come to your own space. So you come here, you learn from us, take it back, then you from there spread it to your own community. So that way, we don't have to be the one doing everything. So you come, you learn, you take it back. You take it back to your community. People in your community take it back to their own community, and then it keeps spreading, and then it becomes, like the tentacles that can reach the world. So, as human beings, you must be aware that you are generating waste, and if you don't manage that waste very well, it is going to end up in the environment, and if it ends up in the environment, it will affect the coming generation, and that means you are not living a sustainable life. A sustainable life is about living today without hindering the future generation from enjoying the same benefits that you enjoy. Let me give you another example. If you get a parcel of land now, the first thing you want to do is you want to cut down all the trees on it. those trees that you just cut down, somebody, your forefather, your grandfather, your great-great-grandfather planted those trees 30, 40, 50 years ago, and that is why you can say, oh, this is a tree. And then you cut it down, and then you don't plant another 10. Not even 10, not even, at least plant for every tree you cut down, you must plant 20. Because it is not all the 20 you planted that will survive. And so if you want to make sure that your children are alive, grow up in the future, your great-grandchildren see what is called a tree, then you must plant 20 down. Because if you cut one down and you don't plant any, and I cut one down and I don't plant any, I want to predict that by 2050, our children will be looking at trees in books because we will have finished cutting down all the trees. So we all need to get up now and get involved.
The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has fixed Monday, 12th December 2022 to Sunday, 22nd January 2023 as the dates for the collection of PVCs nationwide from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, including Saturdays and Sundays. All registrants who are yet to collect their PVCs or requested for transfer of registration, as well as those who applied for the place.
Glad to have you join us on the program. I am Folashade Ogurinde. For the fourth year in a row, Nigeria has followed through with its January to December budget cycle. But that's the only consistent path, as the yearly budget has seen a significant increase year after year. For the 2023 fiscal year, President Muhammadu Buhari signed into law the appropriation bill with a total aggregate expenditure of 21.83 trillion naira. Buhari explained that the bill has an increase of 1.32 trillion naira over the initial executive proposal for a total expenditure of 20.51 trillion naira. So what does this 2023 Appropriation Act mean for the Nigerian economy? Paul Alaje, economic expert, joins me now for more insight. Well, as always, thank you very much for joining us. Now, the president has finally given his assent to the 2023 Appropriation Bill with a total aggregate expenditure of 21.83 trillion naira. Now recall that this is of course an increase of 1.32 trillion naira over the initial executive proposal for a total expenditure of 20.51 trillion naira. So what do you make of this?
So I've seen that the President Buhari and his administration have passed the last budget, which is going to be under his supervision. It's a bit less than $50 billion, over 21 trillion naira. Government have said it wants to spend above 70% of this budget on recurrent expenditure. Is expecting significant part of this budget to to be on recurrent, both debt service and also non-debt recurrent. and government is expecting that significant part of the spending will come from borrowings, 6.655 for loans. I mean, for debt service, significant proportion is coming on loans. So I've seen what the president wrote. Significant amount is also coming from revenue. Government is hoping to generate more from crude oil and to generate the rest from non-oil sector. At best, with what the president has passed yesterday, I strongly believe that budget is not achievable. I believe that the budget is not realistic, and I also believe that the budget, in terms of revenue target, is what I said is not achievable. There are some good things about the budget. Because the issues government had with ASU that have made ASU to stay at home for nearly 7 months or more should be laid to rest. Because ASU interests have been carefully taken care of in the 2023 budget. Eventually, the president have signed it. I've seen some infrastructure that government have done. For instance, Lagos-Ibadan, which I could say that Apple used the road about 4 or 5 times, that road is near completion. Just a few portions that is not done. And I've also seen on television the second Niger bridge that has been constructed by the administration. I would say kudos to them. I've also been to some northern part of Nigeria and I've seen what government have done in terms of infrastructure. I would say kudos to them. So for me, I've seen the positives of this budget, and I've also seen the negatives. I tell you another negative I've seen in the budget. For the first time in recent history, we are going to spend more on debt service than capital expenditure. What does that mean? Less than 6 trillion naira is what is going on capital according to the budget. 6.55. That's more than 6 trillion naira. We go on debt service, not to pay back debt. So these are issues that we need to that has been observed in the 2023 budget just presented. Just signed, I beg your pardon, by President Buhari.
In the 2023 budget, federal government has estimated revenue of 10.49 trillion naira. Looking at some of the current economic realities and the current deficit, how realistic is this?
The truth is that the 2023 budget is not realistic in terms of revenue target, and is a budget that may repress the people. And I tell you, government is looking at generating nearly less than 11 trillion naira of over 21 trillion. Approximately 50% of the budget is government is hoping will be willing to finance, and that by next year will be, by this year rather, it will be borrowing nearly 50% of the remainder from different markets, either through internal or external borrowing. And internal borrowing has implication. What government is saying is that between 2023 and 2024, Nigeria should be ready for higher unemployment, Nigeria should be ready for higher inflation, Nigeria should be ready even for crowding out investment because of the volume or quantum of borrowing that government will engage in. Economy is interrelated. You cannot separate public sector from private sector completely. That said, on the other hand, government hopes to generate over 10 trillion naira. That has never happened before. I don't know what government will do that will make us generate 10 trillion naira in 2023. But if you ask me, we never met our revenue target 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2020, 2021, not even last year have we met our revenue target. So what are we going to do differently that will make us earn suddenly nearly 11 trillion naira? The truth is that it's not realistic, it's not visible. And I don't think we're going to do this based on the reality of now, except and unless later in the year we start seeing some magic, or the new president that will come to the fore, start bringing some innovative idea. But if we judge it by what we are seeing today, yes, the truth remains that it's not realistic.
In aggregate, the oil sector is estimated to bring in 22% of total revenue in the 2023 budget, with the non-oil sector estimated to perform better.
We need revenue from all sectors, whether oil or non-oil. As a matter of fact, what we have seen in 2016 and 17 and some part of 18 is that oil sector revenue went down, especially in 16 and 17, then 2020. Then you saw a minute and insignificant growth in non-oil sector. And we say, oh, now we are now going to non-oil sector is now the sector that is giving most of the revenue projection failures came from both non-oil sector and oil sector. So the two are very important. For me, we should look for how to generate more in oil and even more in non-oil sector. We will not say because we want to diversify away from oil for government revenue this time that we should look more into only non-oil sector. For God's sake, you journalists reveal to us the quantum of theft, the quantum of national robbery, the quantum of fraud that was committed on our pipelines in Niger Delta. You journalists showed Nigeria. And it became an indictment of some sort on those that are leading us, that under their watch, significant proportion of our oil was stolen. Honestly, it's still a big worry. Two, for non-oil sector, I have said time and again that the Nigerian government at the federal stands a chance of realizing over 20 trillion naira. And for states put together, an FCT, they stand a chance of realizing over 40 trillion naira in revenue from non-oil sector. But when will authority be ready to earn what belongs to them? It's a question that is still begging for answer.
According to the federal government, the overall 2023 budget deficit is estimated at 11.34 trillion naira, which will be financed by domestic, foreign and other sources. How worried should we be considering the current public debt of 44.06 trillion naira?
So debt is a major issue for us. Debt is one of the reasons why we are having increased inflation. Government continue to borrow money, both from local market and international market. This has implication on the quality of money we have. This is one of the reasons why we need to continue to devalue. Many economists have not seen the linkage between why devaluation will happen, and also with this government endless borrowings without finding how to generate revenue or infrastructure to defend the quantum of what has been done, what has been borrowed. I tell you the truth, this has negative implication, is one of the reasons, not the only reason anyways, why the value of Naira continue to dwindle, and that's the dwindling value of Naira, the implication on inflation. So borrowing from both internal and external, I tell you what it could do is to repress our economy. Now the question is, on what are we borrowing? Of over 10 trillion Naira deficits, maybe 11 trillion Naira deficits that we have, 3 trillion plus will be spent on subsidy. 3 trillion plus. If you look at what we'll be using to spend on recurrent, it's even more worrisome. Let me say this. Half of the borrowing before, in 2016-17, what we heard is that we are borrowing our way to spend the money on infrastructure. What do you make of borrowing between 10 to 11 trillion naira? And you are going to spend only half, less than 6 trillion naira, on capital expenditure, which will not spend fully and completely. But all the money is going to recurrent will be fully spent. So it's a huge issue, it's a huge concern, and I hope that authorities, even though it has been passed to law, but we start considering for subsequent budget, and I'm speaking to the next president and next set of governors, to please reconsider the health of this economy as it continues to suffer from policy somersault time and again.
Speaking of expenditure now, recall that the federal government, through the finance minister, promised to reduce expenditure, but we've not seen any real commitment of the federal government in that regard. How much of an impact will this have on the economy?
Well, a lot of impact. Expenditure, spending, especially those that are recurrent, is having a lot of negative impact. If you ask me, we have expenditure of over 21 trillion. Over 6 trillion of this expenditure, over 6.5 trillion of this expenditure will go into repayment, not repayment, into service of debts. That's what you are looking for. You are looking for over 6 trillion of 21 trillion just to spend on service. We have 5.5 trillion, 5.9 trillion, which is not even enough, approximately 6 trillion going into capital expenditure. Then you have the rest, less than 10 trillion part of this less than 10 trillion will go into salary payments, but significant quantum, the important part of this money will go into government functionaries. At least 30% of the remainder will go into government functionaries. Maybe I should even say more. So when we say we should reduce expenditure, let's classify it. If subsidy was removed at about 3 trillion and we are not servicing debt, that is half of the budget. So if you are looking for what to reduce in terms of expenditure, subsidy is removed, and this subsidy is only for 6 months, by the way, over 3 trillion. Then you are not servicing debt. If you pay your debt back, you have 10 or above 10 trillion naira saved. Then you can convert those into capital expenditure. You are going to see sporadic growth. And that's why when we told people that we should stop devaluing, we should stop borrowing and look for alternative for revenue generation, they think what we're saying may really not be the case for now. But I wonder, if we spend 20 years to rehearse madness, exactly when are we going to practice it?
Paul Alaje, economic expert, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. Well, we'll take a break here, but Money Matters returns shortly. To stay with us. Welcome back. Nigeria's government has concluded plans to auction 7 deep offshore oil and gas blocks for the first time in 15 years off the city of Lagos. This is coming at a time the Nigerian government is trying to ramp up crude oil production and tackle the rising cases of oil theft and pipeline vandalism, especially in the Niger Delta region of the country. According to the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Binga Komolafe, the decision to auction the deep offshore asset is coming months after the NUPRC concluded the sales and allocation of 57 marginal fields, basically for indigenous players, after a long process to help improve the country's failing oil production efforts. Apart from marginal fields, Nigeria last conducted bidding for 45 oil blocks in 2007. The deep water offshore crude oil production, which is dominated by international oil companies, which have accounted for about 35% of oil output in the country. To give more insight, oil and gas expert Bala Zakar joins me now. Thank you very much for giving us your time. What do you make of federal government's decision to auction deep offshore oil and gas blocks?
Whatever the Nigerian government will do, or whatever steps she needs to take to make sure Nigeria ramps up production, is going to be commendable. I'm saying this because this time where energy crisis is an issue globally, nearly all oil and gas producing nations are doing fine. They are doing excellently well. It's only Nigeria that is not doing well. So regardless of the concession we're talking about, whether you're talking about onshore, shallow waters, or deep offshore, whatever steps that will be taken to make sure we bring production on stream should be taken. Because as I speak to you today, and I said that, quote me, in Nigeria today, we do not have up to 15 active drilling rigs. And if you don't have enough active rigs, there is no way you will be able to drill wells, whether you're talking about exploration wells or development wells. And if you cannot drill wells, you cannot produce. And if you cannot produce, you will not be able to meet up with your OPEC quota or your internal country quota to make sure you take care of your internal budget and budget deficit.
Now, do you see this strategy achieving the goal of revamping Nigeria's oil and gas production output?
Once, marginal fields are given out and we have active players and serious players, one way or the other, they are going to contribute their quota. And if they do that, of course, the total production volume will go up. So what we are saying is this: whenever there is going to be, whether licensing or you are going to award blocks, it should be done in national interest. And when doing that, competent people should be sought. First thing has to be competency in terms of technical capabilities. And after that, then you look for financial capabilities. Once you have financial capacity and technical competency, I mean, those companies or those bidders or winners are good to go.
Do you not think the problem of insecurity will scare away serious bidders?
You know, one of the reasons why many investors were shying away from Nigeria was because of what I can technically call business climate hostilities. And before now, to be honest, I wasn't personally comfortable with the government of Nigeria, because when some of the oil and gas investors were trying to shy away from the Nigerian oil and gas basins or industry, the government was basically saying it was because they are going green. They wanted to divest into other sources of energy. But some of us who are practitioners in the industry knew that some of the companies were running away because of business climate hostilities. And the principal one was insecurity. And even when you talk about insecurity and you start dissecting it, I mean, crude oil and gas theft was one of the principal reasons. Because, I mean, it doesn't make sense if you go into an area, you invest so much and you cannot see your product. I mean, it was also a major problem, you know, when you have your staff or personnel being attacked and their lives are threatened. But with the recent, I mean, recalibration of security strategy by the Nigerian government and the cooperation of the security agencies and some of the private security agencies, in addition to the national security agencies, I think we are beginning to see signs, I mean, that are very, very encouraging. And a lot of us believe that some of the oil and gas investors that were shying away from the Nigerian crude oil and gas industry are likely to see the Nigerian oil and gas industry as a very good investment destination or a very good investment haven.
Well, oil and gas expert Bala Zakar, thank you very much for your time on the program. It's a wrap on the program. See you again next time. I am Folashade Ogrinde. Bye for now.
This is home for us. This is where we have been burned, we have grown up. There's no place like this for us. As a community, we are not ready to move. Monkey River has always been a fishing community. And I started out as a fisherman. And that was a joyful time.
Monkey River is in a very dangerous place right now. I mean, it's on a point where people are moving away because of this erosion.
We were living out there where the water is now. Got the house washed away from there. But
my name is Mario Moschamp. I'm a resident of the community of Monkey River. We started seeing the issues with the erosion on the coastline. What hurts me the most about this whole situation is even after we lost several pieces of properties, we lost a whole football field, was the loss of our burial ground. My grandma and my grandfather are now washed out in the sea. Their graves are gone. That really hurts. We have been doing our best to try and keep what we have. I don't want to see any more graves go to the sea, as a lot of my families are still there. My sister, aunts and uncles, cousins, good friends, still there, currently threatened by the sea.
My mom is, well, she's the reason I decided to become a teacher.
We're ready for school?
Well, everybody around here, you know, we're related, family members, so it's really personal. So that is why I choose, well, I decided to get on the watershed and see what I could do to assist.
The Monkey River Watershed Association was mainly formed to address what we are seeing with the erosion on the coastline. As a community, what we started seeing was changes on the river. And we didn't see the kind of sand that used to come out before to replenish what is lost naturally.
We have no beach now, but it was really nice having a beach where you can walk around and enjoy the view of the sun rising.
My call is to try and see what I can do to improve, to better manage than what we have, because it's easier to manage what you have than to restore what you lost. So I had to get involved with the Watershed Association. In 2017, we were able to implement our first project, the pilot for the stabilization of the coastline using the geotubes.
The watershed did a geotube project where they installed some geotubes in front of the village. Basically, that was like a stabilization method to assist with some of the villagers who were at risk of losing their homes.
The GEF Small Grants Program provides financial and technical resources to civil society organizations to implement community-driven action for global impact. I was able to nurture further relationships with the residents of Monkey River, including understanding their plight, their concerns with the erosion, the loss of homes, the loss of their livelihoods, the loss of biodiversity. The degradation of watershed in general is at an alarming rate, being degraded, and for me that is extremely concerning.
What I see with the erosion, I would hope that they can stabilize it, you know, put something down, rocks, sand, to stabilize the beach. Once it's stabilized, then they can do other projects to help that.
Waves and the sand was coming inside the downstairs and run through all the way to the back. So what happened, the guys took some rocks that government gave us, some boulders and small ones, and they put them just in wheelbarrow and boat and throw them in front to help to build back a little bit of the sand. So we know that the boulders would work.
Monkey River Village is one of those coastal communities that we prioritize. A coastal fishing community located on the southern eastern part of Belize, a small Creole community living in harmony with nature. Monkey River is not responsible for the climate crisis, yet they are the ones that are suffering the greatest loss and damage. What we need is climate justice.
I want to get Monkey River back on the map.
Monkey River exists. It's a beautiful place.
The natural resource is here for us to use, not abuse and misuse. Because without them, we can't exist. If we can address what we are seeing, Monkey River can be here for another 100 years.
Filmmaker Anya Mosigwe, who founded African Movies Awards, AMA Awards, dies in Lagos State. After one more Edo train attack victim released, figure rises to 7. And Rivers State Police bust child trafficking syndicate, rescue pregnant teenagers. It's glad to have you join us on News Now. I am Mary Kanu. The Edo State Police Command has said one more victim from the Igweben train station abduction has been rescued. The police made this known on Tuesday, hours after it said 6 of the abductors were rescued about 48 hours after the attack on Saturday. Over 30 intended passengers were kidnapped on Saturday afternoon when gunmen attacked a train station in Igweben in Edo State. Saturday's attack occurred months after terrorists attacked a moving train in Kaduna State on March 28, 2022. Scores of passengers were kidnapped and others killed in the dastardly attack that attracted national and international outrage. The kidnapped victims were, however, freed with the last batch released in October 2022. And in a move being hailed as a major achievement, the Rivers State Police Command has busted a child trafficking syndicate operating in Port Harcourt, the state capital. Acting on intelligence, the C4I intelligence unit operatives of the command over the weekend raided 2 buildings at Iguruta and Omagwa communities, respectively, both in the Ikwere local government area of the state, where victims of child trafficking were being kept. Some of the victims are as young as 15 years old and are heavily pregnant, while others nurse infants. Some of the victims say they were lured by the promise of financial reward depending on the sex of the baby they deliver. The sum of 800,000 naira was promised for a male child and 700,000 naira for a female child. Providing an update on the incident, the police spokesman in Rivers, Grace Iringekoko, explained that at the moment, both the victims and suspects are in the custody of the CP Monitoring Unit, but will soon be transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department for further investigation. And now to electoral matters, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has expressed concerns over the forthcoming general elections due to the rise in threats of insecurity, warning that the forthcoming polls face threat of cancellation if the level of insecurity across the country continues. INEC Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu, who was represented by the Chairman Board of Electoral Institute Abdullahi Abduzuru, also warned that a cancellation and or postponement of elections in sufficient constituencies due to the prevailing security situation in the areas may not only hinder the declaration of election results but also precipitate a constitutional crisis. However, Yakubu pointed out that the Commission was doing everything possible to ensure that adequate security was provided for election personnel, materials and processes. Meanwhile, reacting to INEC's statement, the federal government has ruled out the possibility of the forthcoming elections being cancelled or postponed due to insecurity. Minister of Information and Culture Lai Mohammed, who spoke on the matter on Tuesday at the 17th edition of the President Muhammadu Buhari Administration Scorecard Series 2015 to 2023 in Abuja, said there is no cause for alarm as all hands are on deck to ensure peaceful and credible conduct of the polls. To speak more on this, Professor Simeon Nna, Public Affairs Analyst, joins me now on the news. Thank you very much for joining me. If you can hear me, the spate of attacks on INEC facilities has been a source of concern to many Nigerians, and generally insecurity is also on the rise. But with the statement from the electoral body, do you agree with some Nigerians that the elections should be postponed?
Well, this is not the first time elections have been postponed. I remember in 2015, the state of insurgency was so much that the head of state at that time had to postpone the election for about 2 weeks. And within the 2 weeks, the Boko Haram, or whatever their names were called then, was decimated. So what we need in 2023 is a fair, free, credible elections. Now, if we are going to get that, and a peaceful one at that matter, if we are going to get that with maybe a 2 or a 3 week postponement, I'm not worried about that, because it is better to be late than never. Now, if we're going to this destruction of INEC properties and the bandits and the Boko Haram and the swap threatening in the north, I don't think some of the local governments will have it or will have the election as it's supposed to be. And that's the worry of INEC, that the election might not go around all the local governments. Remember, I mentioned 2015. In 2015, we had the election in 774 local governments. Now, if the government is assuring us that the elections we hold in the 774 local governments, it will be peaceful, it will be credible, then it will be free and fair. They can go ahead with that election. But if they feel at any point in time that these things will not come the way we want it, because if we get it wrong in 2023, Nigeria might not have it good again. This government has tried by giving us electoral act. We expect that the head of state has promised that he's going to give us a parting shot with a credible election. So he should live up to expectations. Let us walk the talk this time around and ensure that these elections will come, it will be credible, it will be free, it will be fair. Thank you very much.
Now, if you can hear me, the federal government has said the elections will be held despite INEC's outcry. Now, away from the insecurity issues, do you think the federal government has made the right decision, and will postponing the elections help INEC to better prepare for the polls?
Well, you see, they have more of the security reports than any of us. Now, if they are saying that these elections can go on and it will be free and fair, well, so well and good. But don't forget that these INEC offices that they are burning here and there, INEC materials are being burned. It means INEC will go back to the drawing board to print those materials. They promised us earlier. The INEC chairman has been up and doing. He promised earlier that in the state of attack in their facilities stop on or before December, that they will be able to cope. But look at the state of insurgency is still on. You just read in the news now, the people that were kidnapped in the other day, that's part of the insecurity we are talking about. So if government is going to assure and ensure that these things will not happen on the day of the election, the presidential election, that's the most important. Of them all, the presidential election is the most important because if we get it wrong in 2023, I'm afraid there will be serious problem in this country.
Well, all right. Now, Professor Simeon, now public affairs analyst, thank you for your time and your contribution. Moving on, President Muhammadu Buhari has personally flagged off the campaign of the presidential and governorship candidates of his party, the All Progressives Congress in Adamawa State. During the campaign rally, which was held at the Mahmoud Ribadu Square in Yola, President Buhari called on residents of the state to vote for the APC's presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the party's governorship candidate Aishatu Binani. Well, this next report has more details. Yola, the Adamawa state capital, came alive on Monday as President Muhammadu Buhari joined the campaign train of the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Since the flag-off of the campaign in Jos, this is the president's first appearance at the APC presidential rally, and this was greeted with dance, cheers and jubilation. The APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu, who is the reason for the rally, makes a case for the people to vote for the party during the elections.
We will replace it with joy, prosperity, happiness, and employment. All of you expect that we will get you engaged properly. We will get you employed properly. We will pay attention to your needs.
Leading the presidential candidate to the podium, President Buhari appealed to residents of the state not to disappoint the party by voting Tinubu and Aishatu Binani as the first female governorship candidate in Adamawa State.
Please go to your constituencies, make sure that you choose the people who are very responsible, people who will keep you informed and act according and within the resources available in your locality. As I said, education, healthcare are our priorities.
Governor Simon Along called on the electorate to choose APC candidates across board for the development of the country.
There is no doubt about it that the next successor of President Muhammadu Buhari is Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Jagaban of Borgo, and the Vice President is Senator Kashim Shettima. That is all. We are very happy. The President has said it, and I'm sure you will hear from him. So our duty is to come and help you pray that what the President has said will come to pass. Our national chairman, thank you very much for selecting a woman from Adamawa State. So we're going to support her. By the grace of God, we'll produce that new and a brand new item for Nigeria.
As the campaign train is moved to another state, the APC party chairman Adamu Abdullahi, as well as other dignitaries, say they are optimistic of victory at the polls. Mary Kanu, TV360, Nigeria. One of the pillars of the entertainment industry in Nigeria and the founder of the prestigious African Movie Academy Awards, AMA Awards, Peace Anyam Osigwe, has died. According to a statement issued by the Anyam Osigwe family in the early hours of Tuesday, the AMA founder reportedly died at St. Nicholas Hospital, Lagos, after being in a coma since Saturday. The family described the late filmmaker as the Ada of the family and an outstanding personality Quality. Anyama Sigwe, who was also the president of the Association of Movie Producers, in a recent interview with TV360 Nigeria, spoke on how the film space has aided in job creation in Nigeria.
Film is a composition of a totality of all the creative industries, in the sense that within the film space, there are creative designers, so you do fashion, you have props, so you have interiors, you have cinematographers. So it just shows the amount of jobs that can be created. Technicians, you know, the runners, the gaffers, everybody that works. So you have electricians, you have welders, everybody is in the film ecospace. So you can imagine the number of jobs that you can create, of skill sets that are hands-on and creative entrepreneurships, that these people don't only have to work within the film space, but they can also just work on their own. So you can look at a proper makeup artist who not just makes up for film anymore, which is a different type of makeup, but also can run a parallel job doing makeup for events, doing makeup for weddings, etc., etc. So when you look at it, and you look at our demographics as a country, you would find that the film industry and the creative industries in general can consume and assume a lot of the young people in the job space, because these are hands-on skills that is not totally dependent on them going to look for employment, but can make them also make money on their own. So that's one of the things, and that us as an association of movie producers, one of the key things we've been trying to do is that we've been trying to make sure we have data to show the numbers. So I can actually tell you how many producers I have in Delta working. I can tell you how many films they made last year. I can tell you, you know, on average how much they were spending, and that's what we need to just keep on creating so that we can begin to show the government and also the other parts of the industry, the finance industry and the insurers, etc., and the investors, that this is what we're doing. I'd like to see more states endeavor to support the capacity building within the film space. There are areas in Nigeria today that if we actually have enough professional shoots going on, there'll be a shortage of skill sets.
Well, may peace, Anyama Sigwe's soul rest in peace. We'll take a break here, but still to come, CBN to penalize banks that fail to load new Naira notes in ATMs. We'll bring you details of the story and more right after this break.
The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has fixed Monday, 12 December 2022 to Sunday, 22nd January 2023 as the dates for the collection of PVCs nationwide from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, including Saturdays and Sundays. All registrants who are yet to collect their PVCs or requested for transfer of registration, as well as those who applied for replacement of lost or damaged PVCs, can now visit INEC local government offices where they intend to vote to collect their PVCs. Collection of PVCs will be further extended to ward level for those who are unable to collect theirs at local government offices from Friday 6th to Sunday 15 January 2023. Thereafter, the exercise will be reverted to the local government offices of the INEC until Sunday 22nd January 2023. Remember, only those with PVC can vote on election day. Collect your PVC now to vote. It is your duty. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), making your votes count, consolidating our democracy.
Welcome back. Here's a recap of our top stories tonight. The Edo State Police Command has said one more victim from the Igweben train station abduction has been rescued. The police made this known on Tuesday, hours after it said 6 of the abductors were rescued, about 48 hours after the attack on Saturday. Over 30 intended passengers were kidnapped on Saturday afternoon when gunmen attacked a train station in Igweben in Edo State. We also told you that the Rivers State Police Command has busted a child trafficking syndicate operating in Port Harcourt, the state capital. Acting on intelligence, the C4I Intelligence Unit operatives of the command over the weekend raided 2 buildings at Ruta and Omagwa communities, respectively, both in the Kwara local government area of the state, where victims of child trafficking were being kept. Some of the victims as young as 15 years old and are heavily pregnant, while others lost infants. In case you missed any of the news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. South Africa's health minister says the country does not see the need to implement any new COVID-19 restrictions either at home or for arrivals over an infection surge in China and the detection of the first case of Omicron subvariant XBB.1.5. Health Minister Joe Fowler said South Africa is yet to see any major increase in its COVID infection, hospitalization or death rates recently. However, the minister has sought advice from the World Health Organization and will increase COVID testing and renew its vaccination campaign in light of rising infections in countries like China and the United States. We'll take a break and return with business stories. Don't go away. Welcome back. Folashade Ogunrinde is standing by with business updates. Folashade, over to you.
Well, many thanks, Mary. And in business, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has threatened to penalize commercial banks who fail to comply with the directive of loading the redesigned Naira notes in their automated teller machines, ATMs. According to the CBN Director, Currency Operations, Hamid Umar, the purpose of the CBN directive was to implement the January 31 deadline for the withdrawal of old Naira notes in circulation. Last week, the CBN ordered banks to halt dispensing the only make them available via ATMs. The federal government says it has secured funding for the rehabilitation of 3 existing refineries to enhance the country's domestic refining capacity. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Timiper Silva, disclosed this while giving a breakdown of his ministry's achievement at the 16th edition of the PMB Administration Scorecard Media Series in Abuja. The minister says although the government does not have powers to control the market forces in determining the price of PMS, it has secured funding to rehabilitate the country's existing refineries. Silva added that this development would help reduce the price of PMS and increase accessibility to the product.
What is desirable, as far as we are concerned, is to ensure that petroleum price is market-driven. That way it will also drive a lot of investments. There are a lot of people who would like to invest, private sector investors who would like to invest in this sector. But under a subsidized regime, who is going to invest? If you build a refinery, how is your refinery going to make profit? Under a subsidy regime. But if you have a market-driven situation, you see that a lot of investors will come, and of course there will be more refineries, and this problem of access to petroleum product will be a thing of the past.
We'll take a breather now and return with a review of the stock market. Just stay with us. The bears dominated the market on the floor of the Nigerian Stock Exchange as all-share index closed in the reds at 0.48%, with market capitalization resting above the 28 trillion naira mark. Now, data from the NGX indicates that the trio of market volume, value and deal recorded an improvement as 345 million volume of shares are valued at 8.20 trillion naira. Exchange hands in 4,184 deals. Now, in the aggregate, 110 listed equities participated in trading, ending with 18 gainers and 16 losers. Now, speaking of losers, NEM Insurance Company came out last with an end-of-the-day price appreciation of 10% at 4 naira 5 kobo per share, followed by Chile Rams with a difference of 2 kobo. Now, on the flip side, we see that Thomas Wyatt Nigeria led the gainers with 9.43% share price appreciation, closing at 1 naira 16 kobo per share, followed by Mutual Benefit Assurance with a gain of 2 kobo. For our select global stocks, that's FTSE, Dow Jones and Nikkei. Now, it's a positive market today for Dow Jones and Nikkei, closing in the greens at 0.17% and 0.28% respectively. But we see that FTSE could not keep its head above waters, closing in the reds at 0.39%. Now, according to a report, we see that investors digesting weak data on UK retail sales and Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell's speech is the reason for this decline. And that's it on Business News and Stock Market Review. Back to Mary for the rest of the news.
Many thanks for the update, Falashade. Moving on now to the global scene. Britain's financial watchdog has fined the UK subsidiary of Nigeria's Guarantee Trust Bank £7.6 million for what it says are further failures in its anti-money laundering systems and controls. The managing director of GT Bank UK, Benga Alade, said the bank takes its anti-money laundering obligations extremely seriously, adding that the FCA found no instances of suspected money laundering. The watchdog said GT Bank has not disputed the findings and agreed to settle, making it eligible for a 30% discount on the fine, down from the original £10.96 million. All up next is Entertainment Report.
The founder of the African Movie Academy Awards, AMA, Peace Anyamusigwe, is dead. This was revealed in a statement issued by the Anyamusigwe family in the early hours of Tuesday. While the statement did not disclose the cause and time of her death, close family sources say the movie enthusiast died at a Lagos hospital. Since the sad announcement, industry practitioners have poured out tributes on their respective social media pages. Anyamusigwe was also the president of this. Following the success of her last film, Brotherhood, Jade Oshiberu is back with her first movie of 2023 titled The Trade, which is set to premiere in cinemas this weekend. Written by award-winning screenwriter Yinka Ogun and produced by Foresight Global Films, The Trade tells the story of DK Maduka, aka Eric, a notorious genius billionaire kidnapper who ravaged the southern part of Nigeria for several years, evading arrest for 2 decades. A fast-rising police officer and head of the intelligence response team, Superintendent Khalid Abubakar, leads a high-stakes investigation into the famous kidnapper's activities. Featuring Chiwetalu Agu, Blossom Chukwujeku, and Rita Dominic, the fast-paced crime drama is inspired by true events, as Kidnap for Ransom has become a money-making venture in Nigeria. And that's it on the entertainment segment of News Now.
In sports, football coaches named in a National Women's Soccer League investigation into abuse and malpractice in women's football have been banned for life. The punishments were part of a wide-ranging package of suspensions and fines against multiple individuals and organizations, which followed publication of the league's findings in its joint investigative report. In December 2022, the league said it had found ongoing misconduct at most league clubs after an earlier probe uncovered evidence of harassment and sexual abuse. The NWSL meanwhile said its own league office would be fined at least $1 million and would be required to undergo a sweeping overhaul. About our package this evening. Thank you for staying with us. I am Mary Kanu. Bye for now.
What we're having here today, the theme of the exhibition is wet in waste. That is, what are the wet you can get from waste product, that is coconut shell. So, and the reason why we are saying wet in waste is that we have so many processors around. We have people that use coconut for their products, like coconut oil, coconut candy, coconut flakes. The name has so many. But what do they do to the shell? Nothing. So if you eat coconut, the shells, you throw it off. But some of them, they use it for making fire, fueling their fire while cooking. But that can cause environmental pollution. So we are using this now to tell a story that, okay, instead of destroying the environment, why don't you get the wet that is involved? Instead of throwing it to block our drainages, why don't you turn it to a wet making machine? So that is just the short story behind the wet in waste. Aside from that, it is unique and nobody is using it for anything. When I started, I didn't see anybody that is doing anything like installations like this. In fact, when I Google online, what I saw were craft works, cups, key holders, and the rest of them. But I started doing this just to give myself a unique name from others. the response has been very, very good. Though initially when I started, people were like, what type of thing is this? They gave me so many names. Sometimes if I stretch my hand to greet some people, they will say, your hand is too tough, blah, blah, blah. But today now the rest is story. And initially the acceptance was not there. I was giving my souvenirs to people free of charge, but now I sell them at good prices. The funny thing about the Circle of Nigerian Coconut Artists is that we started in February. The dream just came, okay, why don't you bring these people that are doing coconut craft together? I have some of them who are my participants that I've trained over time during workshops. So, and some of them they don't practice the craft again because the challenges are there for them. How do they sell their craft works? Who do they sell to? And the challenges of how do you cut, how do you remove the debris and the rest of them. So many challenges. But the basic one is if they produce it and they don't sell, they stop producing. So we are using this now to create a kind of platform for them so that they can showcase their work. You can see different stands here. You can see different tables with different type of artwork, even this. So they now have a platform where they can exhibit the works when visitors come around, they see. And with that, they will be encouraged to do more. So that is the story behind this. What we do is we'll cut the shells. When you cut the shells, you remove the debris, you sand it in and out and cut the shapes you want. Then, if you want to do stuff like this, you start joining them together with gum. You have handsaw, you have jigsaw, you have bandsaw, depending on the level at which you are. If you are just starting, you can't get a bandsaw because to buy a bandsaw now is expensive. So you can start with the hand hacksaw. Is going viral, and another thing is that we are taking it to the 5 divisions of Lagos State. After Badagry, we are going to other divisions. We have Ikorodu, we have Epe, we have Mainland. So we are taking this show around there. So if we have the opportunity of showcasing it 10 days in other divisions, so we'll do, just to encourage the young ones around so that they can join us in removing debris from my environment and turning it to waste, to wet. Like this one, if you have seen the year before, this is that cap they put on. So I use this now to represent Eyo. Instead of putting the whole thing, it will be too big for me. So I just decided to work on the cap alone. So that is that about Eyo. And here we have Yeye Oge. This Yeye Oge, I don't know, I just love the work. Now, I use this to tell a story of a young lady. And generally, most of our ladies, they are the only one who has been questioning God, that why do you create me this way? The eyelashes are not enough, they want to add more. The lipsticks are not too clean as created by God, they want to add more, and they will embellish their hair with so many designs. So that is what I just use this one to represent, just epitome of love. Simple. The Last Supper that Jesus Christ had with his disciples. Now, I use these ones here to represent the disciples, and this is Jesus here. If you count, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those are the disciples, and this is their table. And while eating your drink, you need a jug to fetch water from. You have that, you have the cup, and you have the fruit. Instead of putting amala and the rest, I decided to use just fruit. This is August meeting. Yes, now August meeting is popular among our friends from the east, whereby they have this their colorful attire, uniform attire, and they celebrate themselves, the women mostly. So that's why I have about 3 women there with different gele and the rest. This one now, I titled it the National Summit. There's so many stories behind it. Now, at the center you have banana, and the objects surrounding it look like monkeys. So, yes, now, without much decoration, you see this is the mouth, this are the eyes for monkeys. Now, but I'm using this now to represent the Nigerian setting or the African setting, whereby we have delegates, people who will send them, okay, go and represent us. But they are not particular about the people that sent them. When they get to the zoo there, or when they get to that area whereby you have flowers, you have adorable things around them, they forget those of us who sent them. The only thing they are particular about is the national cake. So I use the banana here now to represent the national cake. So that is what all of them are after. They have adorable things. That's why I use leaves, just to represent things like flowers. So in the midst of flowers, you know, you'll be happy, oh wow, you are surrounded with beautiful things. The next thing, they will have forgotten what we asked them to go and do for us, go and represent us, but no. The only thing is the national cake, which they rush after to get for their self and their self alone.
My experience as one of the artists is that we, in this part of our area here in Badagry, we that are involved in this kind of work is not well appreciated, in the sense that, you know, here this is our area. Coconut, Badagry is predominantly recognized with coconut. So, and as a result of that, while we are doing this thing, they did not see any value to it. So, like Jesus Christ, even though does not have value at his own time. So that is the similar story that we are having towards this. But outside that, we are using this thing to promote our culture, to know that this craft can bring economical value for our teeming youth. This product, this work we have involved in, can bring a kind of job creation for people. Little do we know that craft work of this nature can transform this coconut craft, the coconut shell, from the waste product they used to know it for, to a valuable thing. Before, in this area, after extracting the oil is one of the valuable things extracted from the coconut. Then coconut completely is a valuable tree, but the shell is they throw it away, so, or they burn it. Nobody knows that it can be transformed to a valuable thing. So that is why we are involved. Now coconut is going to an extinction with the activities of other activities around, but engaging this shell in transforming it to a valuable things of this nature, so people can know that we can begin to use it even to better our life. It has more economical value, so if people engage themselves in doing it. I'm an indigenous of Ajido in this Badagry environment. Gone are those days, after extracting the coconut, you see a lot of heap of it. But when we now begin to censor our people that it can be transformed to this kind of ornament, so we gather, we have a collecting center. So if you have used your coconut, just gather it, we come, we pick them. And better still, we just, if you want to get maybe the one we use for the consumables, the one we can use for either cups, jugs, the one that we can use for consumption of either drink or food. Those one we need a good quality of coconut. Those one we go to farm to select better coconut. So, but those one we can use for decoration of those ones, so we can pick shell. Those are the waste one. We can use those one and use those one and transform it then to this type of ornament. The publicity, we thank God a little bit for the immediate past supervisor for tourism and education, Honorable Samson Nunayo Akpata. He has been helpful in that regard by collaborating with us in sensitizing people. So we train the like-minded, those that have interest, we train them, and then we do our publicity. Like this event that is going on now, it is one of the first of its kind in this Badagry. It's just to publicize this and to create the awareness that something of this nature is ongoing. It has come and have come to stay. So we, the craftsmen, are highly involved in this, and we are ready to partner with whosoever that is willing to partner with us, even to give it more publications.
When I start coconut art, people look at it as a strange something, but later they now blend to it. And I've faced many people, although I'm into tourism too, when you're talking about tourism and art, it blends together, because if it travels to any area, you don't come back with souvenir, definitely you do not have anything to remind you about your visit. That's why I always work on coconut shell as souvenir. If it comes to Badagry, you must go with a coconut shell souvenir. Sincerely, if you said turning waste to wealth, it even adds to the value of the environmental this thing, because it makes its cleanness, change the environment so that you don't see anything dirty in the environment. And mostly from this coconut shell, we have brought up many people, and people are blending with it. I named this remembrance. It always tells you to remember that whenever you are doing in life, there is a time you will go and the footprints will be there. And you have to remember that we are not going to live forever. And you have to remember that nobody is going to stay with you in that grave. Whatever you are doing, forget about religion, forget about everything, but your humanity service matter a lot. That's why I name it Remember. These are brooch. You can see we have brooch of local government. These are Lagos local government, Ministry of Tourism. We have another brooch. This pendant, map of Africa. We have earrings, key holders, and you can see on this textile, what we have there is the button. We always use the coconut shell as button on textiles. Pen holder, and so on. And these are little takeaway items you can get from coconut. This cup, this coconut purse. You use it in different ways. You can keep your jewelries you can use it as safe to keep your jewelries. For example, you buy something, you can put it inside. You can put it inside, you lock it, and you can use it for your decoration, for beach outing or anything like that. Use it. We have anything like this.
What is here is Wash Go International actually. It's of international standard. It's unusual, unexpected, and I think this man needs to be celebrated more than what we are seeing. We know that the level of unemployment right now in Nigeria is really high, and if there was a way to get this skill to more youths, and especially with the advent of social media, I think there's so much that can be done with what is here. Yeah, it will help this country as a whole. This is the kind of thing that I came here all the way from Ikorodu, and I'm sure if a lot more people knew about this, it will bring a lot more people here, and it will boost tourism here.
I was excited, like I did not believe that they can use coconut to do so many things like this, and it was beautiful. When I reach my school, I can tell them about it, that we saw many things that the people that are not here, so that they will see, they can come here to look at it, and some people would like to join or do something like this. I can now see that coconut is very important in Badagry, that we can use it to do many things. And when I see it on the ground, I can pick some ones to do like the key holder. Me too, I can try, and I can encourage some people to look at it. That coconut shell can do many things. That we can use it to do jug in our house, and spoon, and the key holder minces.
Sincerely, I will commend the organizer of this kind of show, and being for the first time, and the way they are able to organize the program. Before this time, I have to question them. I do question them that why are they using Badagry for the starting points, due to some challenges that we have to come down to this place. But upon everything, they said the symbol of this show is coconuts, and we are well known as a place that we produce coconut granules and coconut a lot, and there is no need for them to showcase the first program in another place. And the main thing behind this event is for them to know the value and what the end product of coconut, what we can derive from it, so that it will not be wasteful, at least creating wealth out of nothing. Sincerely, I'm overwhelmed. each artistic design, the kind of way that the organizer name each one, and the explanation to us sincerely, that shows that the artist know what he's doing. Likewise, there is a lot of vision, there's a lot of profitable something for every individual. At a starting point, what they have over here can meet up international competition.
It's not anything that is new to me, because I've been with the artists for a very long time. It started from very awkward creation. I mean, very, very awkward background. You know, it started from nothing to something. So you see, what I've seen, what I've learned, and that I want the youth to learn is focus in whatever you are doing, in whatever thing that you think this is good. There is no way you won't find, you won't encounter challenges. Challenges are natural, and they test your mettle as a man. If you want to succeed in life, you must face challenges. So he's been on this thing for more than a decade, and what I saw today is amazing. It's really, really amazing, and it's telling me that there are still more to explore in this community. Things that are insignificant I will see as nothing. We can really make it something, and that was I've done. This is the identity of Badagry. When you go to Osun Osogbo, you see carving. But here, he has created an identity for Badagry. We need the government buying into this. He has a lot to offer in terms of all this, but the government has to come in to support him. There's still a lot that can be achieved, that can still be created out of this nothing that we are seeing as coconut shells. There's still a lot that he has proven that. There's still many things that can still be done, that can be achieved in terms of creativity. So, but he alone, and he's been struggling for more than a decade, that is he's been able to take it to this level is miracle. Honestly, it's miracle, because he has been doing all alone. Okay, you can see what, for instance, I expected that before we, just ordinary citizens of the community, comes here, we expect that other dignitaries will have come here to open it. So that encourages the artist. It inspires him that his effort is being recognized and acknowledged. But when you don't have things like that, sometimes you kill spirit. So we need government buying. We need the support. Apart from the government, the support of the community. Things like this today, we want the community to be here, everybody be here, all the VIPs, all the government, they should be here to recognize and acknowledge this work of creativity that has been displayed.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Filmmaker Anya Mosigwe, who founded African Movies Awards, AMA Awards, dies in Lagos State. Three days after one more Edo train attack victim released, figure rises to 7. And Rivers State Police bust child trafficking syndicate, rescue pregnant teenagers. It's glad to have you join us on News Now. I am Mary Kanu. The Edo State Police Command has said one more victim from the Igweben train station abduction has been rescued. The police made this known on Tuesday, hours after it said 6 of the abductors were rescued about 48 hours after the attack on Saturday. Over 30 intended passengers were kidnapped on Saturday afternoon when gunmen attacked a train station in Igweben in Edo State. Saturday's attack occurred months after terrorists attacked a moving train in Kaduna State on March 28, 2022. Scores of passengers were kidnapped and others killed in the dastardly attack that attracted national and international outrage. The kidnapped victims were, however, freed with the last batch released in October 2022. And in a move being hailed as a major achievement, the Rivers State Police Command has busted a child trafficking syndicate operating in Port Harcourt, the state capital. Acting on intelligence, the C4I Intelligence Unit operatives of the command over the weekend raided 2 buildings at Iguruta and Omagwa communities, respectively, both in the Ikwere local government area of the state, where victims of child trafficking were being kept. Some of the victims are as young as 15 years old and are heavily pregnant, while others nurse infants. Some of the victims say they were lured by the promise of financial reward depending on the sex of the baby they deliver. The sum of 800,000 naira was promised for a male child and 700,000 naira for a female child. Providing an update on the incident, the police spokesman in Rivers, Grace Iringekoko, explained that at the moment both the victims and suspects are are in the custody of the CP Monitoring Unit, but will soon be transferred to the State's Criminal Investigation Department for further investigation. And now to electoral matters, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has expressed concerns over the forthcoming general elections due to the rising threats of insecurity, warning that the forthcoming polls face threat of cancellation if the level of insecurity across the country continues. INEC Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu, who was represented by the Chairman Board of Electoral Institute Abdullahi Abduzuru, also warned that a cancellation and/or postponement of elections in sufficient constituencies due to the prevailing security situation in the areas may not only hinder the declaration of election results but also precipitate a constitutional crisis. However, Yakubu pointed out that the Commission was doing everything possible to ensure that adequate security was provided for election personnel, materials and processes. Meanwhile, reacting to INEC's statement, the federal government has ruled out the possibility of the forthcoming elections being cancelled or postponed due to insecurity. Minister of Information and Culture Lai Mohammed, who spoke on the matter on Tuesday at the 17th edition of the President Muhammadu Buhari Administration Scorecard Series 2015 to 2023 in Abuja, said there is no cause for alarm as all hands are on deck to ensure peaceful and credible conduct of the polls. To speak more on this, Professor Simeon Inna, Public Affairs Analyst, joins me now on the news. Thank you very much for joining me. If you can hear me, the spate of attacks on INEC facilities has been a source of concern to many Nigerians, and generally insecurity is also on the rise. But with the statement from the electoral body, do you agree with some Nigerians that the elections should be postponed?
Well, this is not the first time elections have been postponed. I remember in 2015, the state of insurgency was so much that the head of state at that time had to postpone the election for about 2 weeks. And within the 2 weeks, the Boko Haram, or whatever their names were called then, was decimated. So what we need in 2023 is a fair, free, credible elections. Now, if we are going to get that, and a peaceful one at that matter, if we are going to get that with maybe a 2 or a 3 week postponement, I'm not worried about that, because it's better to be late than never. Now, if we go into this election with a state of destruction of INEC properties and the bandits and the Boko Haram and the SWAP threatening in the north, I don't think some of the local governments will have it or will have the election as it's supposed to be. And that's the worry of INEC, that the election might not go around all the local governments. Remember, I mentioned 2015. In 2015, we had the election in 774 local governments. Now, if the government is assuring us that the elections we hold in the 774 local governments, it will be peaceful, it will be credible, then it will be free and fair. They can go ahead with that election. But if they feel at any point in time that these things will not come the way we want it, because if we get it wrong in 2023, Nigeria might not have it good again. This government has tried by giving us Electoral Act. We expect that the head of state has promised that he's going to give us a pattern shot with a credible election. So he should live up to expectations. Let us walk the talk this time around and ensure that these elections will come, it will be credible, it will be free, it will be fair. Thank you very much.
Now, if you can hear me, the federal government has said the elections will be held despite INEC's outcry. Now, away from the insecurity issues, do you think the federal government has made the right decision, and will postponing the elections help INEC to better prepare for the polls?
Well, you see, they have more of the security reports than any of us. Now, if they are saying that these elections can go on and it will be free and fair, well, so well and good. But don't forget that these INEC offices that they are burning here and there, INEC materials are being burned. It means INEC will go back to the drawing board to print those materials. They promised us earlier. The INEC chairman has been up and doing. He promised earlier that in the state of attack in their facilities stop on or before December, that they will be able to cope. But look at the state of insurgency is still on. You just read in the news now, the people that were kidnapped in the other day, that's part of the insecurity we are talking about. So if government is going to assure and ensure that these things will not happen on the day of the election, the presidential election, that's the most important. Of them all, the presidential election is the most important because we get it wrong in 2023. I'm afraid there is a serious problem in this country.
Well, all right. Now, Professor Simeon, now Public Affairs Analyst, thank you for your time and your contribution. Moving on, President Muhammadu Buhari has personally flagged off the campaign of the presidential and governorship candidates of his party, the All Progressives Congress in Adamawa State. During the campaign rally, which was held at the Mahmoud Ribadu Square in Yola, President Buhari called on residents of the state to vote for the APC's presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the party's governorship candidate Aishatu Binani. Well, this next report has more details. Yola, the Adamawa state capital, came alive on Monday as President Muhammadu Buhari joined the campaign train of the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Since the flag-off of the campaign in Jos, this is the president's first appearance at the APC presidential rally, and this was greeted with dance, cheers and jubilation. The APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu, who is the reason for the rally, makes a case for the people to vote for the party during the elections.
We will replace it with joy, prosperity, happiness, and employment. All of you expect that we will get you engaged properly. We will get you employed properly. We will pay attention to your needs.
Leading the presidential candidate to the podium, President Buhari appealed to residents of the state not to disappoint the party by voting Tinubu and Aishatu Binani as the first female governorship candidate in Adamawa State.
Please go to your constituencies. Make sure that you choose people who are very responsible, people who will keep you informed and act according and within the resources available in your locality. As I said, education, healthcare are our priorities.
Also speaking at the rally, Plateau State Governor Simon Along called on the electorate to choose APC candidates across board for the development of the country.
There is no doubt about it that the next successor of President Muhammadu Buhari is Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Jagaban of Borgo, and the Vice President is Senator Kashim Shettima. That is all. We are very happy. The President has said it, and I'm sure you will hear from him. So our duty is to come and help you pray that what the President has said will come to pass. Our national chairman, thank you very much for selecting a woman from Adamawa State. So we're going to support her. By the grace of God, we'll produce that new and a brand new item for Nigeria.
As the campaign train is moved to another state, the APC party chairman Adamu Abdullahi, as well as other dignitaries, say they are optimistic of victory at the polls. Mary Kanu, TV360, Nigeria. One of the pillars of the entertainment industry in Nigeria and the founder of the prestigious African Movie Academy Awards, AMA Awards, Peace Anyam Osigwe, has died, according to a statement issued by the Anyam Osigwe family in the early hours of Tuesday. The AMA founder reportedly died at St. Nicholas Hospital, Lagos, after being in a coma since Saturday. The family described the late filmmaker as the Ada of the family and an outstanding personality. Anyam Osigwe, who was also the president of the Association of Movie Producers, in a recent interview with TV360 Nigeria, spoke on how the film space has aided in job creation in Nigeria.
Film is a composition of a totality of all the creative industries, in the sense that within the film space, there are creative designers, so you do fashion, you have props, so you have interiors, you have cinematographers. So it just shows the amount of jobs that can be created. Technicians, you know, the runners, the gaffers, everybody that works. So you have electricians, you have welders. Everybody is in the film ecospace. So you can imagine the number of jobs that you can create, of skill sets that are hands-on and creative entrepreneurships, that these people don't only have to work within the film space, but they can also just work on their own. So you can look at a proper makeup artist who not just makes up for film anymore, which is a different type of makeup, but also can run a parallel job doing makeup for events, doing makeup for weddings, etc., etc. So when you look at it, and you look at our demographics as a country, you would find that the film industry and the creative industries in general can consume and assume a lot of the young people in the job space, because these are hands-on skills that is not totally dependent on them going to look for employment, but can make them also make money on their own. So that's one of the things, and that us as an association of movie producers, one of the key things we've been trying to do is that we've been trying to make sure we have data to show the numbers. So I can actually tell you how many producers I have in Delta working. I can tell you how many films they made last year. I can tell you, you know, on average how much they were spending, and that's what we need to just keep on creating, so that we can begin to show the government and also the other parts of the industry, the finance industry and the insurers, etc., and the investors, that this is worthwhile doing. I'd like to see more states endeavor to support the capacity building within the film space. There are areas in Nigeria today that if we actually have enough professional shoots going on, there'll be a shortage of skill sets.
Well, may Peace Anyam Osigwe's soul rest in peace. We'll take a break here, but still to come, CBN to penalize banks that fail to load new Naira notes in ATMs. We'll bring you details of the story and more right after this break.
The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has fixed Monday, 12 December 2022 to Sunday, 22nd January 2023 as the dates for the collection of PVCs nationwide from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, including Saturdays and Sundays. All registrants who are yet to collect their PVCs or requested for transfer of registration, as well as those who applied for replacement of lost or damaged PVCs, can now visit INEC local government offices where they intend to vote to collect their PVCs. Collection of PVCs will be further extended to ward level for those who are unable to collect theirs at local government offices from Friday 6th to to Sunday, 15 January 2023. Thereafter, the exercise will be reverted to the local government offices of the INEC until Sunday, 22nd January 2023. Remember, only those with PVC can vote on election day. Collect your PVC now to vote. It is your duty. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, making your votes count, consolidating our democracy.
Welcome back. Here's the recap of our top stories tonight. The Edo State Police Command has said one more victim from the Igweben train station abduction has been rescued. The police made this known on Tuesday, hours after it said 6 of the abductors were rescued, about 48 hours after the attack on Saturday. Over 30 intending passengers were kidnapped on Saturday afternoon when gunmen attacked a train station in Igweben in Edo State. We also told you that the Rivers State Police Command has busted a child trafficking syndicate operating in Port Harcourt, the state capital. Acting on intelligence, the C4I Intelligence Unit operatives of the command over the weekend raided 2 buildings at Ibura, Ruta and Omagwa communities respectively, both in the Ikwere local government area of the state, where victims of child trafficking were being kept. Some of the victims as young as 15 years old and are heavily pregnant, while others nurse infants. In case you missed any of the news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. South Africa's health minister says the country does not see the need to implement any new COVID-19 restrictions either at home or for arrivals over an infection surge in China and the detection of the first case of Omicron subvariant XBB.1.5. Health Minister Joe Fowler said South Africa is yet to see any major increase in its COVID infection, hospitalization or death rates recently. However, the minister has sought advice from the World Health Organization and will increase COVID testing and renew its vaccination campaign in light of rising infections in countries like China and the United States. We'll take a break and return with business stories. Don't go away. Welcome back. Folashade Ogurinde is standing by with business updates. Folashade, over to you.
Well, many thanks, Mary. And in business, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has threatened to penalize commercial banks who fail to comply with the directive of loading the redesigned Naira notes in their automated teller machines, ATMs. According to the CBN Director, Currency Operations, Hamid Umar, the purpose of the CBN directive was to implement the January 31 deadline for the withdrawal of old Naira notes in circulation. Last week, the CBN ordered banks to halt dispensing the new currency note over the counter and to only make them available via ATMs. The federal government said it has secured funding for the rehabilitation of 3 existing refineries to enhance the country's domestic refining capacity. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Timiper Silva, disclosed this while giving a breakdown of his ministry's achievement at the 16th edition of the PMB Administration Scorecard Media Series in Abuja. The minister says although the government does not have powers to control the market forces in determining the price of PMS, it has secured funding to rehabilitate the country's existing refineries. Silva added that this development would help reduce the price of PMS and increase accessibility to the product.
What is desirable, as far as we are concerned, is to ensure that petroleum price is market-driven. That way it will also drive a lot of investments. There are a lot of people who would like to invest, private sector investors who would like to invest in this sector. But under a subsidized regime, who is going to invest? If you build a refinery, how is your refinery going to make profit? Under a subsidy regime. But if you have a market-driven situation, you see that a lot of investors will come, and of course there will be more refineries, and this problem of access to petroleum product will be a thing of the past.
We'll take a breather now and return with a review of the stock market. Just stay with us. The bears dominated the market on the floor of the Nigerian Stock Exchange as all-share index closed in the reds at 0.48%, with market capitalization resting above the 28 trillion naira mark. Now, data from the NGX indicates that the trio of market volume, value and deal recorded an improvement as 345 million volume of shares are valued at 8.20 trillion naira. Exchange hands in 4,184 deals. Now, in the aggregate, 110 listed equities participated in trading, ending with 18 gainers and 16 losers. Now, speaking of losers, NEM Insurance Company came out last with an end-of-the-day price appreciation of 10% at 4 naira 5 kobo per share, followed by Chile Rams with a difference of 2 kobo. Now, on the flip side, we see the Thermos Y8 Nigeria led the gainers with 9.43% share price appreciation, closing at 1 naira 16 kobo per share, followed by Mutual Benefit Assurance with a gain of 2 kobo. For our select global stocks, that's FTSE, Dow Jones and Nikkei. Now, it's a positive market today for Dow Jones and Nikkei, closing in the greens at 0.17% and 0.28% respectively. But we see that FTSE could not keep its head above waters, closing in the reds at 0.39%. Now, according to a report, we see that investors digesting weak data on UK retail sales and Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell's speech is the reason for this decline. And that's it on Business News and Stock Market Review. Back to Mary for the rest of the news.
Many thanks for the update, Falashade. Moving on now to the global scene. Britain's financial watchdog has fined the UK subsidiary of Nigeria's Guarantee Trust Bank £7.6 million for what it says are further failures in its anti-money laundering systems and controls. The managing director of GT Bank UK, Benga Alade, said the bank takes its anti-money laundering obligations extremely seriously, adding that the FCA found no instances of suspected money laundering. The watchdog said GT Bank has not disputed the findings and agreed to settle, making it eligible for a 30% discount on the fine, down from the original £10.96 million. All up next is Entertainment Report.
The founder of the African Movie Academy Awards, AMA, Peace Anyamusigwe, is dead. This was revealed in a statement issued by the Anyamusigwe family in the early hours of Tuesday. While the statement did not disclose the cause and time of her death, close family sources say the movie enthusiast died at a Lagos hospital. Since the sad announcement, industry practitioners have poured out tributes on their respective social media pages. Anyamusigwe was also the president of the Association of Movie Producers. Following the success of her last film, Brotherhood, Jade Oshiberu is back with her first movie of 2023 titled The Trade, which is set to premiere in cinemas this weekend. Written by award-winning screenwriter Yinka Ogun and produced by Foresight Global Films, The Trade tells the story of DK Maduka, aka Eric, a notorious genius billionaire kidnapper who ravaged the southern part of Nigeria for several years, evading arrest for 2 decades. A fast-rising police officer and head of the intelligence response team, Superintendent Khalid Abubakar, leads a high-stakes investigation into the famous kidnapper's activities. Featuring Chiwetalu Agu, Blossom Chukwujeku, and Rita Dominic, the fast-paced crime drama is inspired by true events, as Kidnap for Ransom has become a money-making venture in Nigeria. And that's it on the entertainment segment of News Now.
In sports, football coaches named in a National Women's Soccer League investigation into abuse and malpractice in women's football have been banned for life. The punishments were part of a wide-ranging package of suspensions and fines against multiple individuals and organizations, which followed publication of the league's findings in its joint investigative report. In December 2022, the league said it had found ongoing misconduct at most league clubs after an earlier probe uncovered evidence of harassment and sexual abuse. The NWSL meanwhile said its own league office would be fined at least $1 million and would be required to undergo a sweeping overhaul. Well, that's our package this evening. Thank you for staying with us. I am Mary Kanu. Bye for now.
The majestic River Niger, rising from the highlands of Guinea, it meanders through many countries to Nigeria, slicing through the commercial city of Onitsha and the beautiful Asaba on her way to the Delta, where she discharges into the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. Stretching to about 4,000 kilometers, River Niger is the third longest in Africa and provides livelihood to the people of the many communities on its bank. From here, they irrigate their farmlands and fish in its deep waters. Aside providing veritable mode of transportation, it is also a source of power generation. In fact, many people, particularly in Anambra and Delta states, depend on the river for their sustenance. Back in the day, canoes were the primary means of transportation on the river and served to convey goods and people from one bank to the other. But in 1965, 5 years after independence, the first Niger Bridge constructed by Dumez was completed. With the inauguration of the bridge, the main east-west connection in Nigeria was created. For Southeasterners, homecoming is everything. They return en masse at festive seasons to celebrate with kinsmen. But quite often, the frightening gridlock on the old bridge turns the homecoming trip into a nightmare. Femi Adesina recalls the harrowing experience of a friend who spent 6 hours trying to cross from one end of the bridge to the other.
That friend I had known long before now called me and said, please, what could I do? I said, what was the issue? He said he had been on the River Niger Bridge for 6 hours. 6 whole hours. He said, can I call somebody so that they can intervene and let the bridge flow? He said, 6 hours from the foot of that bridge, that when traffic flows, you can cross that bridge in 5-7 minutes. He said 6 hours they had spent on that bridge, and there was no hope that they would get to the other side.
But then there are those with more bitter tales to tell. On this same bridge, homebound families are known to have been trapped for hours and days on end.
I have slept there, so I have a first-hand experience of the challenge. So in situations like that, it's a nightmare, because you may even come there thinking that you are just you have stayed 1 day. Some people tell you they have stayed 2 days, especially during festivities. It's usually a very major nightmare.
Aside the nightmarish experience of the users, the bridge also poses danger to motorists as a result of the heavy load it bears.
I've had awful experiences flying through that Niger Bridge. It has been an awful experience where we have a dilapidated bridge that for so many years it has lasted. It was so dilapidated that sometimes you'd be scared that you might end up having your car get into the river. So it's an awful experience.
There has been lots and lots of tales about that place. We've had records of the bridge quivering, motorists on the bridge actually feeling the quakes and tremors from the bridge. So it was, in one way or the other, going to end up being a nightmare. It was actually a catastrophe just waiting to happen.
Now, 57 years after it was built, the second Niger Bridge is coming up quickly to alleviate the plight of the people, reduce the load on the old bridge, and boost the socio-economic potentials of the Southeast.
The bridge is very nice. It's very good. So we believe that since the new Niger Bridge have passed, we believe that development can come.
Truly, the construction of a second bridge across the River Niger had long been identified as the panacea to the seemingly intractable gridlock and frustration on the old bridge. Until 2018, it was the subject of intense politicking. While President Shehu Shagari promised to build the bridge, General Ibrahim Babangida challenged Nigerian engineers to design it. From General Sani Abacha to successive governments, nothing much was done except perhaps for President Olusegun Obasanjo, who actually flagged off the construction of the bridge on the eve of his departure in 2007. His successor, Alhaji Omar Yaradua, had a short stay in office, but ahead of the 2015 general elections, President Goodluck Jonathan performed another groundbreaking ceremony and promised to do the bridge.
I remember that clearly. I was in my office, in the Sun newspapers, on that day, and I remember crystal clear that flag off and the things that were said about that bridge. And it's amazing that nothing happened. And then the day the then President Jonathan also went to that side. I remember clearly. That's why it's baffling that after all those body movements, nothing happened.
It was being used for politics. Every 4 years, they do flag off, they do ceremony. After the flag off, they remove everything, and then the bridge is forgotten. After another 4 years, after every election period, canopies are set, and then another flag off. So that was why when the president now gave his word, knowing who he is, that he's going to do this bridge, considered it a flagship project, and then followed through. Today, we're no more talking about flag off, we're now talking of commissioning.
The era that was most significant vis-a-vis Second Niger Bridge was the 16 years of the People's Democratic Party. Anytime elections were approaching, they would go there, make some body movements as if things were going to happen concerning the Second Niger Bridge. Once elections came and they got the votes of the Southeasterners, they disappeared. The next time, when elections were coming again, they would pretend that there was movement on Second Niger Bridge and it would fizzle out again. Then came Muhammadu Buhari, a man from the northwest of the country, from Dara. In terms of affinity with the southeast, it's not much, except that we're all Nigerians.
Interestingly, while little was done during the period of bumper harvests from oil sales, President Muhammadu Buhari, who arrived the scene at a time of lean financial resources, became the game changer. Without the boastful promises and grandstanding of the past, President Buhari plunged headlong into the project. Today, he has succeeded where others before him failed.
I think I'm going to say it unequivocally that President Muhammadu Buhari, that is one of the greatest achievements that he has done for Nigeria. I'm not talking about Southeast, I'm talking about Nigeria as a whole. Because without that bridge, there will be no movement from Southeast to North, from Southeast to West. So even going outside Nigeria, a lot of folks that come to Aba, buy goods, come to Onitsha, buy goods, now have to transfer those goods to other nation states.
It is encouraging, it is nice to see that for the first time, we actually have an administration that has looked into that problem and preferred a real solution in the new Niger Bridge. So I think it's a positive step, one that if more of our leaders would emulate, it would make Nigeria a much better place for us to live in.
The Second Niger Bridge is an engineering marvel being executed by Julius Berger, the international construction giant. Stretching to a length of 1.6 kilometers, the bridge is equipped with a 10.3 kilometer highway. The toll plazas in both directions of the facility have 8 lanes leading to the bridge. The Owerri interchange on the Onitsha-Owerri road is designed to provide direct access to the bridge from Obosi in Anambra State to Asaba in Delta. Construction of 2 secondary bridges at Amakom and Atani communities are also part of the total package.
All the 16 booths have been completed. The operation building also completed. Then the workshops and other ones, security house, they've been completed. Then the approach road on this project, we have 3 kilometers on Asaba end. Like I said, it's has been constructed. We only need to put the final layer of the asphalt. Then on the Onitsha end, the Anambra end, we have completed more than half of it.
On the eastern side of the bridge lies the ever-bustling Onitsha, a commercial hub that embodies the resilient and enterprising spirit of the people of the southeast. The Onitsha main market, reputed to be the largest in Africa, attracts visitors from across the continent and contributes to the hectic commercial environment of the city. As a result of the intense economic activities in Onitsha and beyond, traffic holdup on the old bridge is perpetual and frustrating. But the ongoing 7-kilometer approach road on the Onitsha side of the new facility will help to eliminate congestion and provide direct access to the second bridge. The idea is to connect the southeast and south-south regions seamlessly to the rest of the country.
You see, you are talking of a bridge that links Anambra State, Southeast, Abia, Imo, to the entire Nigeria, coming through Lagos. All right, that is the route. All the containers that come from Lagos coming to the east, that's the route they use. It's quite enormous. It's something that, if you look at the economic benefit, you get very excited. There's quite a lot we can benefit from it, and it's going to impact very positively on the economy of the Southeast.
It's going to lead to free flow of traffic. Of course, even our people who reside in other parts of the world, in other parts of the country, once there is a period of festivities where all of our people return home to celebrate Christmas, Easter, and what have you, they will not hesitate. Most of them will come back home, and coming back home brings happiness home. Economically, economic will become viable because goods will move freely between other parts of the country and the southeast. Business will boom and everything will pick up.
On the other side of the bridge lies the serene city of Asaba, the capital of Delta State and once the colonial headquarters of the Southern Protectorate of Nigeria. Strategically located on the bank of the river, Asaba serves as the main entryway to the southeast from the Lagos axis. Here, traffic is usually heavy on its main highway, but to ease the flow and divert vehicles to the new bridge, a 3.3-kilometer approach road is also being constructed.
The second Niger Bridge is the artery between the western part and the eastern part of the country and the rest of the country. You can't quantify what it will do economically. Even apart from the economy, how about the comfort of the people? Going home at festive seasons, our brethren from east of the Niger love to travel at Easter, at Christmas, and other festive seasons. You cannot imagine the relief they will have on that bridge. They have slept on that bridge before. My friend spent 6 hours last December, but people who slept till the next day have that experience. So the relief will come for them.
President Muhammadu Buhari is a man of few words. When in 2018 he gave assurance that his administration was going to deliver the project, many people may have taken it with a pinch of salt and perhaps waved it off as a familiar story, a tale by moonlight repeatedly told by past politicians without commensurate action. 4 years after, the dream is set to become a reality.
I thank God I'm alive to see the working of that second Niger Bridge. They have gone a long way. I am happy over what I see today. They are trying. They are trying. I pray, let the Chukwu Okike Abioma guide them. So far they have gone.
It's been a subject of serious politicking over the years. So our people kind of developed a feeling that it will never come. But all of a sudden, here comes President Buhari, who now announced that he was going to do the bridge and immediately started work.
It waited this long because they made it political. Instead of really pulling up their bootstraps and working, they turned it to a political thing. That was why whenever elections were approaching, they would go there to hoodwink the people of the region to get their votes. They turned it into a political thing. But then came President Buhari, who was not interested in fooling anybody, who was not interested in the politics of it. was just interested in action.
Under this administration as well, the long-abandoned Onitsha River Port has been revived and may soon become a port of final destination for goods bound for the southeast, thereby decongesting the existing seaports in Lagos, Port Harcourt and other cities. Stakeholders are of the view that the second Niger Bridge will boost activities at the river port and complement the multimodal transportation initiative of the administration.
Today, we talk of multimodal forms of transportation. You talk about the road, you talk about the rail, you talk about water and things like that. So this multi-approach is something that has a lot to do with impacting on the economy. So here is the Onitsha River Port that has to do with the water, and then here is the second Niger Bridge that has to do with the roads, but both complement each other.
To ensure compliance to schedule and quality delivery, the project site has witnessed high-profile visitors lately. Aside the Minister of Works, Babatunde Fashola, who pays regular supervisory visits to the site, the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, recently led top functionaries of the federal government to see the state of readiness of the bridge.
The Federal Executive Council has passed tolling policy, national tolling. National is for the nation as a whole. So which one will be concession, toll fares, and so on? That's secondary. Important. Let us finish this road.
Similarly, the Minister of Finance, Hajia Zainab Ahmad, also came calling with the Managing Director of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, Mr. Ujoji, and Chief Executives of other relevant agencies. For the Minister, it was an inspection and assessment visit to be sure the 157 billion naira so far released has been well utilized.
I can report to Mr. President and say I have seen where all the 157 billion naira has gone to. This is a project that is very dear to His Excellency the President. It is designed to uplift the lives and livelihoods of the people of the southeastern part and the southwestern part of our country.
Indeed, the transportation industry has experienced unprecedented turnaround in the past 7 years. For a critical sector that supports socio-economic growth, it's never been this good. Apart from equipping the National Inland Waterways Authority to provide navigable pathways for the movement of goods and services, stupendous amount of resources have also been committed into developing a functional rail transportation system. In addition to the second Niger and local Oweto bridges, solid road networks that crisscross the country and connect the geopolitical zones have been constructed.
When the story of the Buhari administration is to be told, of course, we will talk about the second Niger Bridge, we will talk about the Bodo Boni Bridge, we will talk about the local Oweto Bridge, we will talk about Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, we will talk about the new ultra-modern airport in Lagos, the one in Kano, the one in Port Harcourt, we will talk about the new runway in Enugu, we will talk about so many things.
Just as the River Niger provides legitimate employment and sustenance for many families, construction activities at the new facility have also given jobs and livelihood to many people from the region. In addition to this legacy infrastructure, critical road projects and monuments are also being executed in the zone. Despite these huge investments, political detractors had actually tried to sell the false narrative of hatred and marginalization to some gullible natives of the area.
With the developmental strides that the president has taken to the south, it's not just the second Niger Bridge. What about the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which the president made sure that that rehabilitation of such road is completed? Other giant projects that the president has started and also completed in the southeast is an evidence that the president indeed does not hate the southeast.
Don't forget that time was when southeasterners, people of Igbo extraction were controlling the levers of development. I'll give you an example. The deputy Senate president from Southeast, deputy speaker from Southeast, chairman Senate Committee on Works Southeast, chairman House Committee on Works Southeast, Minister of Finance and coordinating Minister of the Economy Southeast, Secretary to Government of the Federation Southeast. And all through those periods, not 1 kilometer of our roads, federal roads, that were in terrible state, not 1 kilometer was addressed. And all these people I mentioned are from Southeast. Now it took somebody else who is not from Southeast to now address this infrastructural decay. Now face the reconstruction of these roads, this critical infrastructure. Just to mention a few of the things that this administration has done in the Southeast. And then somebody goes back and says he hates Southeast. How does you demonstrate hate?
This president bears malice to nobody. And he has cared for the Southeast as much as he cares for other parts of the country.
The second Niger Bridge is an important national asset. Aside easing traffic on the old bridge, it is an inter-regional integrator with the capability of boosting economic activities and development in the Southeast. Already, the people are beginning to tap into the huge investment opportunities that come with the bridge.
You know our people, we are business people. We understand the dynamics and we take advantage of opportunities. It will bring a lot of development to the Southeast, a lot. And even South-South, because the bridge is coming from Asaba to Onitsha and vice versa. So the development is not only for South, it's also for South-South.
Truly, when the story of the Muhammadu Buhari administration is told, the second Niger Bridge will be recorded among its greatest achievements.
When President Buhari would have been done and is gone to have his due retirement, and the story is being told, what would never be forgotten will be his footprints on the sands of time in terms of infrastructure.
I don't know how to swim, but when they load me in the boat, we are like 155 people in one boat. So when we are going to Italy, we have run many hours. So on the way going, our boat now capsized because of the waves, and our boat is pumping boat. So when the waves throw in and they load us about 3 boats, 2 at the front, we are at the back. When the waves come in a big way and through, it capsized our boat. 65 people died in the same boat with me. About 30 girls and 35 boys died in the same boat. So when they are dying, they are sinking down. Some was catching my leg, some drawing my clothes on my bag, shouting, "Biggie, Biggie, Biggie, Biggie." That's how I remove the clothes. I stay hanging, holding the rope that I'm holding on top of the boat. That's how. So after everything, all of us, about 55 people, well, 155 people, the people that remain on top of boats, maybe they are not more than 80 people again. So everybody was crying that we are dying, no rescue. From 4 o'clock in the morning, our boat capsized. We are on top of the water till the next 4 o'clock in the evening. On the afternoon time, a helicopter come on top of us
to come down like this a little bit, all of us was crying, raising hand up. They now carried the newborn baby, one woman having over there, to raise it up, to raise the baby up in a way the helicopter will see the baby. So we are shouting for rescue, rescue. So all of us was crying. I said, God, is it today I will die on top of sea? All of us crying. So as we are crying, the helicopter, they wind up, but I believe that they will be seeing us through the screen. After everything, when the helicopter left, it's like they caught the police people in the area. The police people now coming with a small boat to come and rescue us. When they rescue us, they will carry us to the prison to go and lock us. And when they lock us there, the Nigerians that are in that very highland will come and bail us with like 500 dinar. 500 dinar. When they bail us like 500 dinar, like they will use in form of 50,000 Nigeria. They use it to bail us out. They will go and lock us somewhere. Our family in Nigeria, we can be calling our family in Nigeria to pay 150,000 in their account. Then we get like 100,000. They are using it to do business. In my life, even if they told me that Libya is like America again, I cannot try that country anymore in my life because I suffered a lot, honestly.
Thank you.